And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Oh my gosh, it's supposed to be, I don't know, it's supposed to be fun somewhere along the way. The baseball is supposed to be fun, so I don't know. We'll get through it all together. We got Marcus Boucher back from Vegas. You know what? How about we just spend the whole day rereading the Tom Brady roast jokes and hearing your stories from Vegas and ignore the baseball team? So how's that for an idea?
You
Good
know,
morning,
Murph,
Marcus.
happy Monday. That sounds like a great idea.
Yeah.
We can just throw Giants baseball out the window and let's just turn this into a 4-hour roast of Tom Brady this morning.
Oh, my God. We were literally right before we came on the air just going over some of the lines. There were so many that there were some I hadn't even seen. I thought I'd seen them all. The thing went through over 3 hours. If you think you've seen them all, you haven't, because there's like endless. I just found 3 or 4 new ones I hadn't seen. I was making me laugh right before we came on the air. Unfortunately, most of them violate the FCC regulations, so we can't get into it. But anyway, I want to thank the roast for taking my mind off of the baseball for just a minute. But welcome back, brother. Welcome back, man.
Thank you, man. Good to be here. Now, did you make it all the way through Sunday Night Baseball last night? Or did you switch over to the roast?
No, in fact, I didn't have the roast on at all. And it's like multiple reasons. One, I was like, I got to watch the Giants. I'm just riding with the Giants. And two, Twitter was doing a fantastic job of keeping me updated. So I was able to multitask via Twitter. Plus, even though the door has been kicked down at the Murphy household in terms of profane content, like I told you, my dad ran a real G-rated household, So I was like, yeah, I guess I'll run a G-rated household. They can learn all that stuff outside the house. And now, dude, between the rap, between the music,
Good luck.
and just everything, and then showing my kid Curb, Your Enthusiasm, Larry's out. So anyway, but it's a long way of saying I could have put it on, but even by the standards of today, it was a little much for like a 12-year-old kid. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I just said I'm going to go on Twitter. How about you? How'd you digest it?
So, same thing. I was sitting at the airport yesterday with my flight being delayed because it's Las Vegas and flights always get delayed.
No, because it's life in 2024.
Yeah, exactly.
Life in
So I'm not going to be
2024,
the only one sitting here and bitching, complaining about having a flight delayed. Because
Air
I'm sure there
travel,
was
bro.
other people who had the same problems this weekend. So that was the benefit of my flight being delayed, is that I got to watch Sunday Night Baseball at the airport. And then I was just kind of following along on Twitter as well, seeing all of the reactions from Tom Brady. I was sitting there in my head, I was like, damn. I almost feel like Tom Brady throwing down these shots trying to watch these Giants games all weekend because I was drinking that much. But some of those facial reactions, some of the crowd reactions, Tom Brady did not look like a happy camper. I don't know if Brady knew what he was walking into.
Well, that's the thing about a roast is like, there's no rules. There's no rules. So if you ever sign up for a roast, you better just understand, brother, it's coming down.
Oh, it's
fair coming
game.
down. I thought about that. I'm like, could you sit there and just have the worst parts of your life just absolutely hammered over and 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 over again? So, theoretically, I don't know who benefited from this, by the way. Who made money off of this?
I don't know.
They didn't donate money to Special Olympics or anything or anything. Was it just a for-profit Netflix thing?
I was going to say, I guess Netflix and their new live category, whatever the hell you want to call it. They're doing live sports. They're doing live specials. I guess Netflix was the one who benefited the most.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's just content. Why did Brady sign up for it? To get his name back in the news?
Just so people could trash his marriage? I don't know.
Oh, man, that was it. They went for the marriage the most over and over again.
Yeah,
I was just looking at some of these. I can't even read some of these.
No.
I got them all written out.
A lot of jokes about the jiu-jitsu coach.
Yeah. And, I mean, dude, they went for Jeffrey Ross showed up in an OJ jersey. Let's just say from here.
Roast Simpson.
Yeah. It's incredible, man. Kevin Hart on the joke. On the wife.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once again, boy, incredible.
But I don't know if he was more upset about the jokes about Giselle or the jokes about Robert Kraft. Because when he got up and told Jeff Ross to kind of cut the S.
Yeah, don't say that again.
I thought we were almost going to have a Will Smith moment. Keep Robert Kraft's name out my mouth.
That was unusual because there was so much offensive stuff being said. I thought that was actually pretty tame. I think everybody's made a Bob Kraft massage joke, right? We've made them here on this show.
Yeah.
Is Brady going to kick down the door here and riff on us? So I thought that was a little unusual because there was so much more worse than that, and everybody knows of it. But anyway, it takes our mind off the Giants where Brother, I don't even know. Because when you're in Vegas, you're detached. And
Yes.
you're at the fight. And you're interviewing Oscar De La Hoya. By the way, it's the last thing I saw you do. That was awesome.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it, man.
Is that cool?
It was awesome. And it was a great way to start off Cinco de Drinko weekend.
As he called it.
As Oscar called it himself. But yeah, it was a cool moment. And then, of course, going to the fight on Saturday, the atmosphere was unreal. Being at a big boxing match like that on Cinco de Mayo weekend, it was absolutely electric. Canelo got the win by decision Saturday night. Great time in the building.
Yeah, going to a live prize fight is, as they say, is one of the great adrenaline events you can go to in U.S. sports or any sports, global sports. So.
Yeah, and shout out to DAZN and Showtime and Prime Video and everybody who hooked it up with the tickets. I was telling Murph before the show, I was sitting in between Booker T, who is a WWE Hall of Famer for all my wrestling heads out there, and then right next to the Phoenix Suns DJ, who got in trouble earlier this year for trolling Steve Kerr and the Golden State Warriors.
What a turn of events.
Yeah.
Between Booker T and the Suns DJ, who Kerr said played the music too loud.
Yeah, shout out to my guy DJ Automatic.
Oh, man. Did you tell him you were a DJ D Sharp guy? That's our guy down at Chase.
I did not, but he actually dropped that he knows KC up in Sacramento. I guess he goes on his show to do like a couple hits and stuff.
Really?
Because they cover the Phoenix Suns.
Oh, yeah.
He's the Suns DJ.
Because up there, it's all Kings all the time, man. Oh, man. Well, if you were down there, maybe you were able to be slightly detached from the baseball.
I tried to as much as possible, but because this is my job, I still made sure to tune into a couple games. Saturday, I didn't stick around long, and neither did Keaton Wynn. Neither did Mitch White, who's no longer on the roster either. And I know that's the big takeaway. That's the blowout. Sunday night baseball lost a one-run ball game. Friday night, they lost a one-run ball game, but it just didn't feel like it was that competitive of a series.
No, bro. There's so many ways to attack this thing. Start with the starting pitching. Not a single starting pitcher made it to the fifth inning. Not a single starting. That's all they had. Going in, leaving Boston at 15 wins and 17 losses. You're coming off a game where Kyle Harrison pitched well on Thursday, or got you through 5, and the bullpen did their job. And you're like, okay, is there anything that can... We said literally when we signed off Friday, I said, give me one of the next 3. But I think, as Curly said, I think I did leave open the possibility of losing all 3 of the next 3. A couple things going on here. We just should mention, and this is not an excuse at all, but I am just going to mention it, believe me, because I'm as pissed as anybody. So don't even think that this is an excuse, all right? Because I'm as pissed as anybody, all right? I thought Bob Melvin and Matty Williams were going to be the hum babies. I thought Matty Chapman was going to be the red-ass veteran leader. How's that working out? Okay, how's that working out? Not great. Now, it is May 6th, so we do have time. By the way, happy birthday, Willie Mays. We'll get into that later in the show.
Really?
But I will just add this note. The Phillies are on a heater right now. I will add that. Again, not an excuse, but I will say they got the best record in baseball, and they are rolling right now, buddy. That is the wrong time to face the Philadelphia Phillies.
And it's a weekend where they didn't even have Trey Turner in the lineup.
Well, he played
That's the scary
Friday and
part.
Saturday.
Okay.
Halfway through Saturday's game, he got hurt.
That's
He
when
didn't
he
have
got hurt.
He missed Sunday's game.
Okay. So I missed him on Sunday.
You know how he got hurt? Pardon me, Friday. He missed Saturday and Sunday. You know how he got hurt? He got hurt scoring from second on a wild pitch. No, not a wild pitch. A passed ball that Tom Murphy just biffed. Like he was expecting a cutter and it was a fastball, that kind of thing. And Trey Turner's on second base, and Jordan Hicks did not cover home.
Yeah, that's a problem.
That's where Turner got hurt, though.
Yeah.
But anyway, the point is that
That's a PFP
Phillies
problem.
team is relentless.
Yeah,
right now.
it's a really, really good Phillies team. And to your point, there's no excuse, really. The Boston Red Sox were also one of the hottest teams in baseball when they went out to Boston. But when you lose 5 out of your first 6 on a road trip, that's not the start you're looking for.
At least they got one in Boston. But the scariest thing is how incredibly outclassed they look. Like these are two different. Like one team's in the majors, and the other team's what? AAA, AA. I mean, it's like they don't even look like they belong on the same field. That's the scary thing. I get that the Phillies are on a heater, and they are. Believe me, they got the best record in baseball. And every guy who steps into that box is seeing it. Every guy is given incredible at-bats, fighting off good pitches, barreling up the pitches they have to barrel up, like almost no wasted at-bats. Oh, by the way, unless Sean Jelly's pitching.
Oh.
Where'd that come from?
That's one positive. What, do you have 5 straight strikeouts yesterday? 6 in a row?
Yes. 2 innings, 6 punches. And he got Bryce Harper screaming F-bombs. Yeah. But anyway, guys, we'll get into it, man. It's bad. It's really bad. And I'm honing in on the new guys. Matt Chapman, Jorge Soler, and even though I love him, he just can't buy a break, Jung-Hoo Lee. Those three guys are supposed to kind of change the lineup. I'll give you their numbers, brother. Jung-Hoo Lee, 3 for 15. This is just in the last 3 games. Since we last saw you. 3 for 15, scored 0 runs, drove in none. Mm-hmm. Matt Chapman, 1 for 11, drove in no runs, made 2 key errors. Matt Chapman made 2 key errors. And then Jorge Soler, 0 for 6, stranded 2 bases-loaded situations, and is now hurt with a shoulder. The 3 of them went 4 for 32 since I last saw you.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see from your off-season acquisition.
That was the off-season, the bonanza. Other than that, the roast was funny. And we'll all be together tonight at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
Ooh, it's time for Murph to roast the Bay Area Hall of Fame.
And did young Tony pick the Derby winner?
No, he definitely didn't.
I thought it was his.
Because
Tony's like, no.
Because I put money on who he told me to put money on, and I ended up losing this weekend.
We'll get into that on the other side. Get the guest list on a Monday. We'll get through it all together. Happy birthday, Willie Mays, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Was he have a job for life?
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Menlo Park's sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Professor, Ron Wotus, stopped by Talking Baseball yesterday with Marty Lurie to break down the Giants' struggle on this road trip and how they can turn things around today in Philadelphia. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. The Phillies take game one from the Giants. Swing, and there's a fly ball to center. Over to his right a bit. Rojas makes the catch. And mercifully, this one is over. The Phillies over the Giants 14-3.
Lee hits a high drive, deep right field, but not deep enough. Castellanos over to make the catch, and that ends the game. I think he just got it off the end of the bat, and Jung-Hoo Lee is retired, and Philadelphia makes it 3 in a row against the Giants, 9 in a row at home. 5-4, the final score.
And more to come today. 1 o'clock, there's the dreaded wraparound series. 1 o'clock finale today, 12:05. Maybe we should just talk about Willie Mays all day. Happy 93rd birthday to one of the great American figures of the 20th century. And, oh, by the way, the 21st century, because here we go, 2024. Willie, we're only about a month away from the game at Rickwood Field where he played with the Birmingham Black Barons, and maybe that's all we got to look forward to, brother.
That's about it right now. Where will they be? What will their record be by the time they're at Rickwood?
So we always say 500 by Flag Day.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point in time, 500 by Flag Day would be a jailbreak at this point in time, bro. If you gave me 500 by Flag Day right now, I'd just slap the money on the table, say, give it to me, bookie. Give it to me.
5 games under right now, 3 losses in a row. We'll see if they can avoid the sweep today. Mason Black making his MLB debut versus Zach Wheeler. But I'm with you. I'll take more Willie Mays highlights this morning instead of Jung-Hoo Lee flying out to end the game. Give me Willie over the Giants.
And the other part, too, is just that the contrast between the Phillies. I was just texting with the great R.C. Davis about this. And that is, and my buddy Schmitty all weekend, too, the lunatic who used to be the bartender at the Gold Can on Haight Street, who flew that Eagles flag 365 on Masonic. You know that story? I was like years ago in the 90s, I was driving up and down Masonic. There was an Eagles flag flying off an apartment window out on the street, like it was like waving like the American flag. It was like May. I was like, who's this guy who's flying an Eagles flag year round?
365.
So then I'm in the bar months later, and I'm talking to this bartender. Hey, man, where you? Hey, nice to see you. Blah, 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 blah. Give me a drink. Blah, blah, blah. Who you like? Oh, I'm a Philly guy. Oh, you're a Philly guy? I said, have you seen that flag on Masonic? He goes, bro, that's my apartment.
That's my
flag. He says. So turns out he was the guy. So he and I have been friends now for 30 years, and he moved back to Philly. He couldn't stay away. He moved back to Philly. And I told him, I said, bro, your team, I was texting him. I said, the fun that they're having, the chemistry on that team, the vibes, the jokes, the whole Brandon Marsh with the mic'd up, calling his band Stay Loose and Sexy, and calling balls while he's mic'd up, making catches and screaming and yelling. I'm like, those guys, they're on a different planet. My only warning to Phillies fans, RC and Schmidt, don't peak in May. All right, buddy, don't peak in May.
You're almost going full Chris Russo on me this morning. The Phillies, fun.
Yeah, seriously.
The Giants, no fun.
It is time to say good morning to young Tony Farias. Farias, who's young enough to have his hopes stomped and crushed by the Giants this weekend there. Good morning, Tone. How you doing, buddy?
Good morning.
What's your feeling on this?
Not great.
Yeah.
Not great. Yeah. I will say this. The Phillies, I think, are 16-3 in their last 19 games. So they're on a heater. Best team in baseball right now. It's super not ideal, but...
Wrong time to go to Philly.
Yeah.
Wrong time to go to Philly when you're limping, when Chappie's ice cold, Solaire's ice cold, Lee has hit a tough skid.
You got both your catchers banged up on the IL right now.
Well, that's it right there. I mean, we should probably get into that, too. I mean, Pat Bailey on Friday. Pat Bailey really the best player on the team right now, right?
He's been the best player so far this season, I think, consistently week in and week out.
And he takes 2 off the mask, and then he finally calls the trainers out. He's like, I'm seeing double. Yeah. That's scary, obviously, and in a lot of ways.
Oh, I mean, just for the fact of having a concussion, but also the fact that he was still in the game after taking the first one off the mask. I couldn't imagine what it's like to have concussion symptoms while you're sitting behind home plate with 90-mile-per-hour fastballs and splitters and all these things are coming at you.
So it's really scary because that's the stuff that starts to snowball once you start getting your first concussions, And so, man, oh, man, this Prize guy. Now you start looking back at the decision to get rid of Joey Bart.
It's a good thing that Farhan and the Giants wasted all those options, huh, Murph?
I mean, they wrote him off is what they did.
Yeah.
They basically, for 2 years, just kept him around. Unless Farhan came in here and told us something different, they never really carved a path for him to be the guy.
No, and that's why I was so
Or for him to even be on the
frustrated.
roster to keep both of them.
Well, that was even the problem because I was pretty vocal about wanting to have Joey Bart and Patrick Bailey as the 2 catchers going into the season. And then they signed Tom Murphy this offseason for around $4 million, which is probably too much for his asking price anyways. And I was questioning the move then. I was like, all right, well, if Tom Murphy's on the roster, then Joey Bart cannot be on the roster.
Well,
and Joey Bart didn't even have the option to be on the roster because of that yo-yoing, the back and forth, the calling up, the sending down. He did it multiple times over the last couple of years, and they ran out of options, which forced their hands to ultimately DFA him to get Dalton Jeffries on the roster.
I mean, they just essentially treated him like just a used part. Like he's gonna fill in here and there, and then eventually we're gonna get rid of him. Like they had the end game of getting rid of him.
I mean, Murph, we sat down the first day in Scottsdale. We asked Farhan Zaidi about Joey Bart, and he basically gave us a goodbye message before even seeing what the guy looked like in spring training.
Yeah.
They had him already 1 foot out the door.
And that's now looking like a terrible decision. Yeah. One of many by Farhan Zaidi. You look at Dave, they were showing Dave Dombrowski in the booth. If you don't, guys, people don't know, if you're not a hardo, Dave Dombrowski is a longtime MLB GM who has built World Series teams for the Florida Marlins, the Detroit Tigers, the Boston Red Sox, and now the Philadelphia Phillies. And look at the roster he's assembled versus the roster Farhan's assembled. One guy's out here just playing 3D chess. One guy's playing kindergarten checkers. I mean, it's bad, man. And you just see Dombrowski up there with his head of hair. He's in the booth. He's making notes. He's on the phone. I'm like, yeah, this is how you build a franchise. Oh, by the way, while you were sleeping, Luis Ariz came to the NL West, too. The Padres went and traded him. Now,
The Padres went out and got Tony Gwynn 2.0.
Yeah. And they're just making their team better. Now they're trading prospects. Farhan refuses to trade a prospect. He's in 2019 when he came, I was like, I'm looking forward to the big, bold, creative trade. The guy who's going into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame tonight traded Matt Williams. He had to. He's like, we had to do it. And he said it turned out it set everything in motion. Now, they didn't win a World Series, but they were in the mix constantly from 97 to 03 and went to a World Series. And they made the playoffs in 97, 00, 01, 02, 03. So that's what you got to do. You got to kind of throw them on the table, but the Giants don't do that.
Well, you think going back to 2019, Farhan Zaidi's first offseason, and the swing and the miss of Bryce Harper, the man who went deep in last night's game. And him missing out that offseason was kind of like the first of many that we talk about every single December during winter meetings. We always bring up Harper's name or Giancarlo Stanton or Judge, and the list goes on and on and on. But you look what Bryce Harper has done for that Philly lineup, for that Philly crowd, injecting life in it as an actual superstar. That's what the Giants have been missing during the Farhan Zaidi era, and it all goes back to that first offseason and swinging and missing with Harper.
I mean, just to play devil's advocate, I mean, they did make the offer, right? And they made the offer to Judge, and they made the offer to Stanton, and what is it about these offers that the players don't want? Is it that it's a bad park to hit in? Is that what it is? If you're Bryce Harper, you would go because that Philly. By the way, that Philly park's terrifying. Anything off the bat, you're like, oh man, that's out of here. Although Jung-Hoo Lee caught a couple grandson of the wind catches in deep left center over the weekend.
He made some nice plays.
He did.
Defensively.
But, I mean, maybe that is it, where it's like Stanton, Judge, Harper are like,
yeah, but I don't know. It's like, at that point, it's just like, show him a highlight tape of Barry Bonds, the greatest home run hitter of all time. Like, he had no problem hitting that ballpark. And I get it. Not everybody's Barry Bonds, but if you're Bryce Harper, if you're Aaron Judge, if you have all park power like you're advertised to do, then who gives a damn? At that point, you got to make him an offer that they can't resist. And Murph, you know the line. Coffee is for closers.
Well,
and Farhan right now has got an empty cup of coffee.
And what you do, and by the way, John Joe made an incredibly strong batch today. So once again, we wake up Monday morning, and like the Giants, our coffee machine is broken.
Oh, dude.
So Curly snapped into action, though.
This is bad, Tony.
Snapped into action and made a pot, which I appreciate. But I have to say, for whatever he did, it's like the strongest pot of all time. I never put cream or sugar in this thing. I had to cut into this thing. It's too strong. So I'm going to be hyped up on a little sugar and cream today, guys. Just FYI.
You're saying you're surprised an Irishman made you a strong drink?
It's just so.
Come on.
So I was going to say to you, so what do you do? The other answer is, well, if you can't sign, if you pitch in a cold, windy pitcher's park, then you build the best pitching staff in the world, and you don't let Kevin Gausman out the door.
No.
That's what you do.
See, that's the issue, or guys like Zach Wheeler, who you'll see on the bump today. But I know we've had this conversation multiple times. That's why, again, I think from a building your organization standpoint, from a draft perspective, I thought Farhan could have put a more emphasis on bringing bats into the organization because how difficult it is to bring in those free agent bats.
By the way, I just, 619, there's actually people out there that when you bring up Sabian's runs from 97 to 03 and 10 through 15, they say, what about 04 to 08? Are you blanking? I want to put you in the Tom Brady roast chair and sick Jeffrey Ross on you, bro.
Get him.
Yeah, guess what? It's called reloading and then winning 3 freaking World Series. What part of like that do you not understand? Jesus H. Get me to the roast. Give me freaking Nikki Glazer and Jeffrey Roast to turn on some of these texters.
We should hold a Murph roasted text line.
Well, don't talk Brian Sabian, who took you to all these World Series titles. And also, you got to reload. You make your run, then you reload. The Giants haven't reloaded. They're going into nothing. So here we go. Let's get the guest list on a Monday, 5/6/24. Wow. It's not just losing the games. It's the start, like the eyeball difference where you're like, these two teams are in two different worlds. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. It's like losing the game. Yeah, you can lose a game, but losing a game where you're like, oh, these guys are playing a different ball game than we are.
I mean, it was a one-run ball game last night. They had a chance there. I mean, they were competitive yesterday, competitive Friday.
I mean, kind of not really.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, even though those were close games by score, you know what I mean, Tony? You were watching him. He was in the airport, I know.
Yeah, it was closer yesterday, but we're not looking for second place.
Yeah, but not really. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Matt Chapman's up with a runner on third and one out, and he's striking out.
That was tough, yeah.
I mean, bro, What are you now? How many games in now? What are you, 35 games in?
Is he still your favorite Giant?
Well, no, he's not.
The defense, too. Multiple errors over the weekend.
Yeah. He needs a day. Has he had a day? Have they sat him yet this year? He needs a day.
I think
maybe
so.
once.
Not too much, yeah.
He needs a day, bro. He needs a day. He does.
He needs a little spall break.
He needs a day. He needs a day.
We'll give him a day.
What do we got here?
Tony,
All right, coming up at 6:50 this morning, we got your total weekend recall, your hums and bums coming up at 6:50. Mike Krukow at 7:30 this morning. We got the big hit at 7:50. Cooler content 8:15, and then John Shea, who knows a little bit about Willie Mays, coming up at 9:15, and then John Taylor at 9:30 being honored in the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame tonight.
Awesome. All right, we'll continue to bitch, moan, and scream. You guys join us next on The Sports Leader.
We need more dogs.
KNBR. And this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Conforto drives this one to center field. Rojas going back on it. It is off the wall. Wade around third. He'll come in to score. Conforto will stop at second.
Estrada swings. There's a high, deep drive out to left field. Hit well. Marsh is back. He's looking up. It is gone. Thairo Estrada, two-run home run here in the seventh.
Conforto hits a high drive deep right center field. Rojas chasing. He will leap and he can't catch it. It's off the wall. Conforto's going to turn second and head for third. Reeds blasts one to deep left field. And it is gone! His first Giants at bat, and Jackson Reeds takes a closer deep. Man, did he tattoo that ball.
Did young Tony Farias just try to paint a rosy picture of the Giants there? Tony, are you trying to what are you trying to do here? You trying to make us...
Reeds.
Are you creating a false narrative here with all their highlights?
I mean, they got close. They got to one run.
What, were you not hyped up to see Jackson Reeds go deep last night?
I admit I had I got a little smile out of that, but I was like, then again, who's Jackson Reeds? You know what I mean?
You just go full Mike McDaniel and Jackson Reeds?
Who? By the way, Jakson, unusual spelling, and then Reeds, a hell of a name, Jackson Reeds. Dude, get used to him. He's your backup catcher now. And your main catcher is, wait for it, Blake Sable.
Ooh.
Okay, bro? I mean, Blake Sable's a Rule 5 guy who was out there. He had a catcher's interference, too, just to remind you. To remind you.
You're telling me the Giants catcher is the guy they converted from an outfielder to catcher last season? Who was a Rule 5 player that couldn't be optioned, and now he's back from Sacramento AAA?
Yeah. Yes, that's exactly what I'm telling you. But maybe we should go back to the Brady roast. Seriously, man. And again, I wish I could repeat some of these lines. Are there any that are repeatable? How about the one where Bill Belichick said, people think that Tom and I butted heads a lot, but you couldn't butt heads with Tom because his head was so far up Alex Guerrero's A. That's pretty good,
It's
right?
not bad. Bill Belichick had a couple good lines on Gronk, saying for the first time ever, I'm telling you not to do your job. Do somebody else's job, in reference to his Fox
the NFL
broadcast
Sunday.
at NFL
Yeah.
on Sundays on Fox.
Edelman went in. A lot of Belichick about not getting jobs, too. Yeah. He goes, you used to tell us Foxborough High could make the play that we made. Well, guess what? Even Foxborough High didn't call you for a job. And Edelman had one line where he just said, Alex Guerrero is the snake oil salesman who made Tom Brady into a psycho. Or and I was like, that one's like not even funny. It's like true. You know what I mean? It's like, but anyway, a lot of, by the way, they went to Aaron Hernandez a lot on that, too.
Yeah,
They went to
a lot of Aaron Hernandez jokes. But Murph,
Yes.
were you booing more for the San Francisco Giants this weekend, or Kim Kardashian being booed off stage last night at the roast?
Yeah, how about Brady going in on Kanye, too, huh? Yeah, I don't know. It was funny. I got to give the roast a ton of credit. Those things used to be in the 60s and 70s. They used to have these Dean Martin roasts, and Don Rickles would get up there. And I thought those were pretty savage. Nothing like last night, baby. Nothing like last night. And now that means we just need the KNBR roast, right? We need the KNBR roast? Oh, baby. How good would that be?
I was going to say, that might turn a couple people against each other here if we do a KNBR roast.
Well, I mean, do Brady and all those guys walk out last night still laughing and throwing their arms around each other? It did one of those lines... Did one or two of those lines go too far, and somebody's got beef today?
Oh, I don't think Tom Brady and Jeff Ross are sitting down for coffee anytime soon.
You think he's got beef?
I mean, the way that he reacted to that Kraft joke about him getting a massage and Tom, going up off script and telling him not to say that S again, that didn't feel like it was planned. That felt like Tom was taking it personal. And it's weird that he's taking that so personal after everything people were saying about Giselle, his marriage, and everything so forward.
I don't know. I think if you walk in, you got to know. You got to know that it's all on the table. And he's got to know Giselle's on the table. And I heard one of the show before us was coming in like a serious question saying, is Tom Brady a bad dad? Because by putting Giselle on blast, his kids see it and they hear it about their mom. It's like,
come on. Even me, I'm a big Brady hater, but I'm not going with that take.
Okay, all right.
Is he a bad dad?
I know,
come
right?
on.
Exactly. Hey, Giants, it's funny. We get these teases, right? You see these teases, guys, on the YouTube and Twitch? It says, here's the tease. Giants baseball on the radio today. Pre-game 12:05, first pitch 1:05. Is that a tease or is
I wrote that, by the way.
Is that a tease or is that a scare tactic right there? It's like,
Well, Murph, how about I got a tease for you?
Yes.
Because I know everybody's freaking out about the San Francisco Giants right now.
Mm-hmm.
I left for Las Vegas for one weekend, and people are acting like the Giants are moving to Sacramento or moving to Las Vegas like the other team across the bay. But you know what, Murph? When people zig, I zag.
All right.
And that's why this weekend, after watching the San Francisco Giants lose on Saturday 14-3, I walked over to the sports book and I threw down a couple shekels on the San Francisco Giants to make the playoffs this season.
Ooh, what was the number you got?
So I got it at plus 200, double up my odds. So it's funny, I walked in.
I would have thought it would have been more.
I would have thought it would have been more too.
Damn.
So I flew in Thursday.
But you're getting 2 for 1.
It's just to make the playoffs. They don't got to win the division. They
All
just
you
have to
gotta
be
do
a
is
wild card team.
Waterboy, all they do is finish 6th in the National League. All right.
So that's it. So I got a low
We're
standard.
number 6.
And so I walked in, and on Thursday, Friday, when I checked the sports book, it was only plus 170. And after they got beat down back-to-back games in Philly, that number moved up to 200. I said, damn, I'm going to take the value. I know they're playing bad ball right now. But, hey, you got to buy when the market's low. Murph, I'm buying in because I still think this is a great pitching rotation. It's a great staff. They just can't score any damn runs or play any defense right now.
So, to your point, I'm on you now, buddy. The third wild card right now is held by, ready for this? The Washington Nationals at 17-17. Marcus, you're only 3 out in the loss column, brother.
That's it, Murph.
You are in the hunt.
Everybody's acting like this is a sinking ship right now. We're not even through the first 40 games in the season. I'm here with a bucket, grabbing some water, throwing it out of the boat, saying I still got money on these boys to make the playoffs.
Okay, just for fun, let's continue this hilarious bit of you and your bet. Who offensively is going to turn it around?
Jung-Hoo Lee would be my number one option.
He's
because,
hitting in quote-unquote bad luck.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you look at the advanced analytics, he's got a hard hit rate, ground ball, whatever the hell you want to. I don't even want to dive too far.
I just see a lot of outs right now.
Yeah, it's a lot of outs. But to me, the eye at the plate, the swing and miss stuff, he's not striking out. He's hitting the ball hard. I think that's eventually going to turn around.
OPS 612.
Yeah.
612.
Yeah.
Woo! 612. Boy, that's damn near Ahmedian.
But at least he gives me some inspiration right now, because when you look at Chapman and Soler, they look lost at the
I'm going to be honest. You know what's hitting me now on a visceral level is when I look up and I'm doing something and I'm kind of puttering around the kitchen or checking Twitter and I have the game on and I get kind of excited about it, and then I look up and Nick Ahmed's up. I got to be honest with you. And nothing against the man. He's a Gold Glover, but I'm telling you, at this point in time, in May of 2024, bro, when he steps in the box, it's like, bro, come on, what are we doing here? What are we doing? His OPS is 569, brother. 569. And it's just like, I mean, John Platzi, the great Stanford broadcaster who sends in great thoughts all the time, he said to me, he goes, I'm just saying this, take it for what it's worth, but I see Johnny LeMaster when I see Nick Ahmed. And Johnny LeMaster, he's Johnny LeMaster. Go look at Johnny LeMaster's numbers. Johnny LeMaster, nice guy, friend of the program, was a glove, was utterly empty set in the batter's box, and that's Nick Ahmed.
Did Johnny LeMaster ever airmail the ball?
Oh boy,
into
that
the
one,
damn near.
I'm on a national. One of those, I get the Athletic National Morning Newsletter, and they highlight everything that happened the night before. And they said, "I'm sorry, we know Nick Ahmed's a nice guy and everything, but I can't stop laughing because he stubs his toe.
Yeah.
And as he stubs his toe, the ball goes flying into the stands or whatever.
Dude.
Yeah, it's."
Like, watch out for stray.
And how does that even happen, though?
What's that?
How does that even happen?
Because he tripped.
His foot got caught in the dirt.
In the
They
dirt?
say because it was wet. I don't know. It's a bad play for a
So,
two-time Gold Glove winner.
I mean, I know they want to have the left side of the infield on lockdown with ground balls and everything, but, man, you got to have something offensively.
Yeah, and the problem is when Nick Ahmed is airmailing the ball 40 feet over the head of a Wilmer Flores at first base, or when Matt Chapman is now making errors, then that left side of your defense doesn't look that great.
Hey.
And it is a defense that has been improved this year. Let's set the standard there. But this past weekend, this past road trip, they haven't looked good offensively or defensively.
Let me ask you a question. This has been brought up on the text line, too. I know you were at the fight, so you didn't get to see this.
Mm-hmm.
It was definitely dubious that they even played on Saturday. That rain was ridiculous, and I know it affected both teams, but it wound up, I mean, you could say Tom Murphy blew out his knee because of it, because he slipped on the wet grass, and there was a lot of dangerous stuff going on out there, and there was a lot of, I don't think they should have been playing, brother. I don't. I mean, that was really bad. They kept showing that angle where you could see the sheets of rain coming down, and, you know, if Murphy got hurt because of it, I don't know. I mean, I'm not just crying because the Giants lost. I mean, like I said, the Phillies had to play in it too. I'd say for both teams it was dangerous. So I don't know. I don't know what the thinking was on that. They could have easily halted that game. It was dangerous. Tony, were you watching that? Young Tone there or no?
Yeah, it was Saturday.
Yeah,
Saturday afternoon.
It was relentless. Really bad.
I was actually coming to the city, getting ready to go to that concert at the Cow Palace. I didn't see the beginning of that game, but yeah, I don't know why. Melvin even said there was news that it was going to go away for a little bit, and then they just decided to keep playing, but then it went away in the third inning. So why didn't you just wait till the third inning to start play?
Forget that. How was the Cow Palace for you, buddy?
Dude, it was incredible.
Really?
Insane, yeah.
All right.
Incredible,
Saturday night was dope. Yeah.
Who was the show again?
Clooney, EDM artist from the UK.
Did you have a, what are they called, the glow stick? Do you have the glow stick going?
No.
Did you have the whistle around your neck?
I did have sunglasses on the whole time, though. Not gonna lie.
hey
Yeah.
now.
And I'm not a sunglasses indoors guy, but I was convinced. We'll just say that.
Was it just,
You were convinced.
so sunglasses, no glow stick, no whistle, but shades?
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I tell you, it was not the bigger venue. It was kind of like a warehouse style. It was off to the side,
Oh,
I
I didn't
think.
know that.
It was very dark, very late at night, too, so I didn't know where I was. Like, kind of just a huge building, too.
So he still had the sunglasses on.
Okay,
Yeah.
what time did you
They were
stumble
dark,
out of
though.
there, you think?
Like 3 in the morning, honestly. Uber home is super late.
Look
Yeah.
at this
Atta
kid.
kid, Tony.
I like to hear it. All right, that's going to be Hum Babies or Bum Babies. Tony at the Cow Palace with shades on at 3 in the morning at a rave. All right, guys. Hum Babies and Bum Babies, the Monday tradition. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. For KNBR's Opening Bell Report, sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Today, baseball fans around the world are saying happy birthday to the Say Hey Kid.
Willie Mays just brought this crowd to its feet with a catch which must have been an optical illusion to a lot of people.
From the catch at the Polo Grounds in New York to the statue on his plaza in San Francisco, he is the beloved icon, the true essence of Giants baseball.
Monty Irvin, Kyle Hubble, Gaylord Perry, the entire ball club congratulating Willie Mays on the 3,000th hit of his big league career.
As the only player with 3,000 hits, a 300 average, 300 home runs, and 300 stolen bases, today we celebrate the Say Hey Kid. Happy 93rd birthday to our beloved American legend, Willie Mays.
That giant kid is green.
From the proud home of Giants baseball, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What do you want? Same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
All right, it is a beautiful, beautiful Monday morning after that incredibly odd rain. By the way, the weather nailed it. It's so crazy that the weather app was calling for rain Saturday morning all week. I'm like, no. And then Saturday morning, kaboom, that storm came and just drilled the Bay Area. Oh, by the way, shout out to the Terra Linda Rec Center where I stood in the pouring rain and sideways wind at a swim meet in the pouring rain and sideways wind because they don't rain out swim meets, brother. They do not rain out swim meets.
Oh, that would make sense.
There's not really not an indoor pool,
weather
brother.
issues, yeah.
But anyway, I was like, I can't believe the weather app was right. And then at 1:30, it just stopped. It went from 5:30 to 1:30, just like the app said, right for the entirety. So those of us who gutted it out.
Wow.
Congratulations to us. Now, hum baby time. Marcus Boucher, you were a hum baby in Vegas all weekend.
Yeah, and I stayed dry out in Las Vegas.
Did you go outside ever?
I did for a little bit, just walking to T-Mobile Arena and kind of going back and forth between a couple casinos, just outside for some fresh air every once in a while. But there were these extreme wind conditions on Saturday night. Shout out to everybody who went out for the Lover and Friends concert that was supposed to be this huge R&B festival on Saturday, but it got canceled due to the high wind concerns. Maybe they should have just hosted it at the Cow Palace with young Tony down there.
Wearing the party glasses.
Yeah.
All right, bro, what you got? Who them hums? Who them winners?
Well, first of all, honorary hum baby, of course, to the birthday boy himself, Willie Mays. Happy 93rd birthday.
We'll continue to talk about that. So, Willie, I hope you get some cake today.
Yeah.
There you go.
So we'll give a shout out to Willie and we'll give a shout out to my guy, Saul Canelo Alvarez, because, of course, the reason why I was in Las Vegas this weekend over Cinco de Mayo weekend, a.k.a. Cinco de Drinko, as Oscar De La Hoya told us last Friday, is because of the Canelo Alvarez versus Jaime Munguia fight. And Murph, it lived up to the expectations. Two fighters born in Mexico representing their country on Cinco de Mayo weekend. The atmosphere was absolutely electric. Actually, a little bit of a split crowd with Munguia Chance coming on early. I had him ahead on the card for the first 3 rounds, really bring the pressure to Canelo. But what I said on Friday, Canelo is a counter fighter, landed a beautiful uppercut in the 4th round, dropped him, and then took control of the entire fight, really dominated in true Canelo fashion. It's his 61st win of his career, still only 33 years old, but really marking his name down as one of the legends in the sport. Gave a great young opportunity to a guy like Jaime Munguia. Here are the highlights and the final call of Canelo getting the win this weekend.
And explosive combinations and punches if you're Canelo.
Oh, right from Munguia. And he's trying to batter Canelo, who answers with a right hand of his own, and then an uppercut. Oh, Munguia is down for the first time in his career.
And this is what's going to turn into a firefight. An uppercut that he didn't see coming.
This is what happens. Jaime Munguia has been hurt and rocked in previous fights. He has never been hit by a guy with this kind of power.
Let's see if Canelo can seal the deal here in round 4.
There we go.
Body shot dropped the right hand. You could see it.
There we go. Munguia's hurt to the body.
Look at his right hand staying low.
Exactly.
Which means the left hook can come high if Canelo can land it.
Canelo knows that he got Munguia with that body shot. He's playing possum right now against the ropes. Just another big left hook upstairs.
Oh, and Canelo landed it. How did Munguia eat that one?
Canelo's way too smart and way too experienced not to go back down to the body.
For your winner by unanimous decision, and still the WBC, WBA, IBF, WBO undisputed super middleweight champion of the world, Saul Canelo Alvarez.
Canelo Alvarez remains undisputed super middleweight champion, drops Jaime Munguia for the first time in his career, and hands him his first loss, Murph.
I feel like I was at the entire fight on the length of Curly's cut there, by the way. Hey, you were listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. All right, who else you got, buddy?
All right, moving on. Hum baby number 2, we're going to the world of basketball. And I got to check in on Game 7. Game 7, nothing easy. Yesterday, it was not easy for the Cleveland Cavaliers, who found themselves in an 18-point deficit against the Orlando Magic. That's until Donovan Mitchell put on the burners in the second half, erupts for 24 points in the second half alone, ends the night with 39, 9, and 5. He averaged 29, 5, and 2 throughout the entire series and was the leading catalyst in the Cavaliers' comeback. Here are the highlights from Donovan Mitchell and a little post-game sound talking about how he did not want to go home.
And LeVert the rebound. What an outlet to Mitchell. Mitchell drives hard to the rim, reverse, he banks it in. Here's Mitchell against Suggs. Gets into the paint. Can it ever foul? Tie game and a free throw coming up. Donovan Mitchell taking over here in the third.
He's got such a herky-jerky nature to his game.
Mitchell once again. Some Mitchell mayhem here in the third quarter.
I told you at the beginning of the series, like, this is why I'm here. It's my job. It's why there's the expectation on myself, and I deserve the criticism as much as the, what do you call it, the success, the praise, you know what I mean? So, like, for me, it's just continue to be level-headed. I did my job. That's it. Like, I just did my job, and I got to continue to do my job for us to continue to advance.
Cleveland Cavaliers survive and advance. They're taking on the Boston Celtics in the Eastern Conference semifinals. Game 1 starts tomorrow night.
2 comments. One, did you see the odds in the second round? They're all like tight, and then the Celtics are like gigantic favorites to run the Cavs out of the building. 2, can I just be controversial and second guess you?
Ooh.
No Anthony Edwards.
I was going to give an honorary hum baby to Anthony Edwards. Murph, there's still one hum baby left, so you never know who number 3 is going to be.
Because, by the way, Anthony Edwards, 43 points in that win, joins Kobe Bryant as the only other player in NBA postseason history with consecutive 40-point performances at age 22 or younger.
And that was the discussion this morning. Do you go with Anthony Edwards in Game 1, dropping 42, or Donovan Mitchell in Game 7, dropping 39? And, of course, this morning we go Donovan Mitchell. Maybe Anthony Edwards will be a hum baby down the list if they continue to have success against the Denver Nuggets. But, Murph, we teased it. We got a third hum baby. And, no, it's not Anthony Edwards. Instead, it's Mystic Dan.
What?
That's right. We're going to the Kentucky Derby. And I want to make this our honorary Sam Spear hum baby of the morning. Murph, there's one man I think of when the Kentucky Derby comes around. It's Sam Spear. So I had that in mind this weekend as I was watching the 150th Kentucky Derby. And man, oh man, did we have a finish for the ages as Mystic Dan was literally going nose for nose with the other competitors. Beats out Sierra Leone and Forever Young. You'll notice that Tony's guy, Ferocity or whatever the hell his name was, wasn't in the final 3. Yeah, Fierceness. Thanks for giving me that bad bet, Tony. Should have told me to bet on Mystic Dan, who was a 20-1 odd underdog. Big upset. Here are the highlights in the final call from this weekend's 150th Kentucky Derby.
Here comes a run from Stronghold and Resilience. And Resilience has now moved up to take the lead. As Fierceness is given way, coming by the 16th pole. And Mystic Dan has now come through on the inside. It is Mystic Dan down toward the inside with the lead in the final 16. Forever Young. Sierra Leone is coming. These 3 coming down to the wire. Who's it going to be? Oh, it's a photo of the Derby. Oh, it's a photo. Was it Mystic Dan or was it Sierra Leone? Forever Young was between them, catching freedom, finished 4th. A photo finish to decide the 150th Kentucky Derby.
One of the tightest finish we have seen in the Derby.
It looks like Mystic Dan
on the inside.
Nose, by a flared nostril, but obviously that's a very, very subjective and unofficial thought.
Mystic Dan on the inside. It is the mirror there that will get the photo. So at the end there, as you watch them bob, that's the only look that's right down the line. Mystic Dan was the horse holding off the other 2 at the end.
And a brilliant decision by jockey Brian Hernandez to force his way through on the rail as he turned for home. That was the difference, Mike, in winning and losing.
Mystic Dan wins the Kentucky Derby by a nose. Murph, it's only the 10th time in Kentucky Derby history that a race has been decided by a nose length.
Lots of jokes there. By the way, is that Tirico on the call? Tirico,
that was Mike Tirico breaking it down.
He's like, give me the Derby. Give me the NFL on Sunday nights. Give me the Derby. Give me everything.
Give me Mystic Dan.
The new Costas there. You really couldn't tell. You honestly couldn't tell. I mean, they could have said the other guy, I would have believed him. The other horse, I would have believed him, too.
Mystic Dan had his nose up in the air. Sierra Leone and Forever Young were looking down.
If that thing happened in like 1920, I don't know what the hell he would have done. I don't know. I mean, maybe the photos of 1920 are better than the HD now. I don't know. But that's every second counts, right? Mm-hmm. It's a game of horse nose inches.
That's
all
it.
right.
He won by a nose hair, Murph.
Very good, buddy. Very good. All right. On to the hum. Pardon me. You did the hum, babies. Mm-hmm. On to the bum babies. And this one's going to be pretty simple, buddy. I'm going to keep it simple, stupid, because bum baby number 1 is the San Francisco Giants on Friday night. Work with me here, baby, because we're going to have a theme. And I think that theme will become evident pretty quickly. Friday night, we all broke for the weekend. We were feeling pretty good. Everybody was excited, and the G-Men went to Philly. They had beaten Boston on Thursday. Marcus had interviewed Oscar De La Hoya, and it was Apple. By the way, I have to tell you guys, maybe we got a new TV. Shout out to Video Only. And I don't know, something about the Apple TV broadcast was really crisp. Ooh. I have to say, we rag on the Apple TV broadcast a lot, but on my new TV, it was like the best sensory experience I've had.
Wow.
Like I was in the batter's box. You could hear the dirt getting scraped. They got the mics on the umps now and everything. It's like, I got to say, it was high-level production value.
Wow.
Yeah,
I'm
not the
usually
broadcasters.
anti-Apple
I'm just
TV,
talking about their mics and their cameras.
Wow.
Yeah.
How did those how did the new Philly City Connect uniforms look on Apple TV on those cameras?
12-year-old Rory Murphy walks in and goes, "They're fire, Dad. I love them." And I said, "Well, this is it. This is what it's for." I said, "If the 12-year-old kid likes them, then I'm in."
Yeah, but what was the 16-year-old review?
16-year-old goes, "I hate them. I hate them." And I said, "You are now officially an old head. You're now hating on what the 12-year-olds love. You're like now the grumpy old man."
He's telling the 12-year-olds to get off his lawn.
To get off his lawn. So anyway, guys, they even took a 2-0 lead in that game, and Jorge Soler came up with the bases loaded. He popped out. So the relentless Phillies came back, chipped away at Jordan Hicks. Pat Bailey then got blurry vision. And then Tom Murphy came in and whiffed on a pass ball, and Jordan Hicks didn't cover home. Bum baby number 1.
Dave Greshner and manager Bob Melvin out talking with Patrick Bailey. I don't know what happened to Patrick Bailey. Now Bailey starts to walk toward the dugout.
Yeah, that's going to be it for Bailey. Maybe tweaked a muscle running there, or maybe took a foul ball we didn't see.
He throws, and a ball. It clangs right off the middle. Murphy who's going to throw to Hicks, covering the plate, the slide, and Turner comes in from second and scores on a wild pitch. Kerkering throws, and Soler hits a ground ball up the middle. It's fielded by Sosa. He steps on second for 1. He throws to first. It's a double play. Ahmed comes in to score, but that's close to the worst-case scenario.
2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck it out. The Phillies take game 1 from the Giants. Patrick Bailey, he's been placed on the concussion injured list. Tell us about that.
Well, there's some history there, too. We don't think it's a severe one. It's kind of mild. But anytime you have a guy like that has to take himself out of the game, there were some symptoms this morning, and he's had it before. It was an easy one to put him on the IL. Hopefully it's only a week, but you can't be too careful with these.
So that's bum baby 1. Giants lose 4-3. Soler blows 2 bases loaded opportunities, and Pat Bailey gets hurt. Let me just real quick, because I know we got time issues, but you're a starting pitcher, runner on second, your catcher whiffs, pass ball ticks off his glove. Are you thinking about covering home with a runner on second?
You have to. There's a runner in scoring position. Ball goes to the backstop, especially with the guy that has the speed of Trey Turner.
Jordan Hicks did not cover.
You got to be at home plate.
He ran late. As Trey Turner came around third, he almost got it. But had he been at home plate, Turner would not have busted for the plate.
Yeah, you're not beating Trey Turner in a foot race.
You got to cover. Mm-hmm. That's bad, brother.
PFPs.
Bum baby.
Pitching, fielding, practice.
Bum baby number 2. Giants on Saturday. Do you see our theme? Bum baby number 1, Giants Friday. Bum baby number 2, Giants Saturday. Holy blank. Holy blank. Phillies 14, Giants 3. Keaton Wynn goes 2/3 of an inning. And then Tom Murphy in the pouring rain chases a wild pitch, pulls something in his knee, starts throwing his equipment and swearing F-bombs. He sounded like the Tom Brady roast. Blake Sable's in the game. Jackson Reitz is getting calling up. Bum baby number 2.
Now a soft liner up the middle. Up behind second goes Tyrell. He's got it. He makes a quick throw to second to Ahmed covering, but it's too late to get stopped. And it's an infield hit for Sosa. 2 straight infield hits for the Phillies. And that's going to do it for Keaton Wynn. I think the Giants are now not just worried about the game, but worried about his long-term health. In fact, that's the 39th pitch thrown. So the infield comes in for the Giants. Here is Bryce Harper. The ball is in the dirt and bounces away from Murphy up the third base line, and the run scores. 6-0 Phillies. Man, that's like an instant run. Well, how many pitches have been thrown this inning? 2. Murphy is down in the Giants dugout, and here comes Bob Melvin, the Giants manager, out to tell Adam Hammery, the plate umpire, what's going on. I wonder if Murphy, it looked like, did he get hit on the left forearm? He tried to block that ball.
It doesn't seem great, so we're calling it a left knee strain. I know they're going to get a picture of it tomorrow. Look, both teams had to play in it, so you got to figure out a way. It's not ideal for anybody, but as long as both teams are playing in it, you got to figure out a best way to do it. Yeah, I would have liked to have had him finish the first inning, but at 39 pitches, he gets into a pitch count battle with the next guy. It's just too many pitches.
Bro, what you said, I would have liked to have had him finish the first inning. Keaton Wynn. Yeah. So that's bum baby number 2. And now you've lost 2 catchers now, Marcus, just if you're keeping track.
That's bum baby status alone.
And now we get to bum baby number 3.
Ooh, let me guess.
Giants on Friday, bum baby number 1. Giants on Saturday, bum baby number 2. Can we do the math? Giants on Sunday, bum baby number 3. And Logan Webb to the rescue, right? He only went 4 innings. Big, bad Bryce Harper got him for a 3-run homer. It wasn't even that bad of a pitch. As Logan Webb said after the game, Bryce Harper's really good at baseball. The Giants tried. Estrada went yard. Jackson Reitz, your new hero, he went yard. And Conforto hit a triple, and Matt Chapman was up. And all he had to do was put the ball in play, and he whiffed. And, I mean, Sean Jelly's looking good. And Randy Rodriguez, bum baby number 3.
Giants around a pull on the infield as Harper swings and drives one high and deep out to right center field. Going back, Yastrzemski, Lee, they're looking up. It is gone. The 1-0, Estrada swings. There's a high, deep drive out to left field. Hit well. Marsh is back. He's looking up. It is gone. Thairo Estrada, 2-run home run here in the 7th. And on one swing of the bat, the Giants have cut the deficit in half. It's now 5-3.
2-1 pitch. Reitz blasts one to deep left field, and it is gone! His first Giants at bat, and Jackson Reitz takes a closer deep. Man, did he tattoo that ball. And we got a 1-run game. It's 5-4. Only 1 to count. The pitch. Lee hits a high drive, deep right field, but not deep enough. Castellanos over to make the catch, and that ends the game. I think he just got it off the end of the bat, and Jung-Hoo Lee is retired. The Phillies hang on. Alvarado does get the save, and Philadelphia makes it 3 in a row against the Giants, 9 in a row at home. 5-4, the final score.
All right, they're 15-20. They are 1-5 on this roadie. The worst part is, Marcus Boucher, that the fan base is starting to tune out a little bit. That's the worst part right now. So I don't know what's going to take. Something exciting, and excitement has not come from this lineup. The lineup has been awful.
And it feels like the pitchforks are starting to come out, whether it's on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line, whether it's on Twitter or any type of social media. You're right. It feels like the Giants are leaving town and moving out of San Francisco. I mean, yes, they're 5 games under 500 right now, still early in the season, but Murph, it's starting to get late early.
Yeah, and the whole deal is people are saying that awful B word, boring. Boring. And it comes from offense. Like, starting pitching can be great and all, but you got to have some kind of offense. And Chapman and Soler have been just patently awful. Awful. And they're leading the way. I mean, I'm not excusing anybody. I love Jung-Hoo Lee's at bats, but right now he ain't finding holes. He went 3 for 15 in this series, so I mean, I know it's only May 6th, and it's Willie Mays' birthday, and you got a long way to go. But right now, baby, we're just calling it like we see it. We're describing the world as of the Monday morning, May 6th, and the world ain't pretty. Bum babies in the books. Giants Friday, Giants Saturday, Giants Sunday. All right, your reactions. 808 KNBR is the phone number, and 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. What do you guys think? Next on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, I would have liked to have had him finish the first inning.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, let's talk about Provident Credit Union, letting your money do more for you. Yep, let's discover Provident Credit Union's Pick a Term Certificate special. With Provident's Pick a Term Certificate, you can watch your money grow quickly. Secure a 4.75% annual percentage yield with a 3, 6, or 9-month term, and earn 4.50% with a 12-month term. This limited time offer is a great option for high dividends on a term that works best for you. So earn up to 4.75% and achieve your short-term savings goals with ease. So whether you're saving for vacation, a down payment, or just building your emergency fund, Provident has you covered. Do not miss out. Secure one of the most competitive rates available on the market. Open an account today and start earning more. Visit them at providentcu.org or stop by a branch for more details. This rate is effective as of March 26, 2024. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional information, please visit providentcu.org.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, Webby's good, man. He's going to keep the ball down the best he can. He's a big-time ground ball guy, so just trying to get him up the best we can. And I thought we had a pretty good approach out there today and, scored enough runs to win.
Is that my guy Bryce Harper talking right there? Man, it's interesting. On Friday night on the Apple TV broadcast, they interviewed either Alec Boehm, because he's got that hit streak going. He's got like an 18-game hit. But they asked him about the win on Friday. That's when two guys came out and doused him with water because the Phillies have they just love each other. They have amazing chemistry.
Well, yeah, you have great chemistry when you're winning ball games.
Exactly. And they're wearing those City Connects. But he said, interestingly, he goes, well, God, when you're facing a guy like Jordan Hicks, he said he's got some of the best stuff in the National League. It was interesting he said that.
Wow.
Yeah, they grinded out against him. That shows you how good the Phillies at bats were. But Boehm did say that about Hicks. Maybe that was the best thing that happened this weekend was Boehm praising Hicks. Or Sean Jelly and Randy Rodriguez, 808 KNBR.
Those are some highlights. But Murph, it's like, yes, I know the Phillies have good vibes right now, but weren't we talking about the good vibes of a Jung-Hoo Lee getting a beer shower after his first home run down in San Diego?
It was different. They were playing better then.
Exactly. That felt different. And again, winning changes everything. Yeah. It's the ultimate kind of healer for these kind of situations. And when you lose 5 out of 6 games, that's why the fan base is angry. Hell, that's why you're angry this morning. Well, seems like everybody's angry.
There's critical moments in games, and I know everything goes on. But Friday night when they were up 2-0 early and Nola was a mess on Friday. He was getting squeezed, by the way. I could see that Apple TV broadcast was so high def. I could see Nola was getting squeezed, but much to my delight, he was getting squeezed, right? Because he was just missing, and he kept walking fools. And the Giants had a 2-0 lead, and the bases loaded, and Soler at the plate. I'm not going to put it all in one at bat. That was a key moment for a big hit that would make a 4-0 game, a 5-0 game, hell, a 6-0 game. And he changed the game, and instead he did not deliver. And then he came up later in the game in double play in a bases loaded situation, hit into a double play. Yeah. So these are big moments. He really is a gigantic underperform right now. And again, it's not all on him, but there's a lot on him.
Correct.
Because he's had a lot of runners in scoring position, and the problem with this team is the offense.
Yeah, and we're talking about a guy that's 3 for 35 in his last 10 games. A guy that's been struggling, and there have been some hard hit balls, but he was brought to this club to hit the ball out of the ballpark. And right now, it seems like he's just striking out a lot. He'll get some walks, but he just doesn't look like he's got confidence.
And I got to tell you, I think Chapman needs a day. He just hit 2 errors on Friday.
Well, dude, that's the thing. It's like I was looking up some of his numbers earlier this morning. He's got 6 errors already this season. He had 12 all of last season in Toronto.
Wait,
6 errors this season.
Saturday.
For a platinum glove.
Yeah. Incredible. All right, we asked how you guys felt. 808 KNBR is the phone number, and we'll get to you guys. And by the way, it is Willie Mays' birthday. We got that. And we're having a family outing tonight to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame dinner. So that'll be fun. You guys will get to rub shoulders and elbows and all that.
Fun.
I believe, it'll be fun as long as although Mario said we can't make a big deal about the time. Just keep it moving. Don't draw attention to it. That's what they tell us here at the radio, too. Don't draw attention to the clock. Just no. We're going to draw attention to it because the audience has to be in on the game. You know what I mean?
I don't know. Murphy's trying out some of his roast material this morning. I think this is going to be a long show tonight.
I think Boom. By the way, when you invite Chris Berman to induct Brian Saban, you better get ready.
Oh.
Because he'll go.
Oh, he's going to go and go. Yeah, you're not putting Berman on the clock.
And Sabian's the last inductee.
Oh, get ready for the main event. Get your popcorn ready. Make sure you grab one more cold one before Berman comes on stage.
Monterey Dave is our first reactor at 808 KNBR. Monterey Dave, who is in Monterey. Good morning, Dave.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Happy to, Dave.
And just real quick, maybe it'd be better to have Pablo Sandoval's glove at third base right now.
Ooh.
Just kidding, but
yes.
You guys, I called the show last Thursday morning, I believe, and you guys were kind enough to let me vent for a couple of minutes. I'll try to make it shorter, but I know you remember my call. Didn't I said that maybe the Giants should go out and trade for somebody like Luis Arraez when look what happened, right? He went 4 for 6 the other day for the Padres.
Yeah.
And you remember back in your Little League days, like when you were in like 5th grade, and there was that one kid that was like super fast, faster than everybody. And whenever he got on base, you knew he was just going to run like the wind. Well, Trey Turner, don't you think that maybe he's on second base and there's a pass ball? Maybe he might even try to score. I mean, that was just they're not playing major league caliber ball. That's what really gets to me. It's like the 90s Dodgers when you had Jose Offerman kicking balls around.
Wow. Deep pull. Jose Offerman. Was not expecting that. Well, Monterey Dave, that gets to, and I got to tell you, I was a huge supporter of Bob Melvin, Matt Williams, Pat Burrell, Brian Price, all those guys coming in. But right now, their level of play and attention to detail does not reflect well on the coaching staff at all.
No, it doesn't. They're, I don't know, ball players today, most of them, I think they're just really concerned about being able to mash. You got a handful of guys like Trey Turner and I don't know, you know who they are. The guys out
Luis
there.
Arise, Dave. Yeah.
They're all round ball players. Yeah. And they know where to be on the field.
That's the Phillies. That's the Phillies right now. That's you can see the class difference between these two. The class difference between these two clubs is stark. So, Dave, I feel you, buddy. Thanks for the call, and hopefully the beauty of the Monterey Peninsula will get you through the day. Winemaker is up in Napa. Winemaker in Napa is at 808 KNBR. Winemaker, good morning.
Good morning, boys. So I think it's time for the Bull Durham lollygagger moment, where the bats come flying in the shower. And I agree with what you just said, Murph, about the coaching staff, too. It goes all the way through. I see there's a real apathetic approach that I've seen so far, just almost sort of like, oh, gosh, here we go again. And that can't happen this early in the season. And the Giants are, we always built through the farm system, and I like a lot of the arms. I think the kids are going to be okay, and they're going to have a chance to even be special. But this team was poorly constructed, and it was done at the last second. I knew it was a crazy free agent season and all of that, and, people were waiting and agents were holding guys out. But this team doesn't seem like it has a plan. And it doesn't have like this core other than, of course, Logan Webb and some of the young arms. And, Camilo Duval's been fantastic. But it's just, we go again.
Winemaker, I appreciate the call, man. I feel your pain, and thanks for calling. He says the plan. The plan is the pitching, right? Isn't that the plan?
It's 100% the plan. Whether we're talking about the major league level or the farm system, you heard him talking about the minor leaguers. Did want to give a shout out to Carson Wisenhunt, who had 10 strikeouts over 4 innings in Sacramento, but he's not going to be on the major league roster anytime soon.
I was texting with my buddy Schmitty, and he was like, he said to me, he goes, the only guy I like on your team is your center fielder, because Lee made a couple of nice catches. And I said, well, our starting pitching was great until this weekend. This is they hit the wall. Not a single starter made it to the 5th inning. And that is exactly opposite the plan. And a lot of credit goes to Hicks's stuff was pretty good. The Phillies just got in the box and battled their A's off.
It's like even last night's game, Logan Webb, first couple of innings, that changeup looked unhittable. And then you just see Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber and all those guys just have the ability to pull out the 9-iron and go golfing out there. And it didn't matter how far that changeup got down in the zone. They were putting good contact on it.
Yeah, so that's the plan. So in other words, to Winemaker's thing, the plan is that. Now, to his other comment about it was all thrown together at the last second with Soler and Chapman. And I understand. I endorsed it, though, right? And a part of that was the free agent market this year was just terrible. And whether it was Boris or the owners, collusion, whatever you want to call it, if you were trying to build through free agency, you were going to get a freezing cold guy coming in late. And Chapman, maybe, I don't know. Chapman's only 31. He should not be done. He should not be out of gas right now. You know what I mean? He should be like, it's not like he's 36, It's not like he's 34. So I don't know what's going on with him. And somebody say he leads the team in errors. Is that right?
Well, he's got 6 on the season. I got to check to see where that ranks like MLB league leaders. Like you would think this early in the season, we're not even at the 40-game mark, and he's got 60. He's got half as many errors as he did last season.
So anyway, and then Soler, again, he's a guy, he's 32. He shouldn't be out of gas. Like his numbers last year were dramatically higher than they were this year.
Are we seeing the reasons why Jorge Soler, Matt Chapman, and Blake Snell were available that late in free agency?
I would have thought, and I endorsed it. I thought Chapman, the two biggest things to me were off-field issues. I thought Chapman was going to be that red-ass leader in the clubhouse. That's what everybody says. You talk to people who've been in clubhouses with him. This guy's a winner. This guy's a winner. He holds you to a standard. And then the other part was the Bob Melvin, Matt Williams factor, the hum baby factor. Well, the hum baby factor is 15 and 20 right now. We could go with the old Montreal smoked beef theory, Marcus, that Melvin's teams don't come together till the All-Star break, right?
How far away is that All-Star break, Murph? We got a couple months ago before then, and we did some research. We looked it up. Matt Chapman is tied for the lead this year in errors in Major League Baseball.
Unbelievable. All right, let's go out to the the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 831 says, if you all were as bad at your jobs for 3 straight years as Farhan, you'd be reading the morning announcements at Galileo High School. All right. Hey, I'll take that gig. Shout out to Galileo High School. 805 says, Waterbury, what are you seeing with Logan Webb? Hey, pitching coach Marcus Boucher.
Well, that's what we were just talking about. It's like even some of those changes were down. The fascinating part about Logan Webb so far, and I know it's just 2 starts back-to-back, but his numbers, his home and away splits are astronomically different. Like, he's been a baller at Oracle Park. We were talking about his stats a couple weeks ago about how he's got the lowest career ERA by any starting pitcher ever with 40 minimum starts at Oracle Ballpark. And then he leaves town, goes out to Boston, and just didn't have his stuff. I thought his changeup, as I said earlier, looked good early on in the game, but that Philly lineup, they'll make you pay. It's like they were scratching across runs in the first inning, or should I say early on in the game. We saw the Nick Ahmed error.
Yeah, that was an error.
And then how about that broken background ball that almost took out Logan Webb? Like, I don't think Webb looked terrible yesterday, but you can't make mistakes against a Phillies team against guys like Bryce Harper, who made him pay with a home run yesterday.
510 says, Phillies and the Red Sox get in the box and battle their asses off. Why can't the Giants do that? I have to tell you, 510, again, I don't mean to pick on this guy, but if I look up and see Nick Ahmed in the box, I'm like, bro, Johnny LeMaster? Here we go.
When I look up and see Nick Ahmed in the box, I go get another beer, if I'm being honest with you.
All right, guys. Man, it's tough. It's hard out here for a Giants fan. Game today, 1:05 first pitch, 12:05 pregame, and then 3 in Colorado. You got Dirty Harry De La in Denver tomorrow. We'll see what happens.
The last man to get a win for
By the way,
Giants.
you know who's coming to town next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? The guy, Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers hit 2 bombs yesterday, one from 464 feet.
Shohei's heating up just in time. Huh?
Dodgers in town next week, baby. See if they can steal one today behind Mason Black. Mike Krukow, and you know Mike, he's an optimist. We'll see what he says. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher here on a Monday morning to talk to you about Prize Picks, because Prize Picks is the most fun I've had, winning up to 100 times my money this basketball season. Playoff time is your time to join Prize Pick community of over 5 million members who have already downloaded the app. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projected stat, and submit your lineup. Turn $10 into $1,000 with just 4 correct picks. And I tell you guys all the time, I'm always on Prize Picks. Whether we're talking basketball, whether we're talking boxing this past weekend, or whether we're talking some strikeout props with the San Francisco Giants and Major League Baseball. There is always action available on Prize Picks. And tonight, I'm looking at the playoff basketball board, and I'm selecting Jalen Brunson for more than 30 points and Tyrese Halliburton for more than 10 assists in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference semifinals between the Knicks and the Pacers. So join me and download the app today and use the code word LEADER for a first deposit match of up to $100. That's promo code LEADER for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right. Well, when we signed off with Mike on Friday, we still have 3 games to talk about, Mike, and unfortunately, they were all losses. So Mike's brought to us by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealer. So, Mike, we come to you. It's Willie Mays' birthday. That's the good news. The bad news is the Giants lost 3 in Philly, and they came in different ways, and they lost 2 catchers to injury. Mike, help us. Good morning. Help us, Mike. Help us. How are you?
Yeah, but the Kentucky Derby was amazing.
I hope you bit on Mystic Dan by a nose hair.
No, I did not. I voted for Jason Worthworth. What was his name? He's number 1 horse. I forget. Anyway, It was so exciting. I love it. Yeah, I was raised in Southern California, and we were really close to Santa Anita. San Gabriel High School, where I went to high school, was just hop, skip, and a jump away from Arcadia, where Santa Anita was. And it was really cool because, we weren't old enough to bet, but we would sit there at lunch and we'd read the daily form, and we would handicap, and we would send a guy out because after they would have 9 races, and then they would open up the park after the 8th race. So everybody could go in there for the 9th race. Well, we'd send one guy up there who had like 15 bets, and you'd find one of the gym rats there who, they had a lot of gamblers up there. And for $5, he'd put down all our bets, right? And it was just a $2 bet. We thought we were hot stuff, but it was just so much fun. And then when we'd have a day off, we would go to the races, and we'd just watch the races. You didn't have to bet to enjoy it and love it. So we really, really liked the races. And so every big race, and especially the big 3, the Kentucky Derby, the Preakness, and the Belmont, I'm on it. And so we usually see it at the ballpark where, between innings, they'll show the fastest 2 minutes in sports. And I always it's just great. And I loved it. And the race that they had this last week, oh, my God, it was one of the best I've ever seen.
Yeah, it really was. And you're right. Horse racing can be so much fun and majestic if you're there. And that distracted us from the Giants. So many different ways to go, Mike. Let's start with the injuries to the catchers. And the worry about Pat Bailey and the blurry vision, and then Tom Murphy and the wet grass maybe being upset at the conditions, and leaving the Giants with Blake Sable and Jackson Reitz. Wow, that's a lot to chew on. How do you digest that?
I can't remember the last time I saw 2 catchers go down in a series. That's crazy. The Patrick Bailey thing is better news than really right now what we're getting with Tom Murphy, because once Bailey got into the concussion protocol, that's a gray area. You just don't know. Sometimes you go in and sometimes you don't come out for more or ever. Mike Matheny, that hangs over everybody's head that watch his career just completely end because of the concussion that he suffered. And that bothered him for years. So we're getting good news about Bailey, and, that's the good thing. In regards to the MRI on the knee of Tom Murphy, I don't know yet. I haven't heard the results yet, so I'm trying to stay positive. But so up comes Sable, who's got some experience. Obviously we got a chance to see him last year. And, his hands are full right now trying to learn a staff and run a staff. And then, and then we're also learning a new guy that, we didn't really know a whole lot. Reitz, we didn't really see him. And what's he do yesterday? Comes up, hits. So I like the guy already. Hey, he hits home runs.
Mike, anytime a West Coast team takes a East Coast trip this early in the season, weather can always be a factor. And I don't want to use that as an excuse for the Giants this weekend because both teams were out there playing in the rain. But we saw injuries to Murphy. We saw injuries to Trey Turner. And we saw guys like Keaton Lynch struggle in the game to get a grip with his splitter. How much does the weather affect these teams on the road, and how much of a factor do you think that played into the Giants' struggle so far on this road trip?
Well, the grip for Keaton Lynch, the ball's not going to be wet. You're going to get a brand-new ball that's going to be dry. What affects grip for a pitcher on a ball is humidity. If you have no humidity in the air, and oftentimes one of the toughest places I've always felt to get a grip on a ball is in San Francisco. You've got cold air, and it's just you don't perspire. Your arm, you don't sweat much when you're out there, so it's very difficult to get a grip on the ball. And That's why I never ever threw a pitch in San Francisco where I didn't have pine tar on my glove. I mean, it's just what you did. And but for Keaton Wynn in Philadelphia, I doubt that was an issue. I just don't feel that it felt good to him. Some days it feels that way. You pick up a baseball, and it's like you're picking it up for the first time. It doesn't feel good in your hand. It's not coming out right. We felt that way watching Logan Webb in Boston. The changeup wasn't coming out right. I mean, that's just the way it is. Whatever shows up that day, whatever feels good, that's what you're going to go with. Some days you have a feel for every pitch you have. Other days you don't. You just have to try and make it work. And unfortunately, he couldn't do that. Kind of a sign of a young pitcher. But it's all part of the learning process. And, we saw his worst start ever, unfortunately. In regards to coming to the West Coast, from the West Coast to the East Coast, when it's cold, and we had a discussion about this last week, it's not that much of an issue until it's hot. When you have to go from San Francisco where there's no humidity, and you go into the South or the Eastern Seaboard or the Midwest when it's hot and humid, that's an issue because of the weight loss when you're out there on the mound when you're playing. It's really, really tough. And it takes you a couple days to acclimate, but there's no excuses. They didn't play well. They set the table. They didn't get the hit. I mean, there's a great article right now in The Athletic from Andrew Baggerly, and he talks about Jorge Soler. I mean, in the third spot of the Giants batting order, it's a void. There's nothing happening there. They're not producing, and that's a spot in the lineup where you've got to have some big hits, and Soler's not getting any of them. And they've set the table for him. So, I mean, what do you do? Prior to yesterday, they scored 4 runs yesterday. Prior to yesterday, they hadn't scored more than 3 runs for, I think, 9 games. And they've had great pitching. Their starting pitching's been unbelievable. This time through the rotation, it's been a little rugged. But for the most part, their starting pitching and their pitching in general has given them a chance to win, but they're not hitting. They're not getting the money hit. And that really is where the problem lies.
Yeah, you're 100% right. I mean, we went through all the numbers. Lee, Chapman, and Soler, really, really rough stretches of late. So big picture, Mike, we as fans, everybody's upset. Everybody's disgusted. Everybody's frustrated. But you're Bob Melvin, you're Matt Williams, you're Ryan Christensen, you're Brian Price, you're Pat Burrell, you're Matt Chapman, you're Nick Ahmed. You're coming to the park today. Like, how different is their attitude? Big picture. Are they pissed? Are they pressing? Are they relaxing? Are they having a team meeting? What's the macro here when you start 1-5 on an East Coast road trip and looking bad doing it, and you look up and you're 15-20? They're
embarrassed. They're 1-5 looking bad, and it's more than just not getting the big hit. They were vulnerable. I mean, because everybody gets a time through the rotation where it isn't easy to win. They're not giving you a chance, and those games you've got to score, and you got to catch the damn ball. They can't look any worse defensively. I mean, there was a play yesterday. I mean, Nick Ahmed, he can't even explain. Ground ball, shortstop, routine play, and he takes his stride step, and he stumbles, throws the ball 20 feet over Lamont Wade Jr.'s head. Well, I don't think he's ever done that. This is a 2-time Gold Glover. So, they're not playing defensively very well. It's across the board. A ball that gets in the lights. Conforto can't make it in left field. 2 errors in a game from Chapman. Oh, are you kidding me? He's a platinum glover. So we're seeing really bad defense. We're seeing guys get picked off, not making good decisions on the base pass, and just playing poorly. Well, that can improve. So, yeah, I mean, a meeting in the clubhouse, it's not a bad idea. A players-only meeting, damn right. Get after it. Get a few things off your chest because they're grinding. And they're grinding and they're pressing because they don't trust the guy behind them in the lineup. They don't feel they can overcome mistakes right now because the offense is not hitting the ball. So it all can improve dramatically with one game. Go out and play a clean game. Get a big league knock with somebody on base. Knock in an RBI with 2 outs and 2 strikes. I mean, it doesn't take much to turn it around. And that's why Bob Melvin, Matt Williams, Brian Price, Ryan Christensen, Pat Burrell can afford to be patient because these guys all have track records. Jorge Soler, he's been a good hitter. Granted, what is he, lifetime 242 or something like that? But he does damage. He hadn't done any damage. So he has to start doing damage. and so does everybody else. And it can turn around quickly. But right now, they cannot play poorly or more poorly than they have. They've been hard to watch. And this is a team that we all like coming out of spring, all of us. We are all excited about it. And they have not lived up to our expectation yet. But there's plenty of time. But it would be nice if they could win. Beat Wheeler. Zach Wheeler's their ace. He's pitching today. You're throwing a rookie at him. The odds against the Giants are monumental. Win that game. And all of a sudden, it's a pretty good flight into Colorado. You're feeling good about yourself. But that's what's going to take.
Yeah, and we'll see how Mason Black does tonight in his MLB debut. Mike, quick thought on Mason Black squaring off against Zach Wheeler. First major league game. Kid from Pennsylvania gets to play in Philadelphia. How big of a moment is this for Mason Black?
That's the biggest scene in his life. Are you kidding me? He's going to be completely over-geeked. But keep in mind, this is a veteran team that the Phillies have. And what is the one type of pitcher they don't like to see? It's the guy they don't know. So at least one time through the lineup, Mason Black, if he's throwing strikes, he should have the advantage. And, and it really is going to be a bullpen game. You hate to see all these bullpen games. I mean, these starters are getting knocked out early. That's stressing out the pen. And guess where they go to tonight after the game? Colorado, where you need bullpen. And the other thing, too, is that they're going to Colorado. They're not getting a day off before they tee it up against the Reds for 3 who are playing well, who are dangerous, and then the Dodgers. So this is stand up and be counted time for the Giants.
It sure is, Mike, and you said it all very, very, very well. But let's end it on one positive note, and that is it's Willie Mays' 93rd birthday, and the fact that we still have this giant among us here is incredible. So for you, Willie Mays' birthday, what does it mean? What do you think of? What's your Mays memory?
Oh, God. There are so many. But, basically, he's been our trump card for years. Any organization that you talk to a fan of, whether they're Cardinal fans or Dodger fans or Red Sox fans or Yankee fans, they could talk about their history and they could talk about the best guy they ever played in a Yankee uniform or a Dodger uniform. And you could look there and you could smile on your face and you could sit there and nod your head and listen to everything that they have to say. And I don't care how long the dissertation is, you can just nod with a smile on your face, because at the end of that dissertation, when that guy stops talking, you look at him and you say, yeah, but we got Willie Mays. End of discussion.
Yes.
And that's what he's meant to us. He's the greatest of all times, and God bless him. He's still with us, and sharp as a tack, I might add. And so we just think of him. I don't know if we'll ever see him back at the ballpark, but he's with us in spirit. And certainly, Willie, if you're listening today, which he does, he listens to your show, we say happy birthday, and we love you, all of us.
Perfectly said, Mike. Awesome, awesome, awesome. We'll talk to you on Wednesday.
Got a bet.
Mike Krukow, brought to you by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. All right, reaction to what Mike was saying about the pressing, about the 3-hole, about the RBIs, about the offense, about the bats, about the coaching staff, about the defense. 808 KNBR is a phone number. That's the big hit. What do you guys think? The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is alive, 415-808-5627. The big hit next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants have started off this road trip losing 5 out of their first 6 games.
Oh, no! We suck again!
That's the way it's feeling this morning. If you feel differently, call us up right now. 808 KNBR is the number. We're getting your reactions to the Giants' struggle in Philadelphia and Boston over the past week. Hit us up on social, at Twitter, on Instagram, TikTok. I don't know, wherever the kids are these days. Find us on social media and on the KNBR app.
Hold it now. This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. The Phillies take game one from the Giants. Swing, and there's a fly ball to center. Over to his right a bit. Rojas makes the catch. And mercifully, this one is over. The Phillies over the Giants 14-3.
Lee hits a high drive, deep right field, but not deep enough. Castellanos over to make the catch, and that ends the game. I think he just got it off the end of the bat. And Jung-Hoo Lee is retired, and Philadelphia makes it 3 in a row against the Giants, 9 in a row at home. 5-4, the final score.
Come on, the sun is out. It's Willie Mays' birthday. We're all going to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame dinner tonight. Let's try to have something positive in our lives. Marcus is back from Vegas. He got to interview Oscar De La Hoya. Anything else? Anything positive? It poured rain Saturday morning.
Kendrick Lamar dropped more diss tracks on Drake.
The Brady roast was legit hilarious, right? It's too bad we can't use any of it because it's so profanely, incredibly NSFW. But hey, man, I got to give those guys credit for going in on Tom Brady last night. But hey, man, it's all about the Giants. We're feeling the same thing you are. And if you missed the Hum Babies and the Bum Babies today, the Bum Babies were Giants on Friday, number 1. Giants on Saturday, number 2. Giants on Sunday, number 3. Yes, they went into Philadelphia. We signed off Friday morning on the high of your De La Hoya interview, and the Giants having beaten the Red Sox on Thursday. They turned around Friday night, went against those Philly City Connects on Apple TV. Ugh. And Jordan Hicks wasn't terrible, but the Phillies all of a sudden just like it was the Friday night game where we got a taste that this Phillies lineup is no joke. Like, every guy who got in the box was battling his rear end off, whether it was JT Realmuto or Alec Bohm or, of course, Bryce Harper, or for Friday night only, Trey Turner. Yeah. I mean, this lineup, I mean, the Dodgers and the Braves, they better take note that team in Philadelphia is here to say. That said, that's no excuse. You're a major league team. You spent $198 million on your payroll. Mm-hmm. You got to go show way better than you did because, Marcus, the scary thing was that it looked like the Phillies are a different class of ball club than the Giants. Like, that is maybe, forget the scores and forget the two of them were one-run games. If you watch the game, start to finish, and watch the pitching staffs and the defense and the base running and the approach at the plate and the results at the plate, it was a different class of baseball.
That's what it felt like. It looked like we were looking at a tier list, like our guy Mike Sando does every year for quarterbacks. Like, we're going to go through the tier list of, like, baseball teams and power ranking the National League. And look, we knew the Dodgers and the Braves were going to be ahead of everybody else. The Phillies, in my opinion, are in that conversation also. With all the superstars you just named, the fact that they were just in the World Series a couple years ago, they've had the postseason success, and they got that big old superstar Bryce Harper right in the middle of their lineup because he signed with the Phillies in 2019 instead of signing here in San Francisco. But you're absolutely right. After Mike Krukow got done riffing about the Kentucky Derby, because even he doesn't want to talk about Giants baseball right now, he told us that there are no excuses. They're just playing bad baseball right now, losing 5 out of the first 6 on this road trip. The inability to score more than 3 runs. Congrats, you finally did it last night with your 4th or 5th string catcher hitting a home run in the 8th inning. But right now, they're just playing bad baseball. They're playing bad defense. Murph, it feels bad right now. I know we're not even at the first 40-game mark of the season, but right now, 5 games under, the Giants are playing some bad baseball.
And so, man, I'm telling you guys, and I'm concerned. 2 big things for me is I was a huge proponent of the Bob Melvin, Matty Williams hum baby regime.
Yeah,
well,
and then you made them all bum babies this morning.
35 games in, they are not playing. First of all, when's the last time they threw down a bunt? When's the last time? I mean, I thought we were going to play a lot more of that small ball, that hum baby stuff. Throw one down,
That's
baby.
what we saw was Yaz in Boston with like a runner on second and third.
And look, I think he did that on his own. So I'd like more of that, too. I got to say, the shortstop situation, guys. I mean, the Nick Ahmed, I know he's got a glove, but even him, he's airmailing balls into the stands. But the at-bats are really, 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 really rough to watch.
Yeah, he's got a gold glove, not a gold arm, Murph.
And then 408 writes in, he says, let's get real about this for our Hunt team. All the big money acquisitions he pulled off were players no one else wanted for a reason. Now, I was a big Matt Chapman guy. Everything I talked to people who knew the guy, who'd been in clubhouses with the guy, and they said, this guy's a winner. He will hold this team to a standard. He's only 31 years old. I know he's not 26-year-old Matt Chapman, but he's still 31. You go look at his career numbers. There's no dramatic drop-off. He had a rough second half of the year last year, but they said it was because of the thumb injury. Well, maybe not. I don't know. But he's out here kicking balls around, too. I don't know if he needs a day. But right now, Jorge Soler, Matt Chapman, and then Jung-Hoo Lee, who I think we would all say of those three, he's the least of the three concerns. I think he's having good at-bats.
Correct. I think he's giving you the most kind of inspiration for a guy who will turn it around if we're talking about the three big offseason acquisitions for Farhan Zaidi. But then you look at what Jorge Soler has done and just the slump that he's in right now. And he's a DH. All he does is hit. And so to have your DH struggling that big is a huge hole in your lineup. The thing that stands out to me about Matt Chapman, I know he's hitting .215 right now and has been struggling at the plate also, but to see him struggle defensively, because I was with you, just bringing in Matt Chapman for his defense alone, 2-time Platinum Gold Glove winner, throwing the extra Gold Gloves on top of the Platinum Gloves. To see him have 6 errors this early in the season, lead Major League Baseball for a guy that you could just chalk up for being, there's a ground ball to the left side of the infield. Matt Chapman's got it, no problem. I don't know if he's starting to carry some of his at-bats out to the field. There really is no explanation. Again, they're just playing bad baseball, plain and simple. Can't score runs, can't play defense. That's not a recipe for a winning ball club.
Has he played every game this year? I'm trying to find his games played here on his he's played, I can't find it on MLB.com, but anyway.
34 out of 35. He's taking 1 day off.
He needs a day, brother. I don't know who you play at third, but he needs a day.
Maybe more than a day.
Tyler Fitzgerald or somebody like that.
Wilmer Flores can play third for a game.
Okay, some of this deal, and there's another guy too. Just throw him on the pile. The Giants, according to Andy Bagley's piece today, out of the 3 spot, have 7 RBIs, which is the lowest total of any team in Major League Baseball, okay? The other part is that Soler is, with runners in scoring position, batting .115 with a .504 OPS. Now, 26 at-bats. Is that too small of a sample size? And again, do you go by, hey, it's 15 and 20, get back to 500 by Flag Day and take it from there? No, it's what I said to you at the outset of this big hit, which is the class difference, the tier difference, the Mike Sando tier situation. And that is also, too, the Phillies. It applies to the Phillies' chemistry. One of my buddies, Daryl, keeps telling me, you never talk about how boring the Giants are, how boring they are. And it's an interesting comment because Buster Posey himself did several interviews in the offseason, including on our show, where he said, we need to get back to being exciting. Having the Tim Lincecums. Oh, by the way, 17 years ago today, Tim Lincecum's Major League debut on Sunday Night Baseball against the Phillies. And that started a new era, by the way. And happy birthday, Willie Mays, on Tim Lincecum's debut day. Buster said, you got to get back to the Timmies and the Pandas and the Brian Wilsons, the Fear of the Beards. And so we said when they signed Jung-Hoo Lee,
correct,
we thought he was going to be exciting. We thought maybe Matt Chapman would be that sort of like diving, dirty third baseman who would be exciting, right? We thought maybe he's the starting pitching. Jordan Hicks throwing 100, 102, whatever would be exciting. But I'm hearing over and over and over again that these guys are dull and boring. And that comes from offense, I think. That's what people want. Offense. If they lose 10-9, fans would probably be less upset.
I think you're right. It's the fact that they've gone. What was the stat that Mike Krukow dropped? 9 out of the last 10 games?
Was not until Jackson Reese hit that solo homer yesterday. It was 9 straight games of 3 runs or fewer.
Yeah, so I can sit up here and talk about the starting pitching, which, again, I like. I think the Giants have one of the best rotations in baseball. And I can sit here and talk about Jung-Hoo Lee making great defensive plays in center field. To me, that's exciting. But you're right. It comes down to offensive production. Chicks love the long ball. They always have. They always will. But when Jorge Soler is 3 for 35 in his last 10 games and is not hitting long balls, yes, it is a boring offense to watch, and it's something that I just haven't figured out. It just hasn't clicked, especially for anybody. Like, consistently, like, we talk about hitting being contagious. These guys haven't caught the hitting bug all season.
Also, if you want to talk about the more notes of boredom, speed. Like, first of all, the Phillies came in, saw Blake Snell behind the dish, started running, right? They started running. The Giants right now, outside, only the Rockies have fewer stolen bases than the Giants. So they're a low-scoring team that doesn't run. I mean, really, starting pitching has been the only thing you look forward to, and this is why this weekend has been so disappointing. Hicks, Wynn, and Webb, none of them made it to the 5th inning, and a lot of that has to do with that Phillies lineup, which is just incredible and just grinds it. And look at it, Dave. They're showing Dave Dombrowski up in the box with that head of hair. Check out the head of hair on a Dave Dombrowski, by the way. And, dude, this guy, by the way, what do you want, a World Series team in Florida? You want a World Series team in Detroit? You want a World Series team in Boston? You want a World Series team in Philly? This guy knows how to build a winning roster and an exciting roster. Now, their park is smaller. It's more conducive to offense. But that park is jumping, and the fans love the team. Did you see Brandon Marsh mic'd up yesterday Do we have that in the cool? You can play it right now. Brandon Marsh is out there with his long hair and his long beard, and he was being really fun and loose with the guys on the microphone. And when he called a ball, like, I got it, and then he caught it, and he goes like, yeah, he was screaming.
And he did it mid-answer when he was being asked about who he would form a rock band with other players on his team.
And they had the riff about the Huarache song. Who was the rap song they were talking about? It's a song they played. Do we have all that Brandon Marsh stuff in the cooler or no?
Looks like we have one cut, 20 seconds here.
What is it? Is it the rap song? Is it the Huaraches, or is it the
Huarache, yeah.
Just hearing stuff like this. Like, who on the Giants is riffing like this?
All right, here's the fan question.
All right, hit me with it. Hey, Marcy, it's Bomer. I was just wondering if you're wearing your Huaraches tonight.
Man, these off-whites. These ain't no Huaraches. No, man, he did not just ask me that. Oh, my God.
And then they went on to say it's a rap song they've been listening to nonstop, where that's a line. These are off-whites. These ain't no Huaraches.
Ooh, I don't know what bar he's referring to, but I know Nike Huaraches have always been an argument in the world of baseball, whether or not they're actual baseball cleats or not.
You should have the longer cut there for sure. And also then they asked him if you had a band, who would be on the team. And he was like, again, he's making plays, answering it. And when he's running in, he goes, my band name. He's like, oh, I got to go. We're going to break. Stay loose and sexy, baby. And I was like, look at these guys, man. The Giants are not loose and they're not sexy. Right?
No, and we talked about the excitement factor earlier today and how the Phillies team looks like they're having so much fun out there on the field. Well, yeah, it's fun to win ball games. It's hard to be having fun when you've lost 5 out of your first 6 on the road trip. But again, I go back to that opening series against the San Diego Padres where Jung-Hoo Lee was going deep for the first time in his MLB career. And next thing you know, he's in the shower cart getting a beer shower, and everybody's loving it. And everybody's talking about how much fun and how much excitement there is around this team. And again, that goes back to this offseason where there was a feeling of excitement. But so far now, with a 15-20 record, 35 games of the season, it feels like that life and that energy has kind of been sucked out of this team, and especially that offensive lineup.
Man, oh man. 707 says, over the last few years, the lack of offense has been more of a feature with the Giants than a bug. It's true. The lack of offense is incredible. 760 says, is Pat Burrell getting any blame for this? I mean, 35 games in, he has to get some. I mean, their offensive approach is poor.
I mean, him and Justin Vealey, who's been around the ball club for a little bit. I mean, this is year after year now. I know we talk about the new regime, the change, but Justin Vealey has been around this ball club for a couple years now, and this lineup has not been putting up great offensive numbers.
650 says, KNBR not knowing current pop culture references. So you guys, that's up to you guys now on this thing about the Huaraches. 408, LOL, white guys talking rap so cringe. Does that apply to Brandon Marsh and Alec Boehm then, too, or just us?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
Unless it was in Euphoria or Meet the Grams, unless we're talking Kendrick Lamar dropping diss tracks this weekend. So, I don't think he was talking Huaraches.
According to this guy, white guys are not allowed to talk about rap.
I don't know. We'll drop the mic on that one.
I'm just reading. I'm letting you guys know what's out there. 408 says, Giants have not been sexy for a while. Hank Hill's flat ass. What is that? What? What are we talking about? Hank Hill's. Oh, my God. The 831 says the song you were looking for is called Get In With Me. 559 says timing is key. Chapman, Soler, and Flores, how many hard-hit foul balls can you hit? A lot of solid contact has gone foul consistently. 510 wants to stay on the rap tip, says the morning show is Team Kendrick, right?
You're damn right we are.
I'm out on that one.
Yeah,
guys.
we don't give a damn about no Drake night.
831 says, my kid wanted me to make Drake a bum baby.
I wanted to make Kendrick Lamar a hum baby this morning.
I said we could fold it into sports and make the city of Toronto a bum baby because Drake apparently lost the war, and so did the Maple Leafs Game 7 against the Bruins.
Look at you working, Murph.
Well, you got to make it sports somehow. All right. 408 says, I've watched Soler take strike 3 too many times. No, not when he's hitting into double plays. 559 says, Tyra leads the Giants with 19 RBIs. The Dodger lineup has 6. Yes, 6 guys with 20 or more RBIs.
Why you got to bring up the Dodgers?
209 says, the Giants have a fundamental approach at the plate problem. They're overly concerned about getting opposing pitchers count up instead of just swinging at the ball. 559 says, you guys are all over it. The Giants are boring. 707 says, this is on Farhan Zaidi. That's the other part, too, guys, is, at what point I sent you guys that funny AI meme. There's an AI meme going around of these guys marching through San Francisco wearing coats and ties.
I'm done with AI.
And it says, they're holding a big sign that says, rehire Gabe Kapler.
No, stop it.
I have heard from multiple listeners saying, oh, so what happened? They're coming at me specifically because they knew I was anti-Gabe. They're like, oh, so your guy Gabe was the problem, right? So there's definitely been I'd say like a 10 to 11% factor of hecklers on social and on the text line saying, what about your boy Gabe, Murph? I thought he was the problem.
You know what they're saying about your takes on Gabe Kapler last year?
That's an uninformed take.
I mean, Gabe has got to be loving this.
You probably need to do some homework on that one.
Doesn't he love this?
I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
707 says, hey, guys, if you want to watch an exciting team close to 500, I got the Oakland A's on line one.
They're not having any problem scoring runs right now.
No, they scored 20 on Saturday.
Brent Rooker going deep multiple times. Yeah.
530 says, if the Giants don't make the postseason, it's time to blank. It's time to get rid of Farhan Zaidi. Not so much for the free agent struggles, but for the foundering farm system. But he says postseason, you got to tell the big hit crowd what you did in Vegas, buddy.
Tell it to the water boy who hit the zag when everybody was zigging this weekend. And yeah, I hit a couple zigzags too. But because of the Giants being blown out back-to-back games, losing in Boston, losing back-to-back in Philly, I went down on Saturday night after the 14-3 loss, and I threw a couple shekels on the San Francisco Giants to make the postseason, baby. That's right. You got to buy when the market's low. They're only 3 games out of the wild card, if that makes anybody feel any better. But all I need is the Giants to make a postseason. I'm just banking on this pitching staff. It's been one of the best rotations in baseball. They're getting Blake Snell. They're getting Alex Cobb. They're getting Robbie Ray. The offense has to click at some point. I'm not going to overreact this early in the season, and I got good value. Murph, I got the ticket. Giants in the postseason. Let's be positive this morning.
We have playoffs. We now have like our poster boy of hope, and his name is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. He went in there and put his money where his mouth is, baby.
I not only put money on the Giants to make the postseason, threw down a couple dollars on my guy Jung-Ho Lee to win Rookie of the Year.
What?
I think he's going to turn it around, man. Look at the stats. Look at his hard hit rate. Look at his strikeout rate. I got him at insane, like plus 1,800 odds. Huge odds for Jung-Ho Lee. Threw a couple dollars down on him, Murph.
But does Imanaga count as a rookie in Chicago?
Yes, he does.
And you got none shot.
Yamamoto also counts.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Oh, you got
They both count.
You got
Well, that's why I got plus 1,800 odds.
Wasted money, too.
Oh, come on.
Bro,
have some faith in Jung-Ho Lee.
Yes, is 612.
He's going to turn it around. You watch. He's going to turn it around.
I've always thought those guys shouldn't be around for Rookie of the Year. But if you come from if you've played pro ball somewhere else.
Same take for Jung-Ho Lee then, because he played in the KBO?
Yeah, I would say that for any of those guys who've played pro ball.
I just did it
overseas,
based on pitching is so inconsistent. And there really hasn't been too many pitchers to win the Rookie of the Year award lately. So, hey, I'm going to go with Jung-Ho Lee.
That one,
Why
bro,
the hell not, Murph?
That one, bro, is tough. So I'm looking at just quickly. I found covers.com. Right now, the leading guys are Shoto Imanaga, Michael Busch of the Cubs, Yamamoto, Jared Jones of the Pirates, Jackson Merrill of the Padres. Somebody has Paul Skeens on here. And then there he is, 7th, Jung-Ho Lee.
Paul Skeens is at Jung-Ho Lee. He's pitching in AAA right now.
He's actually tied. They have the same odds.
Nice. Hell yeah. Paul Skeens is going to be a problem,
well,
too.
Guys,
just watch.
Listen, man. They play today. Oh, by the way, one last joke. So I was talking about how great it's going on in Philadelphia right now. Their crowd and the nuts they're going and everything. And then Schmitty, my buddy in Philly, goes, he goes, Monday's crowd's going to be hyped, too. I go, Monday afternoon? He goes, yeah. It's Seniors Run the Bases Day. I'm like, wait, what?
Seniors?
Said, yeah. Seniors run the bases. So the Phillies are so smart. The kids running the bases is too obvious. So it's senior citizens can run the base.
Oh.
And so apparently it's a popular thing. And I went on their website, open to fans 55 and older. Oh, hang on, boys. I'm headed to the airport. I'm flying to Philly to run the bags at Citizen Bank
You got your spikes ready, Murph?
I might pop something coming around.
I was going to say, that might be dangerous. You got to have the medics on standby if the seniors are running the bases.
Seniors run the bases 55 and over.
Might be some blown ACLs, couple blown out hips.
I had to shake my head ruefully. All right, guys. Well, there's your big hit. It's more like the big pissed off hit is what it was. And we'll see what Mason Black against Zach Wheeler today.
Yeah, come on, Mason Black. Have a good MLB debut, eh?
Talk to John Shea about that at 9:15. And then John Taylor at 9:30. How about 49er vibes just to change the energy for the Barrier Sports Hall of Fame? Cooler content is rich. We got to get to it. The Brady Roast. Unbelievable. Next on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Bruce Jenkins sat down yesterday with Marty Lurie on Talking Baseball to talk about the Giants' struggles on this road trip and how they can turn around their season tonight with Mason Black in Philadelphia. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All righty. The cooler content heavy on the Tom Brady roast. If you missed it, Netflix last night, 3-hour live roast of Tom Brady. I had seen Brady promote this a couple months ago. When it came out, he goes, uh-oh, what am I getting into? And I was like, oh, so they're going to do a roast of Tom Brady? I was like, yeah, whatever. That'll probably be forgettable. It was not forgettable because they went in. Everybody went in, starting with Jeffrey Ross showing up in an OJ jersey and then making references to, well, I won't even make references to, then Kevin Hart coming strong about Gisele Bundchen leaving Tom for this jiu-jitsu guy.
Yeah, a lot of shout-outs to the jiu-jitsu coach last night.
Nikki Glazer coming strong at Brady for his ex-wife being with another man. Everybody coming in personal on Tom Brady last night. And then they just spilled over to other guys. Belichick started catching strays. Gronk started catching strays. And it was just a relentless, profane, not safe for work roast. That I think was, if you're down with like your rated R NC-17, was pretty damn entertaining.
And it was a good roast. And I was kind of like you because I saw the news that this was coming out. I was like, oh, this will be cute. They'll probably hit him with like some softball jabs. Like this will be like pre-written stuff that Brady's going to approve. No. Tom Brady did not look like he was enjoying the roast last night. I don't think he knew what he was walking into.
Do you think you could withstand a major roast on the most intimate details of your life? You got to go in with that elephant skin and be like, here it comes. Everything's coming at me,
that's
man.
the difference. These roasts are usually honoring somebody. So you kind of have to like sit back and be like, all right, this is fine. I know who I am. I know what kind of superstar I am. It's different when you're like in the locker room with your buddies and you're getting roasted because I've seen some guys react the wrong way. I mean, hell, we even saw Tom Brady get up and go up to the podium yesterday with Jeff Ross after he made a massage joke about Robert Kraft and he told him, cut that S out. Don't go there anymore.
I mean, so many. I got a list of them in front of them. Like they came in so strong on Gisele, but they also did other things too. Bill Belichick came in. This is at the Forum in L.A., by the way. And Belichick here with a line on having butting heads with Tom Brady, but he couldn't butt heads because, here.
Said that Tom and I butted heads a lot, and in a way that was true, but not really. It was hard to butt heads with Tom because it was so far up Alex Guerrero.
Great line. Hard to butt heads with Tom because it was so far up Alex Guerrero's A. Great line. Brady got up and tried to riff on himself, talked about Deflategate and how it was a $20 million investigation. And he's like, dude, here it is.
Remember Deflategate? The NFL spent $20 million and found that it was more probable than not that I was generally aware that someone may have deflated my footballs. You could have just given me the $20 million and I would just told you I did it.
Pretty good. A lot of F-bombs. Dude, Drew Bledsoe was there.
Dude, Bledsoe was out here riffing. And by the way, I love the fact that Randy Moss also got up there and also addressed the cheating allegations. And he said, why the blank didn't we cheat when I was here? I'm trying to win Super Bowls. You should have been cheating when Randy was in the building.
So good. But here's Bledsoe, who, of course, Brady displaced as the quarterback of the Patriots. So Bledsoe coming in, getting his revenge.
So, hey, look, buddy, you have more rings than I do. But I've experienced a couple things that you will never experience. The feeling of being the number one overall draft pick in the NFL. And a 28th wedding anniversary. It was yesterday.
Damn. My bad, Drew.
By the way, somebody said, they said Drew came up, they said, people say they're surprised that I'm here because they think I have a lot of animosity toward Tom Brady. He's like, and they're right. I do. Yeah, this is so, but anyway. Belichick, he started catching strays on Gronk here. Somebody said it was either Kevin Hart or that guy Hinchcliffe. That guy Tony Tony?
Tony Hinchcliffe from the Kill Tony podcast.
He's like, what did he say? He goes, I knew Gronk was going to come at her when we ran out of chocolate milk backstage. It was nice of Gronk to take time from he stopped writing letters to Santa to be here tonight.
Low-hanging fruit with Gronk.
Somebody else said he tore his ACL, which is the only injury he can spell. Nice. And here's Belichick. On Gronkowski doing his work on Fox NFL Sunday here.
Gronk, I've been watching on Fox NFL Sunday, and I'm begging you, please, stop doing your job.
Do your job.
Please stop doing your job. Do
yes.
someone else's job.
Well, Edelman ran in on the whole.
Yeah.
Julian Edelman was there too. He went in on the do your job thing too.
Edelman had some good lines.
He did. He actually just had one line where he said Alex Guerrero was the snake oil salesman that turned Tom Brady into a psycho. So he's like, that wasn't even a joke. It was like a flat out comment.
Yeah,
there.
then he started talking Patriots tight ends. Not going to get into that one on air, but man.
There was a lot of Aaron Hernandez riffing, which is quite surprising.
You went into it, yeah.
Oh my God.
I wasn't going to name names.
I mean, Jeffrey Ross came right out and just said, he goes, I just came from hell. Because he said he was wearing the OJ jersey. And he said, Aaron Hernandez says hello.
Oh, man. Nothing off limits in the roast.
And then they went even deeper on Aaron Hernandez. Yeah. We won't get into that. Here's Edelman coming after his old coach, Belichick, who couldn't get hired anywhere, right?
You remember when you used to yell at us? Look, kids down at Foxborough High can make that play.
I've been waiting for this for so long.
Look, Foxborough High is the only job offer you had. Do your job? More like need a job, coach.
Yeah, somebody said he couldn't get a ring this year, not even on his phone or whatever. So, yeah, man. There's a million more here all written out. I mean, there's so many of them are so... Oh, boy. I don't even know how many of these I can read here.
Yeah. You see Ron Burgundy made an appearance, Will Ferrell, and he got the entire crowd to chant, Eli Manning made Tom Brady his B.
I didn't see that. No, I didn't see that one.
Yeah, Burgundy showed up. You know who also showed up in the crowd?
Who's that?
Kyle Shanahan.
What?
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan was at the roast last night. Everybody was down at the Forum, apparently.
He should have gotten out there, man.
I'm surprised no one made any jokes about the 28-3 lead in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, for Kyle. They should have come out, yeah. By the way, Nikki Glaser, background, I don't know her well.
Famous comedian. I think she does a late night TV show on one of those like Bravo networks.
Well, she killed, and that guy Tony Hitchcock came in and goes, Nikki, man. He goes, who wrote that? He goes, where was that your entire career? Is what he said, dude. So, wow. Jeffrey Ross and the boys got into Tom Brady. All right, we're going to follow up on this Brandon Marsh thing. What do we have, Tony? You can come on the mic here, buddy. Tell us what we got.
So we're going to play a couple of Brandon Marsh clips where he's talking about a song, and we now have the song queued up for everybody to hear.
Okay, it's much for that 408 guy who loves us talking about it here. But this is just an example of how loose the Phillies are. So Marsh was mic'd up last night in left field. Here he is.
All right, here's the fan question.
All right, hit me with it.
Hey, Marcy, it's Bomer. I was just wondering if you're wearing your Hirachis tonight.
Man, these off-whites. These ain't no Hirachis. No, man, he did not just ask me that. Oh, my gosh.
So does he go on to explain the...
Yeah, then he follows it up here.
Okay, here it is, the explanation of what they're talking about, yeah.
Oh, he's asking me about a song that we play religiously past couple of weeks. My boss man, D-Lo, it's called Get In With Me, I believe. And he's got a pretty iconic line. Babe, these off-whites, these ain't no Hirachis.
Okay, so you want to help me
Boss
out here,
man D-Lo. Murph, I can't say I've got that in the catalog. I've actually only got one D-Lo in my catalog, and that's the D-Lo from Oakland, California. You want to talk about real Bay Area rap, but Boss man D-Lo, I guess a rapper out of Florida, nah, he was not on my radar. Young Tony, you're hip with the cool kids these days. You got any knowledge on Boss man D-Lo?
Never even heard of this dude, but I have the song that he's talking about if you guys want to hear it.
Okay.
Sure,
is it like a Brady roast? Is it safe for work?
It is. There's a clean version,
Okay,
thank God.
here we go, yeah. Hmm? Do you have the part where he says stay loose and sexy? The band name? Okay, that's what the Phillies are bumping.
Yeah, I'd rather go with D-Lo from Oakland, California.
Would you have to go Andre Nicotina and Larry June?
Oh, you know those guys are on my Bay Area Mount Rushmore.
Oh, man, very good. Yes. We have Brandon Marsh then. They asked him, another fan question was, if you formed a band, who on the Phillies would be in the band and what would the band name be? And it happened to coincide with the third out of the inning. So he makes the catch, I believe, and then running in riffs. Here it is, yeah.
This is a legit question, and I think it speaks to your musical background and your tastes. If you had to start a rock band, who would you take from the team, and what's the band name?
Oh, my gosh. I'd take Garrett Stubbs.
Yep.
I'd take Kyle Schwarber.
Here you go.
Got it! take Kyle Schwarber. I take Stubby. I take Pache. Oh, what's the name?
Yeah, give me a name.
Stay loose and sexy, baby.
There you go.
These guys, they're having way too much fun, man. By the way, I need all my little leaguers when they catch a fly ball to scream like that. When they, does he say like hum now? Is that what he says at the end here? Check, give me that little catch of the bag.
Got it.
Home now.
Oh, buddy, what are we going to do to catch up with these Phillies and their charisma?
You got to start winning some ball games.
You guys should just grow the hair out. Does Slater need to grow the hair out or something? Yaz need to grow the hair out?
I mean, they're trying this whole mustache May thing, and that ain't working. The stash got to go.
You still want Ramos up?
Hey, call him up. Why not? He just hit another home run this weekend.
See, would you DFA Slater?
Adios pelota, adios Austin Slater.
Wow, that's it. We would do that, huh?
Oh, sorry. What, am I the bad guy? And no, I'm not the bad guy. Shout out to the 408 on the text line. Hey, Waterboy doesn't know what he's talking about. It's Pilo he's talking about. No, I'm talking about D-Lo.
See?
D-Lo. We don't give a blank about.
It only took you a few weeks to finally let the text line just fry you.
You think I don't know the difference between D-Lo and Pilo? Come on.
Who
do you think I am, young Tony?
Every now and then you look at the text. You're trying to do your job best you can. You look down and there's these people. You're like, you know what, guy?
Waterboy doesn't know what he's talking about.
You're just wearing me out. But we get paid to have that elephant skin, baby.
There it is.
All right. Hey, we do thank you for listening to the Cooler of Content. We do thank you for tuning in. And we do have 2 tickets later in the show for the San Jose Earthquakes every day this week. And tonight, Chris Wondolowski goes into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. So that'll be awesome. So we're going to, later on in the show, give you guys 2 tickets to the Earthquakes versus Austin FC. That will be on May 25th. So stay tuned on that. We'll tell you when to call for that. In the meantime, we got John Shea at 9:15 and John Taylor going into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame at 9:30. So it's Giants Rage. That was a fun break from Giants Rage. But back to the Rage next on The Sports Leader on KNBR 104.5 and 680, The Sports Leader.
Stay loose and sexy, baby.
Amici's East Coast Pizzeria over in Hayward. Check out Hayward. Big news. We just opened up a brand new location in Hayward offering takeout and delivery. So it's not dine-in, it's takeout and delivery. And we also go to Castro Valley, San Lorenzo, San Leandro, and Union City, as well as Hayward. So check out the menu at Amici's.com and click on the Hayward banner at the top of the page to celebrate. And as a special deal to celebrate the new location, all this week when you order via Amici's.com, just enter the promo code HAY20, H-A-Y-20 at checkout, and they'll give you 20% off your entire takeout or delivery order. That's awesome. Amici's has been making and delivering their famous New York styles pizzas, pastas, salads, chicken wings in the Bay Area for over 30 years. And now Hayward gets to join the pizza party. So when you want 20% off all your favorite Amici's menu items in the Hayward area this week, go to Amici's.com. Click on the Hayward banner, use the promo code HAY20, H-A-Y-20, because Amici's delivers.
Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right. Hey, man, it is a beautiful Monday morning here in the Bay. We're all going to have a little field trip tonight to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame induction dinner. Should be good. Young Tone, do you have a coat ready to go? A sport coat ready to go?
Oh, yeah. 100%. Always.
Waterboy, do you have a, what was the, when you wear it, the people like it, it's the hoodie you wear. Is it Santa Cruz?
My Santa Cruz skate shop hoodies.
Yeah. So you got a Santa Cruz hoodie ready to go?
Yeah, I got it ready to go because I don't have a sports coat for tonight. Might have to go buy Macy's or something after show. Where do you buy a sports coat?
You could do it. You could do, if you want to go, you could go buy like a Ross Dress for Less and pick something up. You could
catch me down at Goodwill later today looking for a blazer.
Hey, you know what? Sales department. This is when the sales department better kick in and get Marcus a menswear read.
Come on.
Somebody could lend you one for sure.
Yeah. Who's got the broad shoulders of a Marcus Boucher?
Of them. That's like a shout out to our old PD, Jeremiah Crow. When we used to do Murph and Mackey's, he was like, yeah, I can give you one of my suit coats to wear. And I was like, Crow, you're like 5'5". I'm 6'3", 215. I'm not going to fit in your coat.
Are you 6'3", brother?
Oh, yeah, that's what it says on my ID.
Okay, all right, brother. I have shrunk, by the way. I used to be 6'1.5". I don't know what I am now. I don't know, like 5'6". I don't know.
Oh, you'll be running the bases with the Philadelphia Phillies tonight.
I will for sure. I'm catching a fly. You have a sport. I'm sure you have a sport coat.
Yeah, we had to wear them in high school.
And Curly, I'm sure, has he's picking between 10.
Well, dude, here's the thing, dude. I'm coming to work now with 3 guys that wear quarter zips for a living. This ain't the hoodie era anymore.
I'd gotten away from mine, but I'm back on it today.
Paul from Pleasanton definitely has one for you. Okay. Oh, yeah. You guys are like the same height and weight.
Paul's got some size. Yeah, maybe I'll steal a jacket from
Somebody
him.
Bring Waterboy a coat.
That's it.
So, hey, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. And, of course, Susan Slusser is going to join Papa and Lund at 11:30 this afternoon. But 808 KNBR is the phone number if you guys want to check in on this team that has just been so depressing. So Curly was asking the question, is this who they are?
They are who we thought they are.
Is this who they are? And the short answer is, wow. I mean, what was the over-under on the wins again this year?
I think it was right around 85.
Yeah. And right now at 15-20. Okay, let's do a little math here. 15-20. So you want to get to 85 wins. So that means 70. So they play 35 games. So there's 127. You got to go 70 and 57. Is that right? Can you go 70 and 57 the rest of the way?
Not with the way they're playing right now. But again, they still have 3/4 more of the season left to go. And I guess to answer John Joe's question this morning, no, they are not the team right now that I thought they were going to be. We both talked about playoff aspirations. We both talked about the improved defense and getting some excitement into this lineup, signing Jung Ho Lee, signing Matt Chapman, signing Jorge Soler, calling up some of the young kids, having Kyle Harrison in a rotation. And again, the starting rotation has not been the problem this year. It's been bullpen issues, it's been defensive issues, and it's been offensive issues. They're just not scoring runs, plain and simple, and I think that's why everybody's so upset, because of the predictability. It feels like if a team scores more than 4 runs against the Giants, they're going to lose that game.
I'm sorry, I'm just distracted from your takes, which are sound, but there's people chiming in on your sport code situation.
Oh, yeah, let me get one.
209 says, have Waterboy hit up Jimmy G for the Suits for Kids charity he did.
Whoa, you talking Italian?
And I forgot to tell you, the 209, a couple more lines from the Brady roast that we wanted to mention. One, Brady said, yeah, I got to own the Raiders. I was tired of owning just the Colts and the Bills. But then Kraft got up there and said, congratulations on owning the Raiders, and I see they're already doing things that you love, like getting rid of Jimmy Garoppolo.
That's a good line. I didn't see that one.
Bob Kraft.
I like that one.
925 says, Waterboy, you can snag one for $8 at Goodwill.
Oh, hell
yeah. Won't let you down.
Sign me up.
925 says, bro, Marcus, you're like 32 years old.
Hey, I'm 31, all right?
He says, you need
some respect on my name.
You need a suit, for God's sakes. Get a proper woman and she'll fix you up.
That's the problem, Murph. I ain't got a proper woman. I ain't got a proper suit.
650 says, Men's Warehouse can hook Marcus up for a simple 44 long for about $150.
They better after we're giving them these plugs on air.
Yes, and 949 says, tell Waterboy to go to Suit Supply. They'll definitely have a jacket for him. Meanwhile, 707 says commercial breaks need beats from Mike Boucher.
Ooh, that's good knowledge. Shout out DJ All Day Boucher, my big brother.
So there it is. Anyway, back to your Giants takes here. I was extremely frustrated, and obviously, to me, it was the stark difference in the roster 1 through 26. I mean, who's that 8th inning guy for the Phillies? Hoffman? Unhittable. I mean, he blew away the Giants in the 8th inning. Unhittable sliders. The Alvarado as the closer, right? And then, of course, the starting staff, which is ridiculous. And then the lineup to grind it out. And I was like, wait a minute. It's just top to bottom, 1 through 26. This Giants roster doesn't stack up. So where was I when they signed Soler and Chapman and Lee and Snell? I was very excited. And I thought they've done everything. But obviously, Soler and Chapman have been dramatically underperforming. So the question is, are these guys done? Like, are they done at age 31 and 32? I can't imagine they're done at age 31 and 32. I got to imagine they're going to perform up to their baseball card. But right now, guys, 35 games in, and you only got 127 left. Now, again, you only have to finish in 6th freaking place to make the playoffs in the National League.
And for me to cash that ticket.
Yeah, and they're only 3 out in the loss column from 6th place, right? So, just get out of Philly. But what's scary is when they play the Dodgers and when they play the Phillies, how dramatically outclassed they look. That's the scary thing.
That's the difference right now.
Yeah.
And I want to circle back to comments that we had, I think it was just last week when Buster Posey sat down and did an interview and talked about the winning strategy for the Giants, how they won World Series in 2010, 2012, 2014. Pitching, defense, and timely hitting.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, you're missing the timely hitting. Right now, you're definitely missing the defense. I don't know what's gone on over this East Coast road trip where guys are just booting balls left and right. Nick Ahmed is literally airmailing balls into the first base dugout. Matt Chapman is tied for the major league lead in errors. Like, that shouldn't make sense, especially when we talked about the sacrifices and the difference between going with someone like Marco Luciano versus Nick Ahmed, whether or not you want to bat or you want defense. Well, if you're playing bad defense, then it looks really bad when your left side of your infield's hitting a combined, 220 this year?
My big thing was that Matt Williams was not going to stand for this stuff, and nor was Bob Melvin, and nor was Matt Chapman. Somebody wrote in and said, Spanish broadcast suggested the Giants are lacking player leadership. I'm like, wait a minute, Matt Chapman's supposed to be the ultimate leader. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So I don't know what's going on there in terms of Chappie and Melvin and Matt Williams. And again, it's only May 6th, and it is Willie Mays' birthday, so happy 93rd to Willie Mays, which we'll talk to John Shea about, by the way, in the next segment. John Shea is the Willie Mays whisperer, and we're only 1 month out from Rickwood Field, too. So... but anyway, the point is that right now, that like you're talking about the bad defense and all that stuff, that's the stuff you would expect would be like a daily demand for excellence, a daily standard that the Matt Chapmans of the world and the Buddy Williams of the world hold the Giants to, but it ain't working. Whatever they're selling, they ain't buying. And I wondered about that with Bob Melvin in San Diego last year. I was joking about, man, whatever he's selling down there, they ain't buying it. And then it was like, well, it wasn't them, it was Tatis and Machado, their poison and all that stuff. Well, right now, whatever Bob Melvin's selling to these Giants, they have yet to buy.
And I know now 35 games is this season. People are going to start making those correlations. Is this Bob Melvin's fault? Is the defense on Matt Williams? Is the offensive struggle on guys like Pat the Bat and Justin Veely? But at some point, the players got to play. They got to produce. They're not the ones in the batter's box looking at pitches go right down the middle. Now, who knows if that's their approach and maybe see more pitches. But something's got to change because this approach has not been working, especially during this last road trip. But hell, the first 35 games of the season, it's not like they're blowing anybody out of the water offensively.
I mean, do I even dare bring up the 2 decent things that happened? Sean Jelly and Randy Rodriguez?
Yeah, bring them up.
Bring them up?
Bring them up, Murph. I need some positivity.
I know
this
you were
morning.
in Vegas and you were in and out of the casinos and the fights and all that stuff and the clubs. Oh, by the way. Well, dude, Sean Jelly has been reborn. He's got some sort of nasty sinker. So I don't know if it's a 2-seam or whatever the hell is going on, right? Or I saw it listed as a knuckle curve on the Apple broadcast. I was like, well, that's not a knuckle curve. It's like, does it? By the way, I've always wondered what machine tells you what pitch it is.
Don't get me started on the...
Is that a dude operating the machine, or is that a machine guessing the break and angle and assigning it to a certain pitch?
It's essentially a computer that tracks every single pitch. It tracks the spin rate and the vertical and horizontal break. It's why now we have pitch terms like the sweeper. It's the reason why now every pitcher who ever threw a 2-seamer in their life is now being classified as a sinker ball pitcher. I know they're similar pitches. I'm just nitpicking a little bit, but it's always kind of grinding my gears that now this computer is deciding what pitches are, not the damn pitcher who's actually throwing the pitch.
Yeah, so anyway, whatever he's throwing, the sink piece is incredible.
Working. Yeah, 6 in a row strikeouts last night.
And Mike was talking about the bullpen, how you need innings, because you're going to Denver, where it's going to be nuts, right? Even though the Rockies are terrible, you're still going to have pinball home run bird derby up there.
Correct, and then you got to throw in the fact that also tonight's Mason Black's MLB debut.
Yeah.
Now, Mason has been pitching phenomenal all season long in Sacramento. He's a guy that we talked about during spring training, maybe being the 5th guy in the rotation. Hell, it's a guy that John Joe Curley was calling for the first couple weekends of the season when Dalton Jeffries was going out there throwing bullpen games. but you can't expect this guy to work deep into the ball game tonight. Who knows if there's going to be a pitch count? Who knows how long he can last against this Philly lineup that has knocked out 3 straight pitchers in less than 5 innings in 3 straight games? So that's going to take a toll on the bullpen, especially moving forward to Colorado this week.
And just a quick check of the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line here. 831 says, I don't buy the coaching being a problem. It's a team of veterans. If they were young guys, I'd blame the coaches. 707 says, the Giants will be who they are as long as Farhan is still in charge. You can tell he's still influencing the lineups. 405 says, the team looks unprepared and unfocused. They're not locked in, and I attribute that to coaching and leadership. And 408 says, the Giants look like they have no heart. It's a bunch of dudes getting on the field to do their job when you have guys that are out there to play ball to get brought down as well. 707 says the common denominator in all this is Farhan Zaidi. So there you guys go. All right. Well, anyway, that's the rage, and that's what the story of the weekend was. I mean, listen, Kentucky Derby was fun. Anthony Edwards is ridiculous. It's really fun. Donovan Mitchell, Spider-Man, did his thing for Cleveland. And, of course, Waterboy at the Canelo fight, where you got to see Canelo defend his title, right?
Canelo got the job done on Saturday, Cinco de Mayo weekend. Good time out in Vegas.
And where are we with the Kendrick and Drake thing? Is it too, my question on this is is it too obvious and too common? Has it reached too many people? Should those kind of things be done more on high levels, available only to the rap aficionados? And you got common people checking in on this thing now.
Oh, I mean, it's the biggest story of the weekend in the music industry. Kendrick and Drake going back and forth. Usually we don't get Kendrick new music once every 4 years. It's like a presidential election. He's dropped 3 diss tracks in the last week on Drake, and it sounds like there's more to come. Murph, it's everywhere, to the point where young Declan was asking for Drake to be a bum baby, and I was making the argument for Kendrick Lamar to be a hum baby this morning.
Is there anybody who's saying that Drake is winning?
Oh, yeah. There's a bunch of OVO fans out there. Drake has his fanboys that will never think he loses a rap battle, even though he's lost battles to Pusha T and everybody else in the music industry. Okay. Kendrick Lamar is basically just putting out eulogies on Drake right now.
All right. Very good. All right. John Shea to talk about Willie Mays and the Giants coming up, and then John Taylor, who's going to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, all coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Today, baseball fans around the world are saying happy birthday to the Say Hey Kid.
Willie Mays just brought this crowd to its feet with a catch which must have been an optical illusion to a lot of people.
From the catch at the Polo Grounds in New York to the statue on his plaza in San Francisco, he is the beloved icon, the true essence of Giants baseball.
Monty Irvin, Kyle Hubble, Gaylord Perry, the entire ball club congratulating Willie Mays on the 3,000th hit of his big league career.
As the only player with 3,000 hits, a 300 average, 300 home runs, and 300 stolen bases, today we celebrate the Say Hey Kid. Happy 93rd birthday to our beloved American legend, Willie Mays. From the proud home of Giants baseball, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's the pitch to Willie. Swung on, hit deep to left. That one is way back, way back, way back. Credit goodbye, number 600 for Willie Mays, and the bye-bye Baby Bonanza. And the Giants come to home plate to greet him. Number 600 for Mays. He hit it over the 370-foot mark. A standing ovation here in San Diego for Willie. He's mobbed at home plate.
Well, it doesn't get much better than that. Lon Simmons calling number 600, and happy birthday, Willie Mays. Today's the day, May 6, 1931, May 6, 2024. So lots to talk about with John Shea, the San Francisco Chronicle, who is the Willie Mays Whisperer. Wrote the great book, 24. Everybody should read it. It's really the most readable Mays biography out there. And, of course, he's keeping track of Willie on his birthday and in advance of the big game on June 20th in Birmingham, Alabama at Rickwood Field, where Johnny was just down filming stuff and putting it on the Chronicle website. So enough of that intro. Let's get him on the air. John Shea, San Francisco Chronicle on the Yuma guest line. Hey, John, happy Willie Mays birthday, brother. How are you?
Morning, John.
That's right. Back at you. Number 93 and still going at it. The last of his era, really. I mean, you look back at Hank Aaron and Mickey Mantle and Ernie Banks and all these legends that kind of came up around the same time. And, you know, thankfully we have Willie among us, and I think he's pretty excited and pumped about this June 20th game that not only honors him, but all the Negro Leaguers who came through Rickwood Field in Birmingham.
Yeah, I mean, you've been doing a great job. If everybody go to sfchronicle.com, you can get tremendous content from John about this. Just a little bit about Willie today. Does he want like a cake? Does he get, what's his favorite thing? Like a cupcake, a donut, I don't know. What does he get?
I don't think he's ever had a birthday without a cake, and that includes, if you Google Houston birthday Willie Mays cake, you'll see about a 500-pound cake at home plate that the Astros presented him on his birthday one year. The Dodgers did the same. It's like, he's a universal kind of god to not only Giant fans but fans across the baseball spectrum. I mean, when you consider that even Dodger fans used to cheer for him, and they certainly didn't cheer for Barry Bonds and even Buster Posey. But here's the Say Hey Kid being cheered at Ebbets Field and Dodger Stadium. In fact, it was May of 1952, the year right after his amazing breakout MVP season when he made that historic catch, Game 1 at the Polo Grounds. He played his final game before joining the Army during the Korean War. And the industry knew it. Everyone in baseball knew it. Dodger fans knew it. And the New York Giants were at Ebbets Field that day. And after his final at-bat in the 8th inning, as he jogged back to the dugout, Dodger fans stood and cheered. I mean, they knew they were seeing someone special, and they knew they wouldn't see him for a while.
And, John, I want to ask you just a different perspective on Willie Mays, because I'm from the generation that didn't get to watch Willie play. But I talked to my dad, who's a huge baseball fan, and he would try to explain to me that Willie was kind of equivalent to Michael Jordan in the way that people wanted to be like Mike. He said growing up, everybody wanted to be like Willie Mays. And to the things you were just saying about how everybody was a fan of him, I don't want to ask for like a modern-day comparison, but just from your perspective, how could you describe the style of play of Willie Mays to someone who didn't get to watch him play?
Well, it's after World War II, Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier, and he obviously opened the door for other African Americans and minorities, but it was Mays who just came along and crushed the door and bolted through and became the first African American superstar after World War II. And while Jackie had to go through what he went through, and everybody knows how tough that was on the man, and he was the perfect choice, by the way. It was Mays who brought fun to the game, and coming out of the Negro Leagues when he was 17, 18, and 19, he kind of learned not to just play the game, but have fun with the game. And we were talking about the Korean War. After he came back in '54. He introduced the basket catch to America, and with the cap a size too small, so it would fly off. So he was there to entertain, not just to play, and win. But, like DiMaggio used to say, I wanted to play every day because there might have been some kid in the upper deck who came to one game and I didn't want to deprive him. I wanted to make sure he saw me. So there's, coming from less than humble means and reaching the very top of his field and doing it with grace and style and beauty. Bob Costas talks about it a lot when his dad took him to the Polo Grounds when he was 5, and he didn't say, hey, these are the New York Giants. He said, hey, keep your eye on that center fielder, Willie Mays.
John Shea is the voice you hear, San Francisco Chronicle national baseball writer who wrote the book, 24. And really, you can read it at any age, but particularly, I'd say, middle school, high school kids, really accessible, great book that everybody should read to get the life of the great Willie Mays, who turns 93 today. It's a big old KNBR happy birthday to Willie, and you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Listen, it's funny, I'm on his baseball reference page. What a small little detail, Johnny. I don't think in all this time, I didn't know he wore number 14 when he came up.
Oh, yeah.
For how long? Like one game?
Yeah, just a few games. In fact, it belonged to a guy named McGuire who grew up in St. Louis, a friend of Yogi Berra, and actually was the guy who named him Yogi. And he was on the team. I think he was released. He signed with Pittsburgh after that. He had 24. And once he left, and there was really no room for him, they gave 24 to Mays, and it's not like he asked for it. They just gave it to him. A lot of outfielders at the time, like Monty Irvin and others, were wearing numbers in the 20s. And they figured, well, this kid might stay. Let's give him 24. So 14, I guess, wasn't indicative of an outfielder at the time, and 24 was, and it was available after they lost the player. But it was Artie Wilson whose actual roster spot Mays took, and Artie Wilson was a shortstop, a great shortstop on that 1948 Birmingham Black Barons team, and in 1947, Monty Irvin and Hank Thompson, they were the first blacks on the Giants, 1949 rather, 2 years after Jackie. And then 1951, Mays comes up, and they had Monty and they had Hank, and they had a catcher named Ray Noble, and they had Artie Wilson. So when Mays came up, back in those days, there was like a quota. As shameful as it sounds now, you had 2 or 4 blacks on a team because they roomed together on the road. So when Mays came up, they pulled Artie Wilson off the roster, and then Willie and Monty Irvin, who was this legendary Negro Leagues superstar and 10 years older than Willie, but didn't make it to the majors till like age 30, they were roommates. And Monty was from New Jersey, and Monty took Willie under his wing. But it was Artie Wilson whose roster he took, and it just goes, it's just a complete circle because he was Willie's teammate, a great shortstop on that 48 Black Barons team that will be honored on June 20th at Rickwood. And then Artie was asked to report to the minors. He said, no, I'm an everyday player. He wasn't going to burst into that lineup with Eddie Stanky at second and Alvin Dark at short. So we went west and played with the Oakland Oaks, Seattle Rainiers, and he was like this big star in the old Pacific Coast League. And he broke the color barrier for both the Oaks and the Rainiers.
And John, just to stick on the topic of jerseys, I saw the Giants announce that they will be wearing the San Francisco Seals uniform when they're out at Rickwood.
Sea Lions, right?
Is that right? Oh, excuse me, San Francisco Sea Lions. But me and Murph were discussing whether or not that's the right decision and whether or not they should be wearing the New York Giants jersey that Monty Irvin and Willie Mays both made their debut in. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I thought they should have worn the Birmingham Black Barons jerseys. But as we found out later, June 20th is the Giants-Cardinals game, and they'll be wearing San Francisco Seals. Cardinals will be wearing a Negro Leagues team from St. Louis, that outfit. But on the 18th, 2 days earlier, there's going to be a minor league game at Rickwood, and the Birmingham Barons, a double-A team of the White Sox, and a team from Montgomery will play a minor league game, and those are the teams that are going to wear the Black Barons and whatever Negro League team at the time was in Montgomery. So we're going to see the Black Barons, but the New York Giants, that would have been cool, but I think this is more about celebrating the Negro Leagues than whatever happened, after the Negro Leagues. So that's been the focus, and I think they've been doing a pretty good job. 26% of all the fans are going to be allowed in free, and these are going to be kids, high school, college, and youth from around the Birmingham area. So it's not like just the big spenders are going to be there. They're going to give a lot of free tickets to the Boys and Girls Clubs, just so the place won't be dominated by people who go through scalpers, and you're going to see kind of a diverse crowd, which is going to be cool.
There's so much to talk about with this game and on Willie Mays' birthday. Just quickly, when you said Birmingham, made me think Michael Jordan was a Birmingham Baron. Did he play at Rickwood Field?
He did, and Terry Francona was his manager. Yeah, he played at Rickwood Field, but back then they had just old smelly school buses that used to move teams around with, and the story goes he bought this luxurious big old bus that those AA Barons rode around in style because of Michael.
Incredible stuff, John. And so just more on Mays, what would Willie say about the San Francisco Giants 2024 season, particularly this last week of ball? What do you think, Willie? If you get a chance to see him, what's Willie going to say?
Well, yeah, I spoke with him in recent weeks, and we always talk about the team. How they doing, how the center fielder's doing. That's how he's always asking, about the center fielder. I mean, he's kind of delighted they got a kid who's pretty exciting, obviously he looks at the offense. And when Willie was at the ballpark last on his birthday last year, Kapler came in the room, and Willie made some funny remarks about the offense that was true, but he has no filters, and let's just say that. But so yeah, he obviously realizes the offense, while better technically with all the moves that were made in spring training, it's just not amounting to a whole lot yet. But you can't imagine Soler and Chapman are going to be playing like this for 6 months, right?
Well, from your observation, you've been over at those A's games. Why do the A's have a better record than the Giants?
They're a better team right now. I mean, they have a better bullpen. They have more power. They're second in the majors in home runs behind Baltimore. They have the best lights-out 8th and 9th inning relievers in baseball right now. Mason Miller is throwing 102, 103, 104. Giants have nobody like that. And the other day they scored 20 runs and hit, 5, 6 home runs. And Giants have nobody like that right now. So they are – it's funny because the records are very similar, and everybody is, thrilled about the A's on field. Nobody's thrilled about what's going on with the ownership and the relocation. But they're thrilled about the team because they're so much better than the expectations. They're supposed to lose 100 again, and they're a 500 team. Well, the Giants are a little bit below 500, and everybody's pissed off that they are so far below anybody's expectations. So it's amazing how the perception is one way for one team, and they pretty much had the same record all year, except for that first week when the A's were 1-7. But, they played winning ball since then. And who would have thought that the A's have become a better team than the Giants, considering the payroll is probably 1/4 of the Giants, and they're really not trying with the resources or the fan base, and yet it's pretty remarkable that yesterday I think before their loss they were a game and a half out of first place.
Yeah, this Giants lineup could sure use Willie Mays in the middle of it right now, John. I just want to ask a quick update just about the health status of Willie, if there's any update on whether or not there's a possibility that he could get out to the game at Rookwood.
I wouldn't expect him to be out of the game at Rookwood on June 20th. He'll certainly be there in spirit. He'll certainly be totally up for it. He'll have the pregame ceremony on. He'll have the game on. He'll feel like he was there, but he's just not moving around enough to, with his vision issues and his mobility issues to make it, a compelling, week in Birmingham, where I think he would probably enjoy it a lot more here, which I don't think is a big issue. I think Bill Greason will be there. Bill Greason is 99, and everyone should know about Bill Greason. He was Willie's teammate in 48, and I like to call him an American hero 3 times over. The first African-American pitcher on the St. Louis Cardinals. He fought in the Battle of Iwo Jima during World War II, and the last 50, 60 years, and he's still preaching every Sunday. He's been a minister in Birmingham, so he stuck around, and just a fascinating person. And just he and Willie are the only remaining players from that 48 team, the lone survivors. So I think he'll be there, and he lives there. It's an easier opportunity for him to show up at Rickwood, and I think they're going to take care of him and make a big deal out of him, as well as they've actually invited about 160 former Negro League players. Now, obviously, Willie and Greason are the oldest because they go back to 48 with the Black Barons, but the Negro Leagues went on through the 40s, through the 50s, all the way till like 1960, 61. There were some barnstorming teams after that. So if you played one game in the Negro Leagues, and by the late 50s, it's not like Negro Leagues was as good as it was in the 40s and 30s and 20s when nobody was allowed into white baseball. So all these people are going to be on the field, and it's going to be pretty tremendous. There's going to be a lot of history there, a lot of American history.
So awesome. June 20th at Rickwood Field in Birmingham, Alabama. And it takes our minds off the Giants' woes, too. It's Willie's birthday. He's 93. And he doesn't get I looked up that cake, by the way, 569-pound cake in Houston for every home run he hit. They did a story on it just as recently as a year or two ago on Houston TV. They interviewed the baker. It was like 3,800 eggs and 5,000 pounds of butter or whatever. So anyway, that's what.
So there will be a cake.
There will be a cake, and I'm sure you guys will, you and all the great inner circle will wish Willie, tell him everybody loves him, and everybody on KNBR has been texting in all their love and best wishes and birthday wishes. So you're our guy, Johnny. You're the man for the job. So appreciate you hopping on. We'll do it again as the game gets closer.
Yeah, thanks, John.
For sure, we'll do. Thanks, Brian. Thanks, Marcus.
There he is, Johnny Shea, another Tam High Indian, don't you know? Like me and him and Brian Price. Just want to roll. We can keep booking. I left out, by the way, asking him about how our fellow Tam High guys doing with that team now, 15-20.
Oh, sound like they're doing just like their team here in San Francisco.
Would you say pitching is probably the least of the problems? I mean,
for the Giants, you're talking about. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Starting pitching, we know Khalil Duvall's a lock in the 9th inning. Eric Miller's been better in the bullpen.
Ryan Walker pitched well over the weekend. Jelly, Randy Rodriguez, guys like that. But I mean, this was this week. The reason that these 3 games stuck out so much is that no starter made it to the 5th inning.
Yeah.
And the Phillies were just grinding them, dude, into a fine powder.
It wasn't just this weekend and last night against the Phillies, but the fact that it's been back-to-back games with Logan Webb struggling on the road again.
Yeah.
He's got the best career ERA as a starting pitcher at Oracle Park. Pitches great here in the Bay. But on the road, he struggled throughout his career.
We got to pack that Logan Webb into that Oracle mojo into the overhead bin when they go on the road.
I didn't kill a whale. Andre Nickatina bumping in Boston and out in Philly.
Okay, I want to do 2 things right now. 3 things right now. 1, tell you that John Taylor's going to join us at 9:30, Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame tonight. 82, baby. He'll return that punt. Number 2 is I want to tell you we got 2 tickets to see the San Jose Earthquakes. Chris Wondolowski going to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame tonight.
Wando!
Yeah, 2 tickets to see the San Jose Earthquakes against Austin FC on Saturday, May 25th. If you just call John Joe Curley right now at 415-896-KNBR, caller number 10 wins 2 tickets. What a good Saturday to go check out the Earthquakes against Austin FC. And the third thing I'm going to say is that for the first time today, we're going to do a non-Giants segment because Shams Charania reports that there is mutual interest. That's right, I said mutual interest between the Orlando Magic and Klay Thompson.
That's interesting.
Your reaction next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Livermore, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Livermore's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Krukow joined the show this morning to talk about how there are no excuses for the Giants losing 5 out of the first 6 games on this road trip. So to hear Mike Krukow's full thoughts and more, check out that podcast and all of our podcasts available right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, we have our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. So happy Monday morning, Steve. You want to tell us about what to do when you can't pay your taxes or you didn't even file?
Call us, and I'd like to give a happy Monday morning to your listeners because this are things that just eat people, cause arguments between the spouses, cause business losses, and all the kinds of things it doesn't have to be. If you can't pay your taxes, you're not an axe murderer, we want to help you. And maybe you didn't even file your returns. And maybe it's 1 year or 2 or 5 or 10. Maybe you owe a lot, maybe you owe a little. All you have to do is call us. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. Talk to me. Let me explain what we want to do for you. Your options, your rights. And, you know, a lot of times listeners will say to me, you know, I didn't realize the problem was that easy to fix. And a lot of times you make it way worse in your mind than it really is. All you have to do is call for our free consultation.
Well, thanks for that, Steve. And for more information, the phone number to call is 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
The Magic can open up in excess of $60 million in cap space this offseason. So there are going to be players, when you think about free agency and other moves that can be made, you look at scoring. In Game 7, obviously struggled a little bit to score the ball, especially in the second half of the game when the Cavs and Donovan Mitchell kept coming for them. So you look at the point guard position, but also shooting and scoring on the wing. And one name to keep an eye on, Klay Thompson. I'm told there is mutual interest between the Magic and Klay Thompson. Thompson, along with several other vets around the league, are looking at the Magic as a situation where if you plug in a guy like Klay Thompson, you plug in another veteran player, whether it be at the point guard position, the shooting guard position, this team can make a real jump around Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner. Both guys, Paolo Banchero already a star, already a guy that's been a part of Team USA. Franz Wagner has the ability to potentially be an all-star as well. But if you plug in some more shooting and scoring, I think that's what can take this Orlando team to another level.
Ooh, look at Klay going, get me to a younger team. Get me to somebody who's got a chance. That's interesting. Now, could be just leverage. Could just be, hey, Joe Lacob, I'm serious about this. I get it. If you're Klay's camp, you guys think I'm taking me for granted? I'm going to come back at a cut rate? What if I want to go to Orlando? You got to play business. It's nothing personal. It's strictly business. What if he really does have a desire to just do something different at this stage in his career? I mean, we've talked about him on the Bay and him with Klay. And, him and Steph and Draymond are blood brothers for life. And he would walk away from that to the early. He said mutual. That was Shams Charania.
Mutual.
Saying mutual interest from The Athletic is the report. The Magic are the Warriors, but younger, right? They're just better, but younger.
Is this getting to the point now where we're going to see Captain Klay on It's a Small World?
Well, you want to talk Orlando, brother? Let's talk real talk now. We literally had the sound, and it dominated for a day on this show, his affinity for Harry Potter World down at the Universal Studios in Orlando. Dude, he took Leandro Barbosa, and he was giddy.
That's right.
He read all the Harry Potter books.
Yeah, he's a Harry Potter fanatic.
Don't
Don't they got one down in L.A., though?
They do. Yeah, correct. But the Lakers and I guess the Lakers and the Clippers aren't necessarily. You got it? Look at this kid. Look at this kid. We have Klay Thompson at the Orlando Harry Potter World. Yeah.
My generation was lucky enough to grow up with these books and some great writing, great movies as well. And, Universal Studios always does it right. So I'm excited to see the world of Harry Potter.
Everything is new for me. I didn't know that they had a dispar over the Harry Potter. I don't know anything about the Harry Potter. Now it got me interested. The guys came here and enjoy this tour on Harry Potter thinking. So I'm going back to the plane and watch the movies.
Yeah, Leandro Barbosa. He brought Barbosa. He brought the Brazilian blur to
That's it. It's over. Klay Thompson, book it. He'll be in a Magic jersey next year.
I think this one's on a tee, though, for young Tony here. Harry Potter, I got to imagine, is right up your wheelhouse, huh?
Yeah.
You read
I
them
have
all?
not read all the books, but I've definitely heard a lot about it. I've seen all the movies.
Okay. How many of the books have you read?
Ooh, but like cover to cover, zero. Not gonna lie.
Wow, that is surprising.
Really? How about you?
Oh, I'm in the same boat as Tony with me and Klay Thompson. The opposite boat of Klay Thompson. I've read 0 Harry Potter books. And Murph, I will say this. I could put my hand up. Might have to call out the freezing cold take Twitter account because I had maybe the worst take of all time. I remember being like in 3rd and 4th grade and the book fair comes to school. You know, they bring the bus with all the books and everything. And I remember looking up at the shelves and seeing that big-ass book. And I laughed at it and I was like, who the hell is going to read this big old book? Nobody's got this much time to read this much Harry Potter. And boy, oh boy, was I wrong.
Not only were you wrong by millions and millions and millions,
Yes.
but you were wrong by Klay Thompson.
Yes.
Right? So I'm the only guy on the show that's read a Harry Potter book cover to
Ooh,
cover.
how many books you got?
So I went 1.5. I read the first one entirely.
What happened on the second one?
Well, because Candace read them all. She read like 8 of them. So I read the first one. It was good. It was really good. I enjoyed it. Shout out Hagrid and the owl and the whole bit and all that. And then I got the second one, and I'm like about 100 pages in. I'm like, what am I doing here? What am I doing? I'm a grown. I got to put this book down and move on with my life. So
It's too many pages for a kid's book.
But no, I mean the first one was like a seminal thing, and it was great and all that, and yeah. So I'm glad I checked that one up, but I didn't need to go. I didn't need to keep going back. All right, brother.
By the way, I think they're bringing it back as like a TV show now.
Well, I mean, listen. I mean, it's got everything from Voldemort and which Gryffindor, whatever. But anyway, Klay. God bless him. He's a reader. So he wants to go to the Orlando Harry Potter world and do his thing. To be honest, guys, and this is going to sound really rough, but I mean, is him leaving kind of what this shakeup that this team needs to free up some salary and get a little younger?
Well, that's the question, especially when Shams points out that right now the Orlando Magic have $40 million in cap space. And they can create another $20 million, which is obviously a lot more money than the Warriors have available. Yeah. So that's what it's going to come down to is price point for Klay Thompson. We've talked about the numbers. We talked about the offer that he received last season that he turned down. But if it's more than the 24 he got offered last offseason, if the Orlando Magic are going to offer him $25 to $30 million, then yeah, I think it's likely we might see Klay Thompson in a Magic jersey next year.
I'm just saying it's on. 831 text in says, I'd love to see Klay stay, but I am with Stan Tim. If he leaves for slightly more money to be in Orlando, then go right ahead. That's his problem. Enjoy being a place that won't care whether you're in a shooting slump or not. I mean, no one will literally care there either way. So 831 actually calls out Stan Tim, or refers to Stan Tim. I looked up at the phone board. Look who's calling in.
Oh, surprise.
Stan Tim. This is unbelievable. Stan Tim, you're getting your fan base reaches out where people are referencing you on the text line weeks later, brother.
It's the Stan Tim army.
Tim, Corte Madera. What's up, brother?
Hey, if I'm just going to try and remain calm here. If I send a couple copies of The Great Gatsby, do we think Marcus and the rest of the youth might read that if I just gifted a couple paperbacks?
Stan Tim, I have read The Great Gatsby. Gatsby era over Harry Potter. That's my take.
And your sport coat looks great.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm trying. If Klay goes to the Magic, and it comes down to money, I am going to puke and soil myself simultaneously. I mean, here we go. Oh, I've got to go get a huge contract because it's all about respect. I can't take this. I can't take it. You guys, I need you to walk me off this ledge. Tell me it's just posturing. But to go for more money when you've talked for years about how much you love this place and this team, I may have a panic attack if he goes to the Magic.
So you're saying that you would lose all faith in humanity because Klay Thompson's comments about the Bay and Steph and Dre and the culture and Dub Nation and all that would be meaningless. Therefore, you would say that they're all in it just for themselves, and you would lose faith in humanity. Is that what I'm getting here?
Not in all humanity. I have 2 young children that play youth sports, Murph, as you know. And so I do see that the future could be bright for these young people. But in terms of professional sports, this continued path of I'm going to jump ship where I've said I love it, Now, guys that say they don't love it, they want to move, they want to be closer to family, that's great. But have you been to Orlando? I mean, actually stayed there for more than maybe like a week? I have. And for him to go there for more money, I will lose it. I will lose my mind.
Well, it could just be playing business, playing hardball. Nothing personal, strictly business, a little leverage. But you are on alert, Tim. You're on alert. By the way, I know you're in the same boat as me. Did you guys swim Saturday?
We did not. We had 12-year-old lacrosse.
Oh, okay.
Girls sliding all over the place.
I thought you were going to tell me you guys canceled your meet. Dude, the sideways rain and wind at Terra Linda Rec Center was unbelievable. I said, you know what, kids? Build a little grit. Build a little grit. So we got through it, though. Thanks for the call, bro.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
There he is, Stan Tim. So he says Clay will be I'm putting words in his mouth, but he's saying Clay will be a phony baloney if he went to Orlando.
And I don't even want to put him in that position because, look, I'm a Clay theist myself. I worship at the altar of a Clay Thompson. Look what he's done for this franchise. And that's why I've been pretty vocal about him, Draymond, and Steph all retiring as members of the Golden State Warriors. But if that's not what Clay wants, then maybe Clay does leave this offseason. And again, that's the big question. What does Clay Thompson want? He's got 4 rings. Does he think he can win another one with Steph? Or does he think going out and playing with Paolo out in Orlando is a better option?
925 says Clay wants to go out on his own and win a ring without Steph. 707 says, I don't think Clay going 0 for 15 would have helped them win Game 7. Another 707 says Orlando's still on the ocean and warmer water. I don't think Orlando's on the ocean.
No, I think it's landlocked.
I think it's Central Florida.
That's why I made a joke about Small World. That's the only boat I could think of at Disneyland.
There you go. So anyway, people checking in, guys. 917 says, Clay is my favorite Warrior. It'd be horrible to lose him, but he's given so much. I'd be happy for him if it's a good spot. So there it is. People are, you're on alert, everybody. We got a couple months to go through this.
Mutual interest.
There you go. We have mutual interest in talking to John Taylor, who's going to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame tonight. We're down at the Hyatt Embarcadero, right? I've got to go to the right place, right? I got to make sure I'm going to the right.
You're the guy
spot.
hosting the thing.
Got to go to the right spot. And we'll get you guys. We're going to try to have a good time tonight. You know, rub elbows and shoulders with the likes of number 82. Maybe he'll return a punt in the ballroom. All right, or catch a little pass from Montana in the flat and run 91 yards like he did in Anaheim. And I was there with all my buddies, and we were dogpiling like crazy. One of the greatest Monday night performances in history. You want to come back with those? Come back with those Monday Night Football touchdowns, brother. L.A. Niners at Rams, Monday night, 1989. One of the great 49er games I've ever been to, and John Taylor was responsible for it. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
And Montana throws it wide open to the 20-yard line as Taylor with the defensive back falling down. Newman can't make the tackle. Taylor is inside the 30, inside the 20, inside the 10. Touchdown San Francisco. 92 yards. For the 49ers to stay in the game as Taylor makes the catch. Eludes Irvin, eludes Newman, chased by Kelm. Down the sidelines he goes. He ran 92 for a touchdown before. He's in again.
Oh, this is a very weird game.
96
I'm glad I'm
yards.
Oh, man, I'm back there, baby, in Anaheim at the Big A. Niners are down 17-0. They were down 27-10, but a 92-yard touchdown run by John Taylor after a pass from Montana, and then a 95-yarder. Oh, it was so great. All part of just this incredible career that brought him 3 Super Bowl championships, and, of course, he's damn single-handedly responsible for one of them by catching the winning touchdown in Super Bowl 23. What do you want? You want an all-decade NFL 1980s all-decade team performer, a 2-time Pro Bowler, and now a Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame inductee after already going into the 49ers Hall of Fame. What a pleasure to welcome number 82 to the UMA guest line. John Taylor. John, it is Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph, and Marcus wishing you a hearty congratulations on your Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame induction. John, how are you?
Hey, morning, John.
Good morning, fellas. Not bad. Not bad at all. Doing pretty good, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you are. You're going into the Bay Area Sports Hall. I have the honor of emceeing tonight, so I'm going to bring you up, and I believe, is it your wife that's going to give the induction? Is that right?
Yeah. My wife, Elaine.
That's pretty cool. Tell us about how you chose her.
Who else could I choose? you know the household law. He laid it down, so I got to live by it.
I got you, man. Happy wife, happy life. Trust me. Hey, what do you think do you know what she's going to say, or are you going to be surprised?
I have no idea.
Okay. All right.
I'm kind of sitting here biting on my nails, right?
No, she's.
You got to remember, I came. What was it? 38 years ago. 38 years ago, yeah. I was drafted out here to the Bay Area, and it was so ironic because at the time, I'm back in college at Delaware State, and the 49ers were happened to be playing Cincinnati Bengals and the Super Bowl. And a lot of people don't know that I went to the same high school that Dwight Hicks went to. So I'm back on the East Coast. I'm rooting for the 49ers. Nobody could understand why. They didn't know that I went to the same school that Dwight Hicks went to. You know, that it's a bunch of guys that came out of the town that I'm from that played in the NFL. Matter of fact, there was 5 of us at one time in the league. 4 of us off of the same street.
Oh, this is in Pensacola, New Jersey. Is that right?
Yeah.
Damn, the cradle of champions, man. I tell you what.
You guys must have had some great pickup games on that street.
Oh, yeah. You know how when you're growing up, you're playing with your younger brothers and whatnot, and your mom would always say, no, don't hurt your brother, you know. So it was like, okay, we're all in the NFL now. I can hurt you. Mom can't help you right now. So we had fun pickup games. And the crazy thing was, there was 4 of us on the same street that played, and we were 4 houses apart. And then there was the 5th guy was 1 street over. It was myself, my younger brother Keith Taylor, Billy Griggs, who was a tight end for the Jets, his younger brother, who's deceased now, David Griggs, who was a linebacker drafted by Miami, but I played against him in Super Bowl 29. He was with San Diego at the time. And the 5th guy was Ty McNair, who was 1 street over.
Man, that is an awesome little detail there, John. And look what happened. Of course, you go on to not only go in the 49ers Hall of Fame, but you're going to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame tonight. So because it's the Bay Area, let's ask about that. You grow up in Jersey, you go to Delaware State. I mean, what was your experience with the San Francisco region, the Bay? I mean, is it Bill Walsh or John McVay who called you in that draft and told you, and you must have been thinking, what were you thinking?
Actually, the day of the draft, this is how much I thought about myself playing in the NFL. The day of the draft, I was upstairs in the bed asleep. Last thing on my mind was the NFL. Had no idea, no clue that I'm about to be drafted. And I remember being upstairs sleeping. My older brother came up and he goes, "Hey, man, you know you just got drafted by San Francisco." I said, "Yeah, okay, right." I laid back down and went to sleep. My dad comes upstairs maybe 20 minutes later and says, "No, he's not lying to you. You did get drafted." So there it was. And I was shocked because I wasn't really, in my opinion, I wasn't really a football player. I mean, I walked on at Delaware State.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a lot of people thought that I played receiver before. I never played wide receiver in other than, you know, in the streets when we're playing pickup games, something like that. But as far as any type of organized football, I never played wide receiver in my life. I was a free safety in high school.
It's incredible, John. And Bill Walsh found you. Did he ever tell the story of how he found you at Delaware State? 3rd round, too. He went and got you with a high pick.
No, actually, the gentleman who found me at Delaware State's name was Neil Smith.
Okay.
I remember the day that he came to Delaware State, and I asked him, I said, "How did you manage to get to Delaware?" You know what I mean? Because not many people know. I mean, you know about Delaware, but how many people actually know about Delaware State? You know what I mean? So it was like, okay. And the funny thing was, I'll never forget this. I get there, and we're in training camp, and, you know, after every practice, reporters will always come talk to the different position coaches, head coach, blah, blah, blah. And I remember Bill saying to them that I was a project. And I thought to myself, sounds good to me. I'm gonna show you I'm gonna show you what this project is made of.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Okay. Because in my opinion, it was always, I was always too small to play. That's what I was always told. "Oh, you're too small. You can't take this. You can't do that. You can't do that." And my motto was always like this: all I'm asking for is a chance. What do you got to lose?
And that project turned into 3 Super Bowl championships and some of the greatest moments in 49er history. And, John, not only were you drafted by the 49ers, but you also ended your career playing for the 49ers. In this day and age, it's so rare to see an athlete finish his career only putting on one uniform. How much does that mean to you that you only represented the 49ers organization throughout your entire NFL career?
It meant a lot because, you know, it's like you say now, the average player doesn't finish with the team he's drafted by. You know, it's like he's there for maybe 2-3 years and then he moves on elsewhere. You know, the game has changed so much. You know, it's a whole lot different than when I played it. And I sit back a lot of times and I look and I just think to myself, wow, sure wouldn't mind playing right now. You know, with all the stuff you guys can do and can get away with. I mean, now if you touch a receiver past 5 yards, penalty. We could get beat up all the way down the field. You know, and now as far as all the hits and everything that go along with it, I understand anyway, that you're trying to make the game safe. But we also have to understand that it's a violent game. And the more, I mean, when you first start playing football, the first thing you learn in Pop Warner is never stand around a pile and always keep your head on a swivel. That's what you're taught when we were in Pop Warner League. So now you get into the NFL, and we got grown men that can't figure that out. Keep your head on the swivel because you know on an interception, the opposing team is coming to take you out. Now it's a blindside block. And let's be realistic. How many times have you seen that blindside block be like a flop block? The man just touches him and he falls down. There comes a flag. You know? I mean, I understand you're trying to improve the game, make it safer, but you can only make it but so safe.
John Taylor is the voice you hear on his way. He's back in town. We love it. He lives in California. You're down in the Central Valley, right, John?
Yeah, correct. I'm down in Fresno.
Right,
a lot of people thought I moved back east, but I don't like cold weather. I grew up in it.
I know. I was going to say, I remember, I was a rookie beat writer in your last year. I was just a little fly on the wall. There were big writers like Ira Miller hanging around, but I was there, and I remember you said, hey, man, you wanted to go back into driving trucks, right? That's your family. Your family had done that, and I think you did. You did do that, right, John? Yeah.
I did it for 22 years.
Yeah. That's what you like doing, driving across the country, right?
Oh, yeah. To me, it was, a lot of people ask me, why would you stop playing football and start driving a truck? Well, I was coming down to the end of my career. I made the choice that, okay, the game is changing. It's time for me to move on because you might say something that you're going to regret. So the easiest thing to do is you had a successful career. You never anticipated being in the league. So it's best to walk away the same way you came in, quietly.
And I'm curious, John, what's on the John Taylor playlist? What kind of music are we listening to? What do you listen to on the radio when you're on these cross-country trips?
Oh, I would have on satellite radio. Here's the funny thing. A lot of people go, yeah, you are still old school. It'd be funny. I'd be going cross-country, and I would talk to my wife at night, and right after I would talk with her, I would put on Perry Mason. Listen to Perry Mason going down the freeway. And everybody goes, man, Perry Mason is so old. They're all old things. They're new to me because I never saw them.
Dude, wait a minute. So Perry Mason, so that's an old black and white TV show. It was a murder mystery. Perry Mason wasn't Raymond Burr. That was old Ironsides, right? So who was Perry?
No, that Raymond Burr. No, he was Perry Mason before he became Ironside.
Okay, so you would listen. Was it on radio or TV? You can't
No, radio.
Yeah, so radio. Okay.
Yeah, I had satellite in my truck.
So you would listen to the old mystery Perry Mason and try to figure out who did it, huh?
Oh yeah. Growing up as a kid when you were younger and those shows would come on, and in your mind you're like, why are y'all watching it?
Yeah.
Then you got older, and then you're like, wow, this is pretty good.
Dude, this is incredible. Sorry, John. I was just looking it up. Yeah, it was a radio crime serial from 1943 to 1955, and yet you listened to it.
Yeah.
That's so good.
And the funny thing is, then when I was at home, I would always look at it on TV.
Yeah. Oh man, that's it. That is so good. You got your you had your routine. You got like we do in the mornings. We have a routine, and you did it for 22 years. You drove.
22 years. I stopped driving in 2020.
Oh, man. Well, congratulations to you on an incredible, first of all, just a working career driving those trucks, but also what you did on the football field, man. So there's so many more questions we could ask you. Listen, we got to let you go because tonight you and your wife will be there. You just enjoy the night. So we're going to be there. I'll be on the stage doing the emceeing. I'll get you guys in and out on time. We'll keep that thing moving, John, and we're going to have a great night. I look forward to your wife inducting you, and we wanted just to say congratulations, and we'll look forward to seeing you tonight.
Yeah, congrats, John.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Really looking forward to seeing you guys tonight.
There it is. John Taylor, number 82. We got so much we could have gone into. We got to go because of the clock, but this guy was one of the greatest punt returners in Niner history, if not the greatest punt. No, I'll say it. He was the greatest punt returner in Niner history. There's no question. Walk-on at Delaware State. The Niners find him in the third round. By the way, that 86 draft, so you need to know about this young Tony. It's considered the greatest draft, not just in 49er history, but some would say in NFL history. Larry Roberts, Tom Rathman, John Taylor, Charles Haley, Kevin Fagan, Steve Wallace, and Don Griffin. 7 big-time NFL starters out of that draft, including Hall of Famer Charles Haley and 49ers Hall of Famers Tom Rathman and John Taylor. Wow. All from the same draft.
Damn.
1986 draft.
Hell of a draft class.
No first-round pick. No first-round pick.
Damn.
They kept trading back. So, Perry Mason, I got to think, young Tone, there's no way you know Perry Mason, do you? Why don't you come back with like the Perry Mason theme song?
I got nothing now.
On the other side.
He probably knows like Perry the Platypus. That's all this one Perry he knows.
Oh, man. Marcus, I think we have one last piece of business from you, buddy. And then we move on to JD in for Lund, right?
That's it, because those Perry Mason takes and that John Taylor interview was brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much money you can earn at redwoodcu.org.
Absolutely fantastic. We'll hand it over to Papa and JD on the other side. And get ready for our big night out, the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Did we find you a sport coat? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Say hey, say Willie, that giant kid is great.
Today, baseball fans around the world are saying happy birthday to the Say Hey Kid.
Say hey.
Willie Mays just brought this crowd to its feet with a catch which must have been an optical illusion to a lot of people.
From the catch at the Polo Grounds in New York to the statue on his plaza in San Francisco, he is the beloved icon, the true essence of Giants baseball.
Monty Irvin, Kyle Hubble, Gaylord Perry, the entire ball club congratulating Willie Mays on the 3,000th hit of his big league career.
As the only player with 3,000 hits, a 300 average, 300 home runs, and 300 stolen bases, today we celebrate the Say Hey Kid. Happy 93rd birthday to our beloved American legend, Willie Mays. From the proud home of Giants baseball, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
A long high drive hit to left field. That one's going way back. Snyder back near the wall. Tell it goodbye. Willie Mays with number 42 drives in 3 runs here. The Giants lead it 4-1. A high towering shot over the 370-foot mark.
Do you know how many this date in Giants histories that Mike Holler and I do that feature Willie Mays heroics? It's insane.
Murph, I would take every single this date in Giants history with the Willie Mays highlight if it was possible.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you could probably find something for every day of Willie Mays' career that you can celebrate.
The other one that doesn't get enough love is Juan Marichal complete games. I mean, 243, I think, is the number.
Insane.
And we do them so many times on this date in Giants history. I'll be like, also on this date in 1965, Giants beat the Braves 3-0. Juan Marichal complete game shutout. Mays 2 for 3, 2-run bomb and an RBI single. It's like over and over again. Oh my gosh! So happy birthday, Willie! He's 93 years old today. Man, 1931 American treasure. We gotta just enjoy him and salute him and wish him the best. We know he's down there in the peninsula in Atherton. And not, necessarily super mobile these days, as 93-year-olds tend to be. But he's here, and he's following the team. Yeah. He probably would like a little better performance today in Philadelphia for his birthday.
I'd like to see Willie Mays back out there in center field, to be honest with you.
Yeah, speaking of, they need to get healthy first, which leads to, of course, our business. Yeah.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, Murph, get ready. We got a big one because the Giants' backstop is beat up. Tom Murphy and Patrick Bailey both placed on the IL after this past weekend in Philadelphia. Tom Murphy is down with a left knee sprain. The club is currently still reviewing his MRIs as of yesterday morning. We'll see how long Tom Murphy is out for, because Patrick Bailey is also on the injured list. He was placed in the concussion protocol after taking a foul tip off the face mask. Bailey missed 6 games while on the concussion list last September, and he will need to pass the concussion protocol before he's cleared to return to action. So get ready for more Blake Slable in your life, because that is our Giants injury update from the doctors who never stop answering your questions to cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts. Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. SutterHealth.org.
Well, you'll get more at 12:05 when the pregame starts. We'll get an update from John Miller and Bob Melvin and all that about how they're doing. But my God, can we, for the love of Willie Mays' birthday, get one? To be honest, guys, I did say, I think I said on Friday, I think honestly, guys, 1 in Philly is the call. And if they can get 1 and then go to Colorado and try to beat up on the lousy Rockies, but man, first you got to hit the baseball.
Yeah.
You got to hit the baseball.
They got to hit the baseball. They got to play catch with the baseball. And we'll see how the defense looks tonight. We'll see how the bats look. But I am excited to see Mason Black make his MLB debut. Pennsylvania kid pitching out in Philadelphia.
Huge story that we haven't talked about because we've been so caught up in how bad they are. Mason Black. So I'm glad you said. Did you see that interesting interesting factoid that he's named Mason Black and his brother is named Dixon Black, and his parents planned it to name them after the Mason-Dixon line?
I believe they actually have a tattoo. That's like half of the line.
Of the latitude and longitude of the Mason-Dixon line.
I believe, they have matching tattoos.
This is mind-boggling because it definitely has to lead to young Tony. I'm going to bet, young Tony, you do not know the Mason-Dixon line. Am I right about that?
Correct.
Which is interesting, actually, because you're from Kentucky.
Yeah, you're a Kentucky kid. Come on.
But you don't know the Mason-Dixon line.
Jog my memory. I don't even know.
Well, Mason-Dixon line was the old-fashioned line delineating the North from the South in America. It was the southern border of Pennsylvania. It's a line separating, technically Pennsylvania, Maryland, Delaware, and West Virginia. And it was a resolution of a border dispute involving those 4 states. But it generally became known as the difference between the North and the South, the Mason-Dixon line. And so, interestingly, in 2024, his parents are keeping that alive by naming their kids Mason and Dixon. First of all, they planned on having 2 kids, I guess. And I guess it doesn't matter if it's a boy or a girl. Can you name a girl Dixon? I don't know.
You can definitely name a girl Mason.
Can you?
Yeah.
What the hell?
It's 2024. You can do whatever you want.
Leads us to Perry Mason, which leads us to.
Look at that.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
Well, there it is. We start with the Mason-Dixon line, which, by the way, Tony, is very old school. I mean, I am quite shocked that the Black family tries to keep the Mason-Dixon line alive. I mean, that's like you got to be a hardo, like Civil War head to keep that alive. But you're down with the Mason-Dixon line.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. I don't know if I'm down with it.
But it is interesting being that from Kentucky. I'm just saying.
Yes, I'm not down with the line, all right? Very careful. Don't get me in trouble here.
No. Well, you're down with the north part of the Mason-Dixon line.
Shout out the Yankees up north.
Yeah, you are a janky. So you'd never heard of Eden, Kentucky? You hadn't heard of it, huh?
I had never heard of it, no.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the four corners where those four states meet for some reason.
Well, that's Colorado, Utah, New Mexico, and Arizona. Now, do you derisively refer to those north of you as Yankees? Is that what
Definitely
you did?
not, dude. Come on now. It's 2024.
And then the other thing for you is Perry Mason, which we learned from John Taylor is the radio show he listens to driving trucks across country. And then, of course, it became a TV show with Raymond Burr, right? Yeah, listen to this. These are old school themes. This is what we needed. You got some more? Picture John Taylor driving right now.
Trying to solve mysteries.
Driving across Nebraska in the middle of the night.
Who did it?
Listening to this. Dun, 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 dun. That's got to be a Henry Mancini, is it? Is it a Henry Mancini? That's awesome. Anyway, guys, that's fun. That's John Taylor, baby. He's going into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame tonight.
That's John Taylor walking into the ceremony tonight with the boombox like Devo.
How good would that be, dude? How good would that be, dude? That would be incredible. Do you have a murder mystery you like? Are you a Law and Order guy?
That's what I was going to say. It sounds like the old version of Law and Order.
Very similar.
Yeah.
Very similar. All right, guys. Hey, let's have a good night, family night out tonight, huh? We'll try to have some fun and tell you guys stories from the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. John Dickinson in for Lund coming up. Hey, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Gronk, I've been watching on Fox NFL Sunday, and I'm begging you, please, stop doing your job.
You could have just given me the $20 million, and I would just told you I did it.
Stay loose and sexy, baby.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy to Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. The Phillies take game one from the Giants. Swing, and there's a fly ball to center. Over to his right a bit. Rojas makes the catch. And mercifully, this one is over. The Phillies over.
Yeah, that was the 14-3 Phillies win on Saturday that started in the rainstorm. And then the Giants lose last night 5-4. They scored 4, though, Pop. Scored 4. But the Phillies scored 5. Bryce Harper takes Logan Webb deep. Rough weekend for the Giants. The missed opportunities Friday. Again, they get throttled on Saturday. The rain through the first 3 innings, lose 5-4. Last night, after getting down 5-1, it's Papa and Lund here on a Monday. John Dickinson in for John Lund. Greg Papa here as well. You got the New York Giants hat on, Pop.
Happy birthday, Willie Howard Mays. Willie Mays is 93 years of age today, JD.
Yes.
So 4, 5, 6. They got to score a lot of runs today, but Zach Wheeler, they are going to pitch Zach Wheeler. We thought it was going to be the lefty today. Mason Black will go for the Giants. The voice of the River Cats, Zach Bayruti, will join us at 10:50. Give us the very latest. We saw Mason, obviously, in spring training. We got an update on what he features, and we know what Zach Wheeler features. Overpoweringly good stuff. So what a weekend. We had the 150th running of the Kentucky Derby on Saturday. May the 4th be with you, with a couple of mint juleps, JD. And what a race that was. Not just a photo finish, a photo
It was
finish.
awesome.
We had 3 horses by a nostril there at the end, and it was epic. And then a Cinco de Drinko yesterday. Weather got a lot better around the Bay Area, so we had fun consuming it all, including, did we just heard a little bit with Murph and Marcus, the end of their show. Did you watch the entire 3 hours of Tom Brady getting roasted on Netflix?
I did not watch all of it. I saw the clips of it. And
I
it
saw
was
it start to finish.
That doesn't surprise me.
I haven't seen a roast in a long time. I mean, first thing is, why did he consent to the roast, for one? Because it got. It's
a roast. It's a roast.
I'm used to the Don Rickles roast, Dean Martin, where it's a little bit. Now it's just wow, unbelievable content. Brady took it all in. The one thing is, he admitted, you heard it there, deflating his saggy balls. Charles Woodson was sitting in the front row. Woodson never blitzed him from the cat position. There was no mention of the Tuck You game at all. A little bit in his highlight reel, but if they kind of omitted that and went right to Deflategate and Spygate.
That was. Did he have to give some level of permission to? Hey, you can roast me, but you got to leave this out. That was sort of my thought.
He did admit it because the league investigated everything with Deflategate for $20 million, and that was the line. He said, if you just would have given me the $20 million, I would have told you I effing did it. So it was incredible, and I think Tom's going to be a good broadcaster. Actually, I was wondering how's he going to get up there and handle it, but he handled it well. He came back with some good lines, well delivered. Even Gronk, they were nailing Gronk, and he got up and Aaron Hernandez jokes, JD. Nothing was out of bounds for this one. All you got to do to play tight end for the Patriots is catch, block, and not murder, was the line from Tom Brady. I'm like, whoa. But anyway, so Tom Brady got roasted on Netflix. The Giants got roasted in South Philly all weekend. And this game Saturday should not have been started when it did. It was an hour, 10-minute rain delay. It should have been 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
They should not have played the first 2 innings in that kind of weather, and it wound up getting another injury involving Tom Murphy. To lose 3 games over the weekend, JD, and lose 2 catchers, and the story of the weekend is what is wrong with Patrick Bailey taking that foul tip right off the grill. Did see him on the dugout railing the rest of the series, so that's a good sign. But can we get Joey Bart back? I mean, right now you're running out there Blake Sable every single day to catch. The Giants all of a sudden are very thin behind home plate, and actually Reitz is going to catch Mason Black today.
Yeah, Jackson Reitz in the lineup for the Giants. Mason Black officially contract selected from AAA Sacramento. Dalton Jeffries is designated for assignment. That was expected. He came up to be the long man last night if things got out of hand, and the Giants end up DFAing him today. So, yeah, Mason Black gets the start.
Giant lineup, Jackson Reitz is in there catching at a home run yesterday to get the Giants the 4 score, but it's not enough. I think the big news of the day is not who was not in the lineup that we think is healthy. Jorge Soler was not in the lineup last night on Sunday Night Baseball.
Despite a 3 for 9 against, he had a 3 for 9 against Walker in his career. I was surprised. I did the pregame yesterday and was kind of looking at some of the notes, and that was surprising to see.
Yeah, he does have a little bit of a hip issue, but now to be in another day off of Zach Wheeler, you have to think the hip is bothering him. But the Giants are playing Lamont Wade Jr. at DH today at Wilmer Flores at first base, and Wilmer had a home run on Saturday night, career homer number 150, his first of the year. But it is interesting that Jorge Soler not in last night and not in again today. Day game after a night game, and it didn't play yesterday, so I don't know if it really is. I'm not sure which side the hip is on, his front side, the left side, or the back side, the right side. But I'm sure that is being asked of Bob Melvin as we speak when he meets the media, JD, why Jorge Soler not in the lineup, and you wonder if it's just the hip is bothering him, and he's just trying to pull everything. He's not shooting the ball the other way, the way he's capable. And the offense did get to 4 runs yesterday, but it was a 5-1 game, and you feel like they have no ability to come back right now. And Bags is detailing the amount of runners that Jorge Soler is leaving on base. It is just amazing to see the numbers. The guy's got 5 home runs, and most of them in solo home runs, and he only has 8 RBIs off of 5 home runs. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's been a disappointment, and it really speaks to the bigger picture disappointment of this team now at 15-20, and it's the low water mark. First time they've been 5 under. You're sending Mason Black out there in the finale, making his major league debut against the Phillies and Zach Wheeler, so it doesn't get any easier coming up at 1:05 this afternoon here on the West Coast, 4:05 with the getaway game in Philadelphia before the Giants go to Colorado for 3 and then come back home. But the overarching theme for me, and you laid out the details beautifully of the weekend, it's just, this roster is just not working right now. And I do think, long way to go, but they're in a danger zone. Again, too many missed opportunities to add on Friday, more bad defense. Chapman with a couple of errors in that game, costly. The Nick Ahmed error was costly early last night. Only led to the 1 run. Webb was able to pitch through it, but it was extra pitches that Webb had to throw early in a game when that should have been a 3-up, 3-down inning, and not an inning where the Phillies scored a run, and then the Phillies get to him, and Harper takes him deep in the next inning. It's just inability to hit with runners in scoring position, and the bad defense. There've been games where they played great defense, Pop, but there's been too many games where they've just played shabby defense, and that's not the way this team was built to be at its most successful.
But what is going on with the left side of the infield defense? What is happening to Matt Chapman on this road trip? He had a 2-error game the other day, let a ball go right through his legs the other night, and it's just not like him. And I know some of it, the Ahmed throw, was that related to the field and his plant leg?
It looked like he stepped in a gopher hole. I mean,
it was just, you just never see it. He's lining up to throw, and all of a sudden, he loses his lower body. It looked like a quarterback getting hit from behind. He didn't know the pressure was coming, and the ball sailed. Their lack of defense on the left side has been atrocious, and that's been the number one strong suit here. Jung-Hoo Lee made an incredible catch on Friday night. I mean, the way he ran that ball down. I mean, today is Willie Mays' 93rd birthday, and Willie's got 12 Gold Gloves, and easily could have been more. They didn't have the Gold Glove award throughout the entirety of his career. So to say he had 12 is, about 6 to 8 short. He would have had one every single year he played. But that Jung-Hoo Lee, and I'm not saying he's the Seiya Kid, but the direct line to the ball and the way he threw his glove hand out to catch the ball away from his body, I just haven't quite seen such an easy catch on such a difficult race for the ball. But beyond that, Conforto misplayed a ball.
Yep.
And then Matt Chapman all of a sudden is just he's not playing well defensively, and we've talked about as well as offensively, so much swing and miss in his game, JD. And the issue you got today, I thought, the Phillies were off on Thursday. They played a day game Wednesday in Anaheim, and Zach Wheeler pitched. The way their pitching probables came out initially, I thought we were going to see a lefty today, but they're going to pitch Zach Wheeler on his 4th days of rest, and the numbers career for him are much better when he does pitch on the 5th day and does not have that extra day. And you're talking one of the best pitchers in baseball. I mean, if your lineup is locked in, if he was pitching to his own lineup, the Phillies lineup, that would be a matchup in a intra-squad game because their lineup is so locked in, they're smoking hot. And now he's added a splitter on top of the power stuff he's got with the fastball and he threw a sweeper last year, and now he's got obviously the slider. I mean, this is going to be a tough day today against these Phillies with one of the best pitchers in baseball for a lineup. They finally got 4 runs last night, but you needed 5 or more. It's unbelievable.
No, they didn't get it. We'll talk more Giants coming up here. Zach Beirudi, he's got the lowdown on Mason Black, who gets the start, major league debut for the Giants. Susan Slusser from the Chronicles going to join us at 11:30 as well. But a couple more NBA teams are out, and that leads to more rumors surrounding the Warriors. We'll get into that coming up next. It's Papa and Lund here on a Monday KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
All right, John Shea joined Murph and Marcus this morning and discussed the Giants' struggles at the plate this season. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Greg Papa here, and imagine waking up this time next week and being 100% debt-free from credit cards, car loan, and personal loans. Yes, Loan Pronto's Equity Express line of credit can make it happen. Homeowners are turning their home into equity, turning their home equity into cash almost instantly. With Loan Pronto's AI-based system, you can get approval in about 10 minutes with almost no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle. You can get hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home, and you can use that money to pay off all of your other loans. The average homeowner saves over $850 a month by doing this. As you know, your home value is going way, way up right now. You can use that money to wipe out all those credit cards, get some money for home improvement. Literally hundreds of thousands are at your fingertips, and approval is just minutes away. So call now at 415-808-5721, 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com, 415-808-5721.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
And one name to keep an eye on, Klay Thompson. I'm told there is mutual interest between the Magic and Klay Thompson. Thompson, along with several other vets around the league, are looking at the Magic as a situation where if you plug in a guy like Klay Thompson, you plug in another veteran player, whether it be at the point guard position, the shooting guard position, this team can make a real jump around Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner. Both guys, Paolo Banchero already a star, already a guy that's been a part of Team USA. Franz Wagner has the ability to potentially be an all-star as well. But if you plug in some more shooting and scoring, I think that's what can take this Orlando team to another level.
All right, there you have it. Shams Charania on Klay Thompson. The Magic go out yesterday, had a big lead in Cleveland. Cavs come back. They get the win behind Donovan Mitchell, so they move on, and the Magic go home. But Pop and Lund here on a Monday on the Sports Leader. Giants baseball coming up, 1:05 first pitch from Philadelphia. But, yeah, Klay Thompson, not the first time we've heard his name associated with Orlando. A lot of that was just connecting the dots between who has cap space and may have interest. But to hear Shams say mutual interest, I mean, I think this is really the first time anybody has put it out there that Klay would be interested in Orlando. It's mostly been Orlando would be interested in Klay and maybe would pay him. So I do think this is a little bit of a step toward, trying to drum up some interest in the market and all those different things as the Warriors look to see if they can keep Klay Thompson around and at what number.
Yeah, I remember right around the All-Star break, JD, Mark Stein floated the first connection between Klay and the Orlando Magic. And we're going to have Mark Spears, the Hall of Famer, on tomorrow, so we'll get the very latest on what he's hearing, and he's well connected. But, what Shams Charania is saying is that Klay's camp, and his agent is the Wasserman Group, where Bob Myers used to work, obviously, and Arn Tellem started that, and Greg Lawrence is his agent at Wasserman. So we'll see where it all goes. And just watching Game 7 yesterday in Cleveland with the Orlando Magic, Banchero's a great player, there's no doubt. He shot the ball well, and he got to the line 18 times. Franz, is it Wagner or Wagner? I thought it was Wagner. But in any event, he couldn't make a shot from long range. He was 0 for 5. Jalen Suggs was 2 for 10. Orlando started out hot behind the line, JD. They were 4 for 9 on the 3-ball in the first quarter and 3 for 7 in the second quarter, and they wound up 10 for 31. So do the math. They lost the game because they could not make outside shots at the end. That and Donovan Mitchell with that Euro step and his half-court isolation game. Not efficient, but he got to the line a lot, got up 27 shots and scored 39 points. And Mobley was a monster on the boards. But there's no doubt that the Orlando Magic, and they're not a piece away, but they need shooters. They need a couple of different shooters, strategically around the floor. Now, Klay is not just a stick in the corner drift shooter at this stage of his career. You run plays for him, whether it's floppies or pin downs or curls, everything. He's so good coming off the ball, but he's that kind of guy. So there's no doubt. Watching that game, we're watching Cleveland and watching Donovan Mitchell fight through injury and Winston Garland's son and intrigue, but we're also thinking, man, Orlando can't shoot the ball, and they're getting good looks here. If they could just get shooting, and we knew, Klay's interest, at least from their side of it, and now we're hearing from Shams. Klay's agent's smart. I don't know if they've even gotten in any exchange of numbers with the Warriors, but you say right away, yeah, Orlando's on the hook. So would he really go, to the happiest place on earth? Would he go all the way out to Disney World in the middle of Central Florida and live out there? Or, would he bring Disneyland into the equation? And I know it's way down south, but L.A. there as well. So it could be, which Disney does he want to really create the most leverage? But I think what he's looking for right now is leverage. And in the Orlando Magic, JD, he's got a team that certainly has the need for his skill set as a shooter and a pure shooter with the great players they have, great young players they have around. Plus, the Orlando Magic have a lot of money to spend under their salary cap to pay Klay Thompson if they choose.
Yeah, they have the ability to open up about $60 million to be able to spend depending upon what they do with the roster. They could sign two guys, basically, not two maxes necessarily, but two guys that make a significant amount of money. Hell, you could break it up and sign three if you really wanted to. I know the other name is Malik Monk that's been linked to the Magic. Now, I personally think, and this relates to Klay, that Monk would be a better fit. Although, why don't you go sign them both? I mean, they both can shoot it, but Monk's more of a playmaker. Can be a pseudo backup point guard, can attack, can create for others, can get to the basket in addition to being a deadly three-point shooter. We saw Naz Reid and what he did, the sixth man of the year. Malik Monk was right there with him, and I think if he hadn't gotten hurt the last few weeks of the season, he might have been the sixth man of the year in the NBA, talking about Monk. But, the Magic have the ability to open up close to 60, if not $60 million. So I think they're going to be in on Klay, and I don't think this is going away here over the next 2 months.
Yeah, I agree with you on Monk. He's different than Klay, obviously. He's a primary ball handler in a pick-and-roll game. So he did it when De'Aaron was off the floor. He did it with De'Aaron on the floor. We know how good he is reading the situation and coming downhill. He's also a great shooter. And, he's not what Klay was when it was Rocco and the point of the attack defense. Klay would lay on you during the that 5-year dynastic start to this. But Monk's good. Monk is a good defender. Their skill sets would be just terrific. You got them both. I mean,
they could play together for sure,
without a doubt. But I mean, Gary Harris and Jalen Suggs are good players. But you could have any kind of accommodation. And Monk is used to playing off the bench, as you know, and Klay has made the transition to playing off the bench with the Warriors. I don't know if that's going to be a factor when they discuss roles here. Because the minutes have got to stay the same. You don't want to play Klay Thompson 34 minutes at this stage of his career. He should be, somewhere in the mid-20s, maybe get up to 28 every now and then, but they should, average around that.
Where do you think Klay is on that? Because I know Steve Kerr mentioned that in the, his post-end-of-season press conference, the fact that, coming off the bench has to be on the table and not playing him in the 30s should be on the table. Like, do you think, I know Klay was more accepting of it seemed, as the season went on, but as he takes a couple of steps back and evaluates what he wants the rest of his career to look like, or the next couple of years to look, do you think the opportunity to play the most is something that comes into play here for him?
No, that would not be the number one thing, but he wants to know his role, and you know what, your role will change. They could say your role is something in July when they sign you to a contract, and then by October it changes. By January, March, April, it changes completely due to injuries. So, no, I don't think it's that. It's interesting. Usually when a player changes teams, like Klay's played his entire career, obviously, with the Warriors, if he went to another team, he would be, most track record shows the players are more willing to adjust, adapt when they go to a new team because they kind of have to, like Chris Paul. And he was on a number of teams, but Chris Paul, did go to the bench and play off the bench. For Klay, I think it would be the opposite. I think he would be more amenable to playing off the bench with the Warriors because that would be the role, although I'm not sure it is. We were talking on Friday, they want Kuminga to play more at 3. So how do you do all that? If you can't trade Wiggins, then do you have enough shooting? If you wanted to start Kuminga, Draymond, Trace Jackson Davis, can you start Wiggins, or do you need more shooting on the floor? So it's subject to change. I love the way Klay adapted to playing off the bench, JD. I thought he was really strong in that regard. I think you
changed his season, really, and then he came back into the starting lineup and was different.
And I think you could sell him on, you could win 6th Man of the Year award. How many guys late in their career at age 34 He'll play in his 34th season next year, 35 next year. He's 34 right now. You know, how many guys would have wanted the award as sixth man when they started just about every game from his rookie year? Bill Walton did, but a lot of it was injuries with Bill. But Bill won a Sixth Man of the Year award in Boston playing off the bench. McHale won it when he was earlier and obviously Havlicek, but that would be interesting. I just think overall the minutes for him were right around 30, 29.7 a game. I think, he's in great shape and he can play more. It's just the way the Warrior roster was configured. I think you wanted them in the 20s. I mean, if he goes to Orlando, just in theory, does he move right into their starting lineup right away over Harris and Suggs, or how do they do that? And if they go get Malik Monk, that would be a hell of a four-man rotation in the backcourt for them with Markelle Fultz as well.
You could start Clay, bring Monk off the bench. He's used to it. He could be a backup ball handler that could shoot as well. I mean, Orlando's got a lot of good young talent, but if you watch them throughout the year, they did go through lengthy stretches where they could not score and could not shoot, and that's exactly what ended up doing them in Game 7 yesterday in Cleveland. So that's the Magic side of things as it relates to Klay Thompson. Will they drive the ante up on Klay and on the Warriors? The Clippers also went out over the weekend. We'll take a look at their roster a little bit coming back and who could potentially be on the move and what it sets up for Golden State to try and improve. It's Pop and Lund here on a Monday. It's KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Greg Papa here. If you're looking for a local fiduciary who is licensed when it comes to loans, investments, insurance, basically all things money related, then please call my good friend Greg O'Donnell at the O'Donnell Financial Group. For the past 3 decades, Greg has been helping people like you get peace of mind by planning for retirement. So call Greg today, 866-496-2300, or visit him online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. You owe it to yourself to know if you are going to be able to live that retirement lifestyle that you always dreamed of. So call Greg now. Again, 866-496-2300, or online. You could also go to odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial, because planning is a process, not a product.
Dub Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
All right, welcome back. Papa and Lund here on a Monday. We got Giants baseball coming up at 1 o'clock. Zach Bayrudi's going to join us, the River Cats play-by-play man, as Mason Black going to make his big league debut in Philly on the mound for the Giants. Susan Slusser, 11:30. But let's keep the NBA and Warriors conversation going here a little bit, Pop. We were talking about Orlando. They went out yesterday in Cleveland. How does it relate to Klay Thompson? The other team that went out over the weekend on Friday night was the Clippers in Dallas. Mavs put them away with a big first quarter and second half, so they move on to the second round. They'll take on Oklahoma City, and the Clippers are going home with a lot of question marks. And I thought it was interesting, Pop, Sam Amick had the report in his post-mortem dissection of the Clippers, the note that they were open and listened on Paul George trades at the deadline. We're kind of going through all these different teams as they exit the playoffs to look at potential fits maybe for the Warriors. I think there's so many big players that potentially could be on the move. That second tier we talked about a little bit on Friday, and even the third tier below them, that I do feel like the Warriors are going to have the ability to get in on somebody if they want to. I'm not saying it's Paul George specifically, but it was interesting to read some of the notes about PG, because him and Harden both are a big part of what the Clippers have to try to do to stay the same or get better themselves here this offseason.
Well, we're going to find out. Paul George is going to be one of the most attractive people that's going to be out there available. And the bottom line is, well, Steve Ballmer, the owner of the Clippers, and what does he do with his front office? We've been talking about it. He's going to keep Lawrence Frank. Lawrence, a former good head coach in the NBA. He's been their pseudo GM, president of the basketball ops, whatever title he has. But he can do a lot of different things in an organization. Jerry West, the silhouette, is always lurking in the shadows there. So does he make a change in the front office with Bob Myers available? And do they just flat out offer Paul George the super max, whatever is the most money he can make? They just give it to him. They didn't give that to Kawhi, but they just re-signed Kawhi. And Kawhi's got the history of injury, and I think him going AWOL in this series was the difference. And Dallas, I mean, on their side of it, JD, they just completely rebuilt their roster middle of the year, which, turns to what the Warriors exactly do here. And I know we'll talk about Paul George, and I think for certain players, Joe Lacob will go beyond the tax lines, but it's got to be a difference maker, and I think we all agree Paul George is a difference maker. But I just want you to explain something to me.
Sure.
Because this salary cap in the NBA, we love watching the games, and sometimes the CBA and the one they just ratified a couple of years ago last year, it's just so damn complicated that it takes the actual building of a roster in the purest form away, and you're dealing with aprons and second aprons. And so if the Warriors right now the salaries that they're owed right now is $174 million, right? And
correct.
The tax line gets into about 178.7 is the first restricting tax line. The second tax line is 189.6. Now, of the 174 that they're committed to, they're not going to move Steph Curry at 55. They could move Andrew Wiggins and take back less money at 26. Then you got Gary Payton, but it's a player option. We talked about, what they do with Kuminga. What do they do with Kevon Looney? They could buy him out of the 8 for 3. So there's ways to trim some of the salary, but they're already right at the line just about, and that is a restrictive line. The reason you want to be under that line is it allows you to go out and get the $12.9 million mid-level tax exception, which is a pretty good player. It's not going to get you Paul George, but it's a good player. And then I go back, and Kawakami did a Q&A in The Athletic over the weekend, and he rehashed his interview with Joe Lacob, right around the All-Star break and the trade deadline, and his line was Plan A is for the Warriors to get all the way out of the luxury tax. So tell me, put Paul George over here in a separate hopper where I'm just dreaming. How do they re-sign Klay Thompson, JD, and stay under both aprons? Not just the second one, but the first one as well. Is there a way to do that? How do they do that?
I think the way to do it would be to try and find – I mean, the easiest way to do it is Chris Paul goes away for nothing, meaning his $30 million. You just –
So does he count on that right now?
If Chris Paul does count on it. The sheet that I'm looking at does not have Klay Thompson on it.
It has him excluding – well, my sheet does not have Klay and does not have Paul, and they're still at $174 million. So that the $174 million includes Paul's 30?
It includes Paul's 30 on the the one that I'm looking at. So
right, there you go.
It would be that right there, and then you could look to do. We talked about you could look to do something with Wiggins potentially if you could find a taker for Wiggins. I mean, I'm not saying you'd want to do this because it would I think make you worse, but it's the old. Can you find a team that would take Wiggins into their salary space? But again, if you're going to do that, you have to pay a tax on that to the team, meaning a first-round pick. So I don't think you're looking to want to do that at this point. You want to either keep your picks or use your picks in a deal to get one of these big guys that we're talking about that could potentially swing available. So yeah, it's the Chris Paul move. I think that is from the financial standpoint.
And just cut him and do not take any player salary back in the trade.
The decider, exactly. It's do you want to take him back, and you got to find somebody to guarantee the salary if you're going to wind up taking a player back. That was one of the things that changed in the CBA was the fact that a team could have in the prior iteration a team could have taken that deal back and then they could have cut him, basically unloaded a $30 million player, but that's not the case anymore. That has to be guaranteed. For the Warriors to get a player back by the team that would acquire Chris Paul. So that would be the easiest way. But yeah, just kind of looking at it as far as things shake out, and Paul George would go into that I think number one or number two tier, probably the number two tier of player, but hard to get, and he's going to want to get paid. And hell, we were talking about Orlando the last segment. I mean, Philly in on Paul George. Orlando, I've read, could be potentially in on Paul George and a shooter. But from what I'd heard, the Clippers more likely than not to be unwilling to do what you had alluded to a minute ago, which would be that super max. Yeah,
they're not going to give him that.
That's what it sounds like, just from what I've kind of read and heard. But who knows?
Yeah, I mean if that happens, then he's probably going to. Now the one thing is, having his bird rights, they're still going to be able to pay him more money than any other team. But if he wants to be in the super max range, and Kawhi did take a little bit less than that, I'm sure they're trying to get him to take a similar deal to what Kawhi Leonard took. The bottom line is they're different players, but Kawhi's knee injury and the inflammation built up there is a bit of a concern. So in answering my question, so Paul's money does count. So what you're looking at here now, the date in late June when they have to make the call on Chris Paul is June the 28th. So whether or not you cut him or try to trade him and get a player back would be determined by the level of cooperation you're getting through the Wasserman Group and Greg Lawrence, Clay's agent, and Clay. So you've got between now and late June, 6, 7, 8 weeks, whatever it is, 7 weeks, to work on trying to get a deal done. If you think you cannot get a deal done with Klay Thompson, then you're probably going to need Chris Paul's money as a trade chip.
Yeah.
If you re-sign Klay, you'd more than likely just cut Chris Paul to get that number down. So in some theory, you could be under one or both of the tax aprons, and then go out and buy a player for $12.9 million, which you'd be allowed to do on the mid-level. But if Klay is way out of if all of a sudden Orlando's offering him insane money, and you got to say goodbye to a franchise icon, which would be hard, then I think you're pursuing who could we flip Chris Paul to get that money back. Because if you lose Klay and you cut Paul, you don't have a lot of salary room to go out and get somebody else.
No, and then the problem becomes how do you get better, which I think is still a big part of this as well, because keeping Klay Thompson doesn't alone make the Warriors better. And I know we were debating on Friday what the top priority is, and you mentioned the financial component, which I do think is right up there near the top. I kind of put that in the side bucket a little bit. It's, yeah, you want to do it, but you also have to figure out the ways that you can improve the roster first and foremost. And I think a lot of people, it's moving off of Wiggins. But I think the Clay, Chris Paul decisions, along with these luxury tax decisions, are all tied together before you really can even look at what you would do with Wiggins. And all of these things, Pop, I don't think necessarily guarantee that you've improved, which is a problem, really, because you got to get better.
Well, right. You got to get better. But to me, I mean, what the Warriors are paying, their salaries last year were $208 million, plus you had to pay $176.8 million more in luxury tax. So added up, they're the most expensive team outside of the New York Mets last year and their disaster in the history of American sport. No baseball team's ever come near there. They got a salary cap in football. You're not going to go to $400 million. So if you can get rid of the luxury tax, JD, and save 180 or so million on that and get your overall line down, I mean, could you imagine if they have the ability to cut their payroll from $400 million down to $200 million? Who the hell wouldn't do that?
No, it makes a lot of sense, and it helps you build in the future, but they are a little bit hamstrung in terms of the abilities to get better as far as things go in the short term, and they still have these next couple of years with Steph and Steve and Draymond all in the mix together that they're going to have to figure out. So easier said than done, but a couple of dominoes potentially starting to fall here with the Klay Thompson rumors and everything going on with the Clippers going out in the Western Conference as well. So more Warriors conversation coming up later, but coming up next, Mason Black is making his big league debut for the Giants on the mound today in Philadelphia. And we're going to talk with Zach Bayruti, the play-by-play man for the Sacramento River Cats, Giants AAA affiliate. He's got the lowdown on Mason Black. That's all coming up right here, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa. After a great weekend of quality sleep, which can help boost your reaction time, recovery time, and performance. That's why I sleep on the Sleep Number Smart Bed, which is designed for one-of-a-kind, ever-evolving sleep needs. So how do you plan on taking your sleep to the next level? Do what I did and get a Sleep Number bed. It is the #1 quality sleep goal. That's for healthy and realistic lifestyles. I slept 4 or 5 hours a night on my Sleep Number beds, especially on the weekend. I am up to about 8 or 9 hours, and I feel so much better. So take advantage of Sleep Number right now. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in store. And now you can save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery when you add in a adjustable base. The sale will end on Sunday, this coming Sunday, Mother's Day, on May the 12th. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards, only at Sleep Number stores or sleepnumber.com.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, Mason's going to start tomorrow.
How cool is that, just knowing that he's from the area and obviously he's been doing really well at AAA?
Yeah, really well. And so, it seems like at times in baseball, things play out, a way that baseball does. And to be able to come here and get his first start, it's not the easiest opponent in the world, but I think, he just kind of insulate on, I'm a big leaguer now, and go out and there, do his things, stay with his strengths, and, he's been pitching pretty well. So tomorrow will be a very, very special day for him.
And tomorrow is today. Bob Melvin there from yesterday talking about Mason Black, who makes his big league debut at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. Right here on KNBR, coming up 1:05 first pitch. Let's go out to the UMA guest line right now. We're joined by Zach Bayruti, play-by-play announcer for the Sacramento Rivercats. He's seen a lot of Mason Black. Zach, thank you so much for joining us. It's John Dickinson here in for John Lund, Greg Papa as well. How are you this morning?
You got it, fellas. I'm great. How are you guys doing?
Doing very well, Zach. What can everybody and Giants fans expect from Mason Black?
Well, first and foremost, you're going to see a guy that has great mound presence. That's something that I always kind of take note of with guys coming up to AAA for the first time is how are they projecting themselves out there? And last year when Mason got to Sacramento, facing obviously some of the best hitters in the world, AAA hitters are essentially major league hitters. He was unflappable, and he believed in his stuff. He pounded the strike zone, and I was just really impressed with his mound presence first and foremost, and then the stuff obviously has spoken for itself, especially this year with an ERA of 1 to this point.
Yeah, and he's going to be jacked up today, Zach, 24 years of age, but as you said, he's got the mound presence. He is from from Scranton, a couple-hour ride away from Citizens Bank Ballpark. So the one thing, looking at his numbers, and they're really good across the board, when you're dealing with the Phillies, and they got some really good right-handed hitters, but you got to deal with Schwarber, you got to deal with Harper, you got to deal with Brandon Marsh, and Stott, towards the bottom of the order. They don't have, the shortstop is out right now, Trey Turner, after the injury on Friday night. But the one thing is, looking at his numbers with you at AAA Sacramento, Mason Black actually got left-handed hitters out more readily than he got right-handed hitters out. Why was that?
Well, for starters, he's got two different variations of his slider. He's got like the more traditional gyro slider, and then he's got the sweeper. And the sweeper's been a pitch that's really been effective, and I think that might be part of the reason why he's been so effective with left-handed hitters. He's been able to land that pitch on both sides of the plate, and the command that he's shown of that pitch this year in particular has been something that's been highlighted by Dave Brundage, the River Cats manager. Just the fact that he can land the sweeper anywhere he wants to. And not to mention he can locate the fastball. And I mean, the fastball is not upper 90s. It's like, 93, 94. It certainly plays. But you couple that with an off-speed pitch that he has, two different variations of. And one of them he's really feeling with the sweeper. You're talking about being able to get both, hitters out from both sides of the plate. So I would cite that as the main reason why.
And Zach, what would the breakdown of just, how much Mason Black throws each pitch? How does that sort of shake out?
He definitely leans on the slider, the gyro, and the sweeper. I think this year the sweeper's been the pitch for him that he's leaned heavily on. And I said, like I said, he just has an excellent feel for it. He's certainly willing to command the fastball and show that fastball command and work off of that. But he really wants to get to the sweeper, and that's the pitch that he's looking to put away hitters with. And again, I've just been so impressed with the way he's been able to locate it, and it's a pitch that gives hitters just a ton of fits.
It's exciting, obviously, for him to make his Major League debut today, very close to where he grew up in Scranton. And we thought we were going to see him, Zach, last Wednesday at Fenway Park, but they didn't go that way. They won Eric Miller in an opener and came in with Dalton Jeffries behind. And on that same day, May the 1st, he pitched a game for you guys against Tacoma, and he went just 4 innings and threw 69 pitches. That's the last time he's worked, so he'll be rested. But I'm looking at his innings pitched. 4, 5, 4, 5, 3 2/3, 5. The most pitches he's ever thrown in a game this year, 71 against Las Vegas the start before on April the 25th. So are they doing something similar to him or what they were doing last year with Kyle Harrison early in the year, where they're not stretching these guys much out beyond 70 pitches?
I can't really claim to know, and this thought has crossed my mind. But last year they were so conservative with Harrison, especially. I know why they were with Wynn, because he's coming off the Tommy John. But they were so conservative with Harrison, in part because they wanted to save his innings for maybe later in the year when he could go up and join the big league club. I can tell you that at Giants Fan Fest, we had a thing on stage with Brian Price, and I interviewed Brian Price, and he said that he feels it's important for guys in the minor leagues to have a bunch of innings, to not be limited like they were last year. And maybe it's just the organization has kind of taken its time to turn the corner with what they did last year to what they want to do moving forward. I don't know, but I feel like guys are actually getting a little bit more work earlier in the year than they were earlier in the year last year, if that makes sense. And you got to remember, it's basically just the month of April that he's been in AAA, or that he's been pitching with us. So I think maybe they're just trying to build him up a little bit or save innings, like for this situation right here. I can't claim to know, but I've definitely thought about it.
What do you think Mason's high-end upside is as a big leaguer? I know, tough question on day one, and going up against that Phillies lineup is tough. But what do you see as the ceiling for Mason Black?
I think he absolutely has the stuff to be a front end of the rotation starter. He has just a bevy of pitches. He commands the fastball. And like I said, he's got the mound presence, and he's a guy that's been able to stay healthy. I mean, he works hard in the weight room. He conditions himself very well. I mean, he checks all the boxes you want to see for a guy to be, effective and to be durable. So I see him as a front end of the rotation type of starter. And I think this is it's definitely going to be baptism by fire, as you guys were alluding to in Philly, and especially being close to home. But I think it's going to be a really good thing for him moving forward, and to have this assignment right out of the gate. The fact that they trust him with this type of assignment right out of the gate, I think speaks volumes about what the organization thinks of him and how they feel about him.
Just breathe out your eyeballs, young man. He'll be fine. But he's going to be amped up, obviously. And to make it a little bit easier, Jackson Reitz is going to be catching him today. So we got an all, River Cat battery with Mason Black on the mound. And we saw Reitz yesterday come off the bench at a bomb of a home run, his first career home run in the 9th inning. So how much did Reitz, as you recall, catch Black? And then just overall, this series in Philadelphia has been a disaster for the Giants, losing 3 games, but more importantly, losing Patrick Bailey on Friday night, concussion protocol, and then losing Tom Murphy the next game. How the hell does that ever happen? So give me the scouting report on Jackson Reitz, not only as a hitter, as a catcher, and then Blake Sabol, who we saw, last year as a Rule 5 guy, Zach, make the adjustment to learn to catch, but he's more of an outfielder. He had to learn on blocking balls better, seemed like he may have improved. So what are the Giants looking at the next week or so with a catching combo of Sabol and Reitz?
Greg, to answer your first question, I can't recall how many times Reitz caught Black. I know Reitz and Sabol were basically platooning, so I can't recall off the top of my head how many times he caught Mason. But as far as Sabol's defense, I think he's gotten a lot better. I know he was kind of a liability back there last year, but in a pretty much every day or every other day role with Sacramento, I've seen Sabol catch really well. I mean, he's proven to be a very capable defensive catcher. And Jackson Reitz is that as well. I mean, Jackson's a very capable defensive catcher. And, Reitz, like you saw last night, when he runs into one, it goes a long way. He's hit some of the longest home runs that I've ever seen here in the minor leagues at times when he gets a hold of them. So he definitely has the ability to do that. Jackson does on a consistent basis what he did last night, and did not shock me whatsoever that he came off the bench and hit that home run. He's a big dude, and he works really hard and can do damage to the baseball.
Zach, great stuff. Appreciate the time. Thank you for taking it, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Of course. Thanks for having me, guys. Take care.
All right. Thank you. All right. Hey, Rudy. Love that guy.
Zach Bay-Rudy joining us here, Rivercats play-by-play man on KNBR 104.5 and 680 San Francisco. The sports leader, hour number 2. It's Pop and Lund here on a Monday as we get you closer to the Giants and the Phillies and that major league debut for Mason Black coming up 1:05 first pitch. Pregame comes up at 12:05, just about an hour from now, Pop.
You've been watching baseball for a long time, JD. You ever remember a team losing both of its catchers in back-to-back games? Friday night in Philadelphia, takes one on the foul tip, Patrick Bailey, and he was woozy right away, stayed in the game. It's scary. We've seen it happen, obviously, with a number of Giant catchers over the years. And I'd forgotten that Bailey, but once I read about it, it came right back to me last year when he had that concussion late in the year. And a lot of it, his numbers just fell off the earth last year. And it was mainly right around July 1st. He had a big home run late to win a game at Citi Field, New York, but he wore down. He was losing weight. He hadn't caught that much. But really, when I remember it, I'd have to go back and look at it. When he suffered that concussion is where, to me, there was a huge drop-off in his play. Not just his hitting, but his receiving, his pitch framing, his throwing out runners. He just wasn't as good. So, and I thought, oh, damn, he did this last year, and I remember a huge drop-off. And he got off to a slow start this year because of a hand injury back in the spring, but he has been locked in. Right now, I think he's, Camilo Duvall could get there. Logan Webb's always a candidate, but I thought Patrick Bailey was the Giants' best choice to be an all-star this year. He'd been playing that well, and just, the walk-off home run he had and hitting the high pitch, but a little bit scary that he had the same, I don't know if it's exactly the same, and they don't tell us the grades of concussions, but from being around the Niners, some are 1s, some are 2s, 4s, whatever, one being the least severe. I don't know what it is. The fact that he was hanging around on the dugout bench leads us to believe that it was possibly less severe, but you never know. Patrick Bailey, that's the story of the weekend. Philadelphia is good, and you don't want to be playing them right now, even with the injury to Trey Turner. They're just red hot and rolling. They never lose at home. They've won 16 of the last 19. It's been a hard series, obviously, but the real tragedy here, and we'll see how long it lasts, and we'll ask Susan 11:30, JD, is Patrick Bailey has been concussed again.
Yeah, and it seems like there's optimism that he could come back to the earliest point, but you never know. And the earliest point is still Saturday, so they're going to have to make it through, obviously, today and the whole Colorado series and the first game when they come back, against Cincinnati before playing the Dodgers and then the Rockies again at the back end of that next homestand. So, yeah, it's a big deal. He had been moved up in the lineup. He'd become, really, I think, the Giants' best position player. I mean, to be perfectly honest, in a year that's been disappointing, I think, to this point for Jung-Hoo Lee's numbers overall, and Conforto got off to the really hot start. Chapman hit a couple of home runs early, but hasn't had it. And yeah, Bailey was somebody when the Giants were at their best a year ago. He was a big part of it up until that second half of the season where there was the big time drop off. So losing him is a big deal.
And you mentioned the Reds coming in with Ellie De La Cruz and the speed they have. You don't have Patrick Bailey.
Well, yeah.
For that Reds series, they may just steal you blind next week.
And the Phillies just looked to run wild last night. I mean, that was the other part on Sable. And to the point where I thought, Jackson Reitz is probably going to be out there if they're going with Mason Black today, but Jackson Reitz is going to have to be out there as somebody that maybe gives you a better shot to slow down the running game than Sable. Teams ran on Sable last year.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's not really a catcher.
Exactly.
He's an outfielder. He's a good hitter, but they kept him last year because of the Rule 5. And, he caught some, catcher's interferences. They pass balls. He doesn't block correctly. And then going back to Friday night, after Bailey left the game, Tom Murphy comes in. And right away, he's just, and I hadn't watched him a lot in the American League with Seattle. We saw some. He hit the bomb of a home run over the monster in Boston. But right away, he's unprepared for a secondary lead by Trey Turner, which turns into a stolen base. You realize that's Trey Turner over there, right? And I know they want him to get with one knee down, but I asked him, when we had him opening day, he was our guest on the field, and I asked him, he does not go one knee down with a runner at first base. He goes one knee down with the bases empty. With a runner at first, you're not throwing out Trey Turner with one knee down, or it's going to be hard. He had two knees down, and he wasn't even ready for the ball. And so he boxed that one stolen base, and then and it was the ball was moving a little bit, but he lets a ball squirt by him for a bad pass ball. He has a chance to throw out Turner at the plate anyway, but his feed to Jordan Hicks is just offline. I mean, offensively, and he's gotten off to a slow start, but you see the power he's got. But defensively, there's a huge regression going from Patrick Bailey to Tom Murphy. It's like this guy is boxing every other pitch. He's not throwing out runners. He doesn't receive it the same. And it's going to be a big difference in how you get production from your pitching staff. That's the genius of Buster Posey. You could quantify some, but not others. And then he gets hurt, right away in the slop or whatever the hell happened on Saturday night. And they shouldn't have started that game when they did. It's an 1:10 rain delay. It should have been 2.5 hour rain delay.
Yeah, that was odd to me as well. They wait, and I know they had a big crowd in Philadelphia waiting for Saturday night and all that. And I understand wanting to get the game in because you don't want to play a doubleheader today going to Colorado.
Or even yesterday. They could have played it yesterday before Sunday Night Baseball.
And I think why they didn't do that was that they were worried about the weather during the day yesterday in Philadelphia. It was supposed to rain throughout the day. I think it drizzled or lightly rained throughout the day, but it was going to be clear by 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific. But no, I was surprised they didn't wait a little bit longer because it did clear up after those first 3 innings. So you could have
right around the top of the third, bottom of the third, it cleared up. The first two were unplayable, and you really wonder. I think it did partly contribute to Tom Murphy hitting his knee. At least he thinks that it did. He felt a pop on a ball in the dirt, and then the ball squirts away. So, I mean, everything in life is timing, JD.
Sure.
They let Joey Bart go at the wrong time.
Yeah.
He didn't have a role on this team. He wasn't good enough. Now he is. And the fact that they signed Tom Murphy, they did it early in the offseason. No one was taking their money. They wanted the right-handed bat to complement the switch-hitting Bailey. I get that.
And he's been somebody the last few years who has annihilated left-handed pitching. Like, that's been the one. So it just.
I get it. But if you're building your team around pitching and defense, this guy's not a very good catcher right now. And I don't know. Marty just says he's rusty. He's got to get better. I mean, where would you compare him to Blake Sable, who just learned how to catch again last year? I mean, Murphy, he's not Patrick Bailey. And what I was thinking was, damn, if Bailey's out a week or so and this guy's got to catch 5 out of 7 or 6 out of 7, you're going to have pitchers not happy with the way it goes down. And then the irony is Murphy gets hurt right away, and now you're with a couple of guys we'll learn. Sable really, to me, seemed like a once-a-week guy for a short period of time. But he worked hard in the offseason. We'll get him the benefit of the doubt.
He can hit. Like, to me, they should find another position for him because he can hit a little bit, especially against right-handed pitching.
You don't have enough catchers.
Well, no, I'm just saying.
Can they reacquire Joey Bart?
Yeah, well,
from the Pirates.
It's
Is that even doable?
I was looking at the numbers on Bart, and I know he had a couple of home runs early, and I'm trying to see if I've got it here in my notes because I was talking about it yesterday on the Giants pregame. I think Murphy was. I want to say he had 4 hits. I think 4 for 34 was Murphy, and Joey Bart was 7 for 34. But he did have a couple of home runs.
3 or 2 homers for Joey?
I think it's 3. I think 3. Yeah. And he had a couple right away, including one in the first game. But the overall numbers hadn't been that much different when you look at aside from those first couple of games. But yes, and we'll get into this coming up next. And we got Susan at 11:30. It's just because I think it plays. It's kind of what can go wrong, a little bit for the Giants right now. Is this thing? I hate to say it, 35 games in, but it feels like it's slipping away, and the fans are frustrated because the Giants couldn't get anybody, as you mentioned, Pop, to take their money. They did finally get some guys to take their money. They waited out some situations, some players that maybe wouldn't have come here otherwise. They got them on lesser deals. And to this point, those deals aren't panning out. So we'll get into that coming up next. It's Papa and Lund here on a Monday. We're getting you closer to Giants baseball. It's KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants catcher Jackson Reitz hopped on Extra Innings with Bill Lasky over the weekend and discussed his season with the Rivercats. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Golden State Window and Door Design wants to encourage you to think beyond the wall, and larger windows and doors allow you to enjoy a wide open canvas of nature. Greg Papa here. How would you like to have a wall of windows that open, or a wall of windows that disappears, a wall of windows with doors that disappear, offering you unobstructed views? It may be hard to imagine, but you can see them for yourself when you click on products at goldenstatelumber.com. Then choose windows and doors for the image gallery featuring Marvin and other respected vendors that are sure to inspire you. So under brand, scroll down to Marvin, and there you're going to find even more extraordinary options for your project. As a Marvin Direct retailer, you'll receive competitive pricing as well as phenomenal service. Located throughout the Bay Area and Sonoma County, Golden State has been the go-to supplier for 70 years. They're confident when they say, when you succeed, we succeed.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, welcome back. Pop and Lunch, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. It's John Dickinson in for John Lund. Pop and Lund here, Giants and Phillies coming up at 105. Tough weekend for the Giants, and they got to play the finale of the four-game set in Philadelphia. Mason Black on the mound, as we've talked about. Susan Slusser's coming up. She's going to join us here at 11:30, Pop. But I was getting into this a little bit over the weekend yesterday doing the pregame, and we talked about it some Friday. And look, I'll say it right off the top. I thought this team was going to be improved. I liked the moves that they made, adding Jung-Hoo Lee and Soler, Chapman, even Murphy. We were talking about him in the last segment. Blake Snell, obviously, at the end, they kind of waited out some situations and got players that they liked and wanted for lesser prices than you would have imagined at the beginning of the offseason. But it just hasn't worked. This team's 15-20. Long way to go, but it's a different season, same result right now. And it's leading toward a potentially very bad place, Pop, if they can't get this thing turned around.
Well, it's been a rough road trip, obviously, what happened in Boston, winning the day game. The Giants do play, for whatever it's worth, better in day games than they do in night games. So
they do.
I know you're doing Diamond Notes today, so put that one away. But they got to deal with Zach Wheeler today. I mean, wow. When the pitching probables came out, and you saw a 4-game series in Philadelphia, you thought, well, Wheeler pitched the last game the Phillies played on their road trip, and they were in Anaheim on Wednesday. Initially, Wheeler was not going to pitch today. But damn, with the off day on Thursday, he pitched Wednesday. He can come back and pitch on regular rest, and his numbers show he's much better pitching on 4 days of rest and pitching every 5th day. So you got to deal with one of the best pitchers in baseball. How often have we said this? In Fenway Park, the Red Sox are throwing guys you never heard of. Here's Cutter Crawford with the lowest ERA in the league, throwing nothing but cutters.
This whole road trip, yeah.
The worst one's been Aaron Nola. He was all over the place on Friday. They couldn't get to him, and now today you got to deal with Zach Wheeler, and this is the Zach Wheeler who you let get away. And I like the Beltran trade. I don't want to go back to that. But Zach Wheeler's only 33. JD. He's not going to turn 34 until later this month.
Well, yeah, he was, 20 when they traded him.
He was a baby. I remember him coming in with the Mets and dueling against Matt Cain years ago, and Cain really struggled. There was an afternoon game.
Yeah, I remember that game.
Wheeler just like, whoa, what is this? I mean, now everybody throws hard, but Wheeler at that time for a frontline starting pitcher going deep into games, he threw consistently hard. Upper 90s, and now he's added in recent years a sweeper on top of his slider. He's throwing a splitter now, which is just overpowering. So you look at the Giant lineup today, and we'll talk to Susan about it. Jorge Soler is not in the lineup for 2 straight games. He was not in last night on Sunday Night Baseball. Today he's not in. Now, it's a righty with extreme velocity. He's a power pitcher. But the Giants are playing. Lamont Wade Jr. is DHing today, and Wilmer Flores is going to play at first base. Otherwise, the lineup's pretty much the same. At the bottom, Ahmed's taking a day off. Tyler Fitzgerald will bat 8th and play shortstop, and Jackson Reitz will catch his former River Cat battery mate Mason Black today. Top of the lineup is pretty much the same. Jung-Hoo Lee, Tyro Estrada, Lamont Wade, Flores, Conforto, Chapman, Yastrzemski. But I think it's interesting. Is Jorge Soler not in the lineup today because the hip soreness is preventing him? Or is his bat soreness right now the reason, and he needs a couple of days off back-to-back?
Yeah, I haven't seen anything about that. And as you mentioned, I'm looking at the notes from the first game of the series with the probables, and it was going to be Christopher Sanchez, the lefty, that was scheduled to pitch in this one before they flipped it to bring Zach Wheeler back on the normal rest. There was some news on Tom Murphy. 4 to 6 weeks with a grade 1 to 2 left knee sprain. The knee sprain I thought was good news, considering the fact that he said he felt the pop and all that. I mean, I was thinking potentially season ending when he only went on the 10-day IL yesterday. I thought that was a good sign, but Bomel giving the update to the assembled reporters in Philadelphia on Murphy, 4 to 6 weeks.
And then how long? I mean, they have no way of knowing, what the severity, and, they put you right into the concussion protocol, and they did. But there is different grades. When Brock Purdy had his last year, it was the lowest possible grade. They were very confident he could come back and play without missing any time, after he got concussed in Minnesota for the Bengal game. But, it was good that we saw, Patrick Bailey on the dugout bench. He looked clear. It wasn't like he was back in the clubhouse with the lights off and, just kind of sleeping through it or staying back in the hotel. But, it's just such a big... Now you don't have Tom Murphy, and you're going with these 2 young. Blake Sable really is a neophyte catcher trying to learn how to do it. And Jackson Reitz is a young guy. We'll see what he's got behind the plate. He got in late yesterday. But nobody's Patrick Bailey on this roster, JD, and you are going up against the Reds and, all of their steals and Ellie De La Cruz, and then the Dodgers, obviously, if they want to run, they can run. It's just, it's such a big difference in what you're doing. The way the offense is right now, you need to pitch to stay in these games. You lose Patrick Bailey for an extended period of time, and hopefully it'll only be the 7-day IL concussion list that he can come back, but you just worry about it lingering or another foul tip away. Remember that catcher the Giants had, Hector Sanchez?
Yeah.
Looked like every game he took a foul tip right off the grill. Matheny, obviously Mike Matheny, quickly just retired. Buster had it throughout his career. I think a big reason why he decided to retire so prematurely. But, But Bailey had one last year, JD. You just don't want this to be an ongoing, recurring problem for him, obviously.
No, you definitely don't. And look, the bottom line is on Bailey, you need him because he's been one of your more productive hitters. And a big reason why has been the fact that he's played well. But another reason is because the guys that the Giants signed this offseason have, to this point, I think you can fairly say it, all been disappointments. From Jung-Hoo Lee to Jorge Soler to Matt Chapman, Blake Snell, a pitcher, obviously, but he's somebody brought in to be a 1A. They've lost all of his starts. He's lost his starts, and it's created this void in the rotation where Mason Black gets the start today. They haven't won a single slot of the Blake Snell slots, the 3 that he pitched, and then 3 more where they've had to figure out who to pitch. And so big offseason. And would the Giants spend more? They did spend more. Again, I liked a lot of the moves they made in the moment, but the story of this season, Pop, is going to be written by can Jung-Hoo Lee, Jorge Soler, Matt Chapman, and Blake Snell, the one pitcher of the group, get it going, because it's just too much of a different version of the same for this team. And I think the fans are already frustrated and getting more frustrated. There's a lot of baseball to go, but this thing's not going in the right direction and may get worse here today before it gets better.
And the guy who's most frustrated is Jorge Soler. The Red Sox game when he broke the bat over his knee and pulled Bo Jackson meets Chili. He's just at the height of frustration, and he's lining out hard, some at-bats, but he just is not driving in runs. So he's not in the lineup again today. That's 2 in a row. And looking at his career numbers against Zach Wheeler, it's not like the computer got him. He's 4 for 17 against Zach Wheeler with a double and a couple of walks. He has struck out 7. But the guy that I look at is Matt Chapman against Zach Wheeler. And Zach is, he's giving you that sweeper version of the slider and the splitter.
He's going to heat Matt Chapman up.
He comes at you 4-seam fastball high. And Matt Chapman, you saw him probably more with the A's than I did. I glanced at him, and his defense is extraordinary. But he's got a hole in his swing. He cannot hit the top rail fastball. He is 1 for 8 career against Zach Wheeler.
He struggled with velocity, period, and it's gotten worse according to the metrics over the last couple of years.
Well, just watch it. I thought last year was it the finger. So he does have a home run off of Zach Wheeler, but he's punched him out twice. Just watch how the other team is pitching.
Yep.
Matt Chapman, early in the year, it was Yastrzemski. Everything was a high fastball. And then he was trying to close that, so he was off balance on pitches down, and he's striking out more on pitches in the dirt he has, but he's doing okay. But Chapman, really, now he's gripping because he's taking breaking balls because he's sitting dead red. He knows he has to get on top or not swing at that pitch or foul that pitch back. But, so many pitchers are preying on the real high fastball against some of these giant hitters, and Matt Chapman just can't get on that pitch. So watch Zach Wheeler today. He'll change his eyesight some, but when he wants to get Matt Chapman out, he will go top rail.
Yep, no doubt. And where are you at on Jung-Hoo Lee and Snell? I know Snell's a notorious slow starter to begin with. Like I think Snell could come back, and I know he has started throwing to hitters. I was reading a little bit about that just during the last break. So he's on the mend and going to be returning here at some point. Like I think Blake Snell can come back and whatever it is, 20 plus starts, be a pretty darn good pitcher, and that obviously helps. They're going to have him. But it's just, to me, it comes down to the 2 we've talked about, and then Jung-Hoo Lee, 6 years and $113 million, and it's an on-base percentage around 300. The OPS is barely over 600, and it just hasn't been there. Even though he has hit some balls hard. He has hit a lot of balls hard that have gone for outs early this year.
So the update on Blake, and we'll see if they ask Bob Melvin about it when Susan joins us. But last week when the Giants were at Fenway on Wednesday, he threw a 20-pitch bullpen session in San Francisco. He was scheduled to pitch one of 50 pitches on Saturday. I had not heard if he had done that. So, to go from 20 to 50 means the adductor, the hip, the groin must be okay, at least after the 20. So we'll see what they green light him to do after what he did on the weekend. But the next step would be either make a rehab assignment or start to throw to hitters. But he's going to miss. Yeah, obviously, it's his start today. He's going to miss, and he's not going to pitch against the Reds. Would he be able to come back at some point during the Dodgers series? I don't know, but there's a number of reasons that they're under 500. First and foremost, they got swept by the Dodgers early in the year. You didn't have Blake up and running then. And in the starts that the Blake Snell starts, either the starts he has made himself or other people have had to make for him, they are 0-6 in those starts.
Yep, and we'll see what Mason Black can do today in his big league debut as the Giants try to turn it around, salvage one before going to Colorado. That's going to be a huge series in Colorado. The Giants are going to have to go in there and win some games and almost sweep it to get this thing turned. But as you know, Pop, over the years, Coors Field, you never know. Things can get a little weird. All right, Susan Slusser of the Chronicle is going to join us next. It's John Dickinson in for John Lund. Pop and Lund here on a Monday, the Sports Leader.
Yeah, Giants have a day game today in Philadelphia, so we got a short show, and right after I'm done with the show, I'm going to go to Tony's Pizza in the North Beach and listen to Giants baseball. Tony's is the best pizza I've ever had, and Tony's in the North Beach has been ranked #1 in the world, so I'm not alone in thinking it's great, and it's my go-to spot is Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma Styles pizzas. Tony also makes fresh pastas, and they're spicy bucatini. Mamma mia! One of my all-time favorites. Tony has other locations in the North Beach as well, like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style, cracker-thin and deep-dish pizzas. And one of his specialties is his Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. So keep an eye on the Cubbies and enjoy one of those. They are gigantic but mouth-wateringly good. Save room for dessert with a super delicious cannoli or a tiramisu. And then Giants are leaving Philadelphia, going to Denver tomorrow, so you want to get ready for that game by waking up early tomorrow morning, strolling through the North Beach, and try Tony's homemade sourdough bread, his pastries, his New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And you also want to visit when the Giants come back home to Oracle Park, his Tony's Slice House, fast casual restaurant serving up delicious slices and more across the entire Bay Area. So you want to listen to Giants baseball today in Philadelphia and do it while you're having a slice of Tony's Pizza.
Simply, Susan Slusser knows baseball. That's why she's the Chronicle's senior MLB beat reporter. And that's why she joins Papa and Lund on KNBR. Now.
That ball is smoked to left field. Welcome to the show again. Reitz on a play with a homer, and it's a one-run game.
And Jackson Reitz going deep, but not enough. Giants fall to the Phillies 5-4. We welcome you back, Papa and Lund, here on a Monday. Let's go out to the UMA guest line, joined by the Chronicle's Susan Slusser. Susan, how are you this morning? Good to be with you.
I am great. How are you guys?
We're doing well, Susan. Tough road trip to this point for the Giants and still a ways to go. Mason Black making his Major League debut today. Just kind of give us your overarching thoughts on bad defense one night, lack of hitting another. I mean, all systems fail in the rain on Saturday. This team's in a tough way now with their lowest watermark of the season at 5 under 500.
Yeah, it's not pretty all the way around. The one thing early in the season that looked really encouraging was the defensive improvement, but even their best defenders have not been playing very well lately. Obviously, Chapman's struggled some in the field, which is astonishing to me. I mean, he's one of the best third basemen I've ever seen on a consistent basis. And Nick Ahmed, that's his calling card, is his defense. So that, to me, is that's a little bit of an alarm. You know, it's a long trip. I'm sure the weather hasn't been great. There are probably a lot of factors, but they need pitching and they need defense, because clearly the offense is not going to be a strength for them, at least for the time being.
Yeah, Matt Chapman, and you watched him so much across the bay with the A's, as we all did, but you saw him, you studied it more closely than we did, and, a two-air game, let the ball go right through his legs the other night. The rain was certainly part of it, but he also appears to be pressing offensively. He had that huge game, his second game as a Giant at Petco, when he had the 2-homer, 6 RBI game. But outside of that, he's had some big hits, but he's having a hard time catching up to high fastballs. The numbers aren't there. The defense is starting to slide. Is he pressing a little bit? What are you seeing from Matt Chapman?
I've got to think it's some of that. I wonder a little bit about his health. That hand injury last year really set him back. Sometimes there's a rebound effect from long, standing injuries where other things wind up kind of hurting. He just doesn't look right to me. When his timing is that off and his defense is bad, it's so unlike him. I just have to wonder if it's a health thing, or it could be pressing, or it could be a little bit of both. You never know. But he is not. This is not the Matt Chapman we know.
Susan Slusser joining us here on KNBR, the sports leader. I want to ask you about Jorge Soler, trying to kind of read between, not in the lineup last night, not in the lineup this afternoon, and just trying to look at some of the notes from those on the scene in Philadelphia. But what's your sense with just what's going on with Soler? He had good numbers against Taijuan Walker in the small sample size, and obviously he struggled with runners in scoring position. It's been well documented there, but just kind of give me your sense on everything with Soler.
Yeah, he's a guy who tends to miss a few games here and there with little things. I haven't heard anything that sounds like this is a major development. It sounds like a sore shoulder that's considered minor, but you do kind of have to keep a close eye on things like this. He's a DH. I kind of wonder how the shoulder thing happened, but it's not a typical DH type injury. So, that's a little bit of a concern. It's almost, is there a causation correlation thing going on with the runners in scoring position? That to me just seems like an oddity, because he's hit the ball really hard. He's has had some good games. His power has come largely with the bases empty, but those things tend to even out. So I think he's something of an anomaly. But hey, look, we're more than a month into the season, and everybody in the offense has had their issues here and there, and I think they're better than they've played, but they've yet to really show it.
Yeah, and they're starting to lose position players. You mentioned Soler with the shoulder and out of the lineup the last couple of days and just not producing. And Yeah, middle of the order hitter when he's right. And Patrick Bailey, they actually flipped the two of them in the lineup, moved Bailey up and Soler down. And then what happened on Friday night, Susan, is just so disturbing on every level to take a foul tip off the face mask like that, and then obviously lose his way, have to come out of the game. And I do remember last year when he was concussed in September, he just wasn't the same player after. And in that position, you worry about it. Now he's going to be out the rest of the week. The Reds are coming in with their great running game. I mean, it's such a huge drop-off that on top of that, you lose Tom Murphy, the next game, and you're playing young guys, Sable trying to learn it. Jackson Reitz will catch today. You and I and John have talked about, Joey Bart for years and years and years. The timing on taking Joey Bart off the roster could not be worse, Suze. When you need him, he's not on the roster anymore, and they need him now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a kind of a, fast and furious revenge of Joey Bart, it's such a shame. You guys know how I feel about Joey Bart, and he was such a nice fit on the roster, I thought, and had improved so much behind the plate, and he's playing so well for Pittsburgh. But, yeah, it's alarming. The concussion thing is very alarming. Once you start getting repeat concussions, and when you get them when you take a foul ball off the mask, I mean, that happens all the time. Those things can be really concerning. And, he's such an elite catcher. He's been such a good, he's one of the few guys who's been a somewhat consistent offensive performer. They really, really need Patrick Bailey. I mean, I'm stating the obvious there. And they just have very little behind him. Tom Murphy's an offensive catcher. He is not, known necessarily for his defense. And Sable's really more of an outfielder for me at this point. A very good offensive player, but he obviously struggles behind the plate from time to time. And Jackson Reitz just doesn't have a lot of experience at this level. So I don't know what they do here if this continues to be sort of an issue with Bailey and or if Murphy's knee thing turns out to be as serious as he initially seemed to think that maybe it was.
Mason Black, Major League debut today in Philadelphia. What should Giants fans expect from Mason Black in his first start?
Well, Mason Black for me this spring was the most impressive guy that I saw. Very mature, very smart. He also, look at his numbers in Sacramento this year. He has been fantastic. Great control, great command. And then the pitches are, he's got kind of almost a gyro kind of slider. He's been working on a changeup that's gotten so much better, 4-seam, 2-seam. But for me, it's the maturity and the intelligence that really stand out. He's a lot of fun. I mean, he'll chit chat with anybody. You guys would love him. Just a terrific personality, and his teammates just rave about him. And that's always a really, I think he fits in very well with that rotation. And you guys know if Blake Snell had not been signed, it probably would have been Mason Black here sooner than we're seeing him now. But that's, for me, this whole trip obviously has been a disaster for the Giants, but this is exciting. And making his debut at a place where he saw loads of games, a Pennsylvania kid, he's from Scranton. He went to the high school that a lot of the fictional Office characters went to. I mean, this is so fantastic for him to be there. He's like, so many people are going to be there. Like, what a great way to debut. So that's fun, at least.
Yeah, and you mentioned Blake Snell, and this is the Blake Snell spot on the rotation, and the Giants are 0-6. There were the Blake starting, or three guys, and a couple of openers starting for him. He did throw 20 pitches last Wednesday, threw 50 more over the weekend. Do you have any idea what's next for him and what they're looking at as far as reinserting Blake Snell back into the rotation, Suze?
Well, I certainly hope he's amenable to a rehab start. He didn't go get any minor league time at all. I do think that potentially was an issue. He argues otherwise, and he knows himself best, but he just didn't look sharp ever. So I would love it if he went and got in at least one outing at Sacramento. But, we'll see if he feels good to go and they feel like they need him in that spot. Maybe he just goes straight back out, and that's close. Once he gets to 50 and then 70, I think he probably needs one or two more times out.
Susan, great stuff. We'll talk to you next week. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
All right, Susan Slusser, sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. So, yeah, good stuff there from Susan Slusser, Pop.
Without a doubt. And, there was some, debate when Blake Snell just had bad start after bad start. The first one, you could sort of understand it. The second one in Tampa, I thought he was just biting off too much strike zone. And then that Friday night start against Arizona, he looked like himself the first couple of innings. And then, he started to tire, and he was up against Jordan Montgomery that night. So the talking point was Montgomery did go to Reno in Arizona's system to make a couple of rehab starts. The numbers weren't great, but he got locked in where he came out and pitched well. Now, Arizona's struggling a little bit here, so we'll see where ultimately it goes with them. Rodriguez still has not pitched for them. But, what would be the next step for Blake Snell if he threw 50 pitches on May the 4th? May the 4th be with you. Could he go out of the rehab assignment sometime next week? Would they let him throw one more time on the side and then go out? So what are we looking at? I think the interesting thing
is... A couple weeks, I think, still. Probably 2 weeks at least.
Yeah, so May the 27th is the first date Alex Cobb can come back off the 60-day IL, and that's Memorial Day Monday against these Philadelphia Phillies when they come to Oracle for Memorial Day. Who's going to be back first, do you think? Blake Snell or Alex Cobb?
Yeah, Blake.
Right around the same time.
I'm going to bet I'm going to say Blake Snell is going to be back, but before Alex Cobb. But yeah, it is going to be coming up toward the end of May there. All right, we'll come back, Pop. We'll wrap things up. We got Giants pregame, Diamond Notes, and all of that at 12:05. First pitch 1:05. But Pop and Lund, we'll wrap things up here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
As the faithful knows, it takes a strategic and powerful team to win the game, ferociously competitive with finesse. For over 35 years, Hobbs Law has been that winning team. Hobbs Law has delivered more than $500 million in verdicts and settlements for folks who have been injured due to someone else's carelessness or negligence. There's a reason you've heard so much about Hobbs Law: a shrewd defense, a tenacious offense. To get the help you need, visit HobbsLaw.com. That's HobbsLaw.com. Hobbs Law, they fight to make it right.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Mays, the batter, with on at first. Here's the pitch to Willie. Swung on, hit deep to left. That one is way back, way back, way back. Tell it goodbye, number 600 for Willie Mays, and the bye-bye baby bonanza. And the Giants come to home plate to greet him. Number 600 for Mays. He hit it over the 370-foot mark. A standing ovation here in San Diego for Willie.
All right, Lon Simmons on the call there. Willie Mays, home run number 600. It's Papa and Lund, final segment here. Giants baseball. Giants pregame coming up at the top of the hour. Giants and Phillies. And, happy birthday to the Say Hey Kid. 93 years young today, Pop. Incredible. You're back in the New York Giants hat. I can see on the stream there. And, just an all-time great on his birthday today, 93.
Well, we love our, May the 4th be with you in the Kentucky Derby on Saturday and Cinco de Drinko yesterday. But this really is the Bay Area's holiday, and it's baseball's holiday and America's holiday. Ted Williams, when he was introduced for years at the end of his life, he insisted on being, Joe DiMaggio, the greatest living player that ever was, living player. Mays clearly, I think, is that now, and you can make the point just, complete all-around five-tool player. There was no one like Willie Mays. And I remember we had the honor, myself and John Shea, and I was listening to it over the weekend. We had Willie come in studio for one of his last. He's done some on the doc on his life, obviously, and Shea and a few others for books. But we had him in studio and did a live TV interview with him. It was supposed to be 60 minutes, and it wound up going about 90. We don't have as much time to play excerpts today, JD, but we'll play it throughout the coming days. Tomorrow's day after his birthday, and then leading up to the Rickwood game, obviously, in Birmingham, Alabama, when he goes back to Giants do. Willie's just not in great health right now, so I don't think he's going to be traveling at all. But it's just what a story, and who he is and what he means to the Bay Area. And, for my youth, Willie Mays was baseball. Ted Williams had the great line that the All-Star game was invented for Willie Mays. And they used to play two a year for a while, and Mays always hit leadoff. I remember the 71 game so well, and he led off against Vida Blue with the A's, and Vida struck him out. But he hit three for the Giants, but when the All-Star game came, you wanted Willie Mays to lead off with his speed. The most complete player as far as power and hitting for average and running and throwing. I remember him telling me, people talk about hitting for the cycle, Papa. I threw for the cycle. I'm like, what? What does that mean? He threw out a runner, a Dodger, at home plate, third base, first base, and then Tito Fuentes dropped the ball. He was going to throw a guy out at second base, and he couldn't do it. So, and just the range, obviously. Watching Jung-Hoo Lee, the grandson of the Win, run, you're reminded of the great center fielders that could cover so much ground. But Mays, there's nobody that covered, ground like Mays did. Go back and look at the Vic Wertz, a shot in the World Series in '54 and how much ground he covered going straight back. So he's a treasure. He's a national treasure. I've been thinking about this for over a decade. We really have to celebrate who he is because we're not going to have him around forever. But happy birthday, Say Hey Kid. And even though he's 93 today, you don't think of Mays being 93. You think of him being 23, at least I do, or 33. I saw him, later in his career. But just always played like a child, always had that look in his eye like the game was easy for him. And it wasn't, but he made it look that way. And to some degree, it was easier for him than anybody else. But, every May the 6th, JD, we stop in the Bay Area, and I know the nation does as well, to celebrate. And there were guys that were better hitters overall and better power hitters, although, if you flip some stadiums and that, what if he ever played at Fenway Park his whole career? How many home runs would Mays have hit there? But as far as the most complete player, when you look at the ability to run down, if you're...
Well, it's five tools, right? It's the old five-tool player that became popular in the late 80s and 90s, and that I kind of grew. I mean, he is the quintessential five-tool all-around player. Did it all.
Without a doubt. And then the six-tool that, Dwayne and Mike always talk about, just the smile, the fun, playing stickball and the kids in Harlem, and just the accessibility. I mean, that's the thing about Mays. And now since he's been retired all this time, and he hasn't been, he's in great health. He's been battling, eye trouble and glaucoma for years. But he's always been so easy to talk to about the game, where other superstars are, frankly, tough to get to. You couldn't get to DiMaggio much in his retirement years. Ted Williams could be crusty. Even Joe Montana, it's when Joe's around and you engage him, it can be great, but it's hard, to get Joe to sit down. That's why when you look at the, for me, and I think of San Francisco sports, it's Mays. Mays is the guy, and it's not even close. I mean, Wilt was here, but ever so briefly, and then Rick Barry came in. But then with what Joe and Jerry and Ronnie did, and then obviously what Steph did, I mean, this generation, to me, on the Mount Rushmore of San Francisco sports, it starts and ends with Mays, and everybody else just falls in around him. But for, I'm old. Guys didn't see Mays play.
Mays has got to be on that list, though. I didn't see Mays play.
You got Joe. You got Jerry. You got Barry. Who else? I mean, I agree. Mays has got to be there. But then I think
Willie and Steph for sure. Like those are at this point. And maybe it's a recency thing for me.
Where do you put the all-time touchdown maker in NFL history? Jerry Rice scored more touchdowns than anybody else ever. You're not going to put Jerry Rice on there? Barry Bonds had more home runs than anybody else that ever played. We're not going to put Bonds there? It's hard.
I would probably lean Jerry and Barry. And then you're leaving Joe off.
You're leaving Joe Montana? Even in the roast of Tom Brady last night,
I know.
They acknowledged Joe was better. No,
some of them did. I think it has to be, but I mean, to me, it is between Jerry and Joe as far as that debate goes, because of, Bonds with just the astronomical numbers and production that he put up. But then the question becomes, well, how much of it was? I think Bonds has to be there. I think Steph has to be there.
You got Steph, Willie, and it's Mays and not McCovey.
Right.
McCovey was a hell of a player for a long time.
McCovey can be in the top 10. He can be in the.
No, we only got 4 on Mount Rushmore. So anyway, it's a fun debate. But for my youth, it was Mays. Mays was clearly the quintessential San Francisco athlete. And the thing is, all these years later, he's still going strong at 93. He's still with us. He's just, we got to treasure every moment we have to say, hey, kid.
No, I'm with you, Pop. And you mentioned the Rickwood game on June the 20th, the Giants and the Cardinals, part of that trip where they go to Chicago, and then they'll play a couple of games in St. Louis. But that game in Birmingham, Alabama is going to be special here now, about six weeks away or so.
Mm-hmm. And he played. He was just a kid. He was a high school kid, playing with the Birmingham Black Barons. And when Shay Hay and I had him in studio, we went through his whole career, and a lot of it was chronological. We went through the 5 tools that he played and broke down his genius in each of them. But we started with the Birmingham Black. He was a kid. He was in high school. He would go on road trips with the Birmingham Black Barons all around the country. They played some home games there, but they did a lot of barnstorming as well. And he would have to go back because his teachers let him out of school. He'd have to go back and write a report.
Can't imagine
on what he learned when he went to New York. And he was a kid. He was just a teenager with all these veteran Negro League players that raised him, like Piper Davis and a few others that he went on and on about. So can you imagine? Mays in the late 40s coming up and playing and they were professional. The Warriors thinned, Major League Baseball, and you wonder how they would have, played at that time. But they were still, a lot of those players when immediately Monty Irvin became a New York Giant before Mays did. But it's just amazing to think about. Here he is at age 93, JD, and he was playing professional baseball when he was, what was he, 18, 17
we're talking 77 years ago. 70,
he was just a baby. He was a baby.
Yeah, and it's incredible stuff. And, yeah, happy birthday to Willie Mays.
Was he 16 back then? He was 16.
Wow. If he would have been 16, do the math. We're talking, 77 years ago.
Yeah, it's 48, yeah.
At this point. We got about 2 minutes to go here, Pop. Mason Black, somebody, and we talk about the legendary career of Willie Mays and everything that he did. You got Mason Black, who's getting his career started today in Philadelphia, and it's a big one for the Giants. Zach Wheeler, just trying to get a win, stop the bleeding a little bit off of this tough trip in the 1-5 to start.
And he's obviously not 16 years of age, but he wears his, he's 24, which is Mays' number. So it's good vibe there on Mays' birthday from Mason Black. And, he was a 3rd-round pick of the Giants in 2020 out of Lehigh. So he's got that whole Pennsylvania vibe going today in Eastern PA. So I'm sure he'll have a big group there. And just settle in. It's a great Philadelphia lineup. They don't have Trey Turner right now, but it is a loaded lineup, JD. And I don't want to, be an alarmist here, but the Phillies are good. They get off to a slow start the last couple of years, and still or playoff teams.
Best record in the majors with
they
Baltimore.
have right now, the best record in the Dodgers are starting to distance themselves a little bit. They're going to get Walker Buehler back. How about the trade that the Padres made over the weekend to get Luis Arraez?
Yeah.
Whoa. Put him in the middle of the lineup between Machado and Tatis. I mean,
And they're better than I thought they would be. And I know they're 500 basically. I think one under maybe with the over the weekend. But I wondered how good they could be. They're better than I thought, which I think is obviously a problem for the Giants. About 30 seconds, Pop.
Yeah, I mean, Philadelphia's good. Atlanta with a Spencer Strider injury, they're still good. Dodgers beat up on them. Milwaukee's good. Cubs are good. We'll see the Reds over the weekend. Dodgers are starting to pull away. So Giants are in a little bit of a scuffle here, 5 games under 500. They were not swept in Boston because they won the day game. Don't get swept in Philadelphia today, and they do play much better in the daytime, JD.
All right, Pop, we'll talk tomorrow, 10 a.m. Good stuff, my man. Giants and Phillies. It's coming up next, right here, KNBR, the sports leader.